What's the most significant you just faked with the wrong person moment you've witnessed or experienced? I work in a law office and regularly have to go file documents with the court. I have learned, from watching one interaction, not to fuck with the clerks at the filing window. Point: a lot of people probably don't know / wouldn't believe how detailed the rules are for submitting documents to the court. There are rules regarding the type of paper you can use, the exact spacing of the heading on the paper, the exact measurements of the 2-hole punches at the top of the paper, etc. There are literally dozens of rules on how to format your filings. In my experience, these rules are rarely enforced. The clerks will reject documents if there are major errors, missing signatures, incorrectly filled out, etc. but will usually let things slide like your 2-hole punches not being precisely 2 3/4 inches apart. But there was one day where I saw a clerk take sweet revenge against someone who totally had it coming. I was standing in line, waiting to file something, and a notoriously huge prick of an attorney got called up to the window. The clerk asked him something, like, "I'm really sorry, Mr. Notoriously huge prick, but you're missing some attachment to this form." He reacted as if she had just stood from her chair, flipped him the bird, and went to sheet on his mother's grave. He starts yelling about how she didn't know what the fuck she was doing, a trained ape could do her job, he would be complaining to her supervisor, and on and on. He goes stomping away, and she looks much calmer than you would expect for someone who just got reamed out by this enormous douchebag. Point: I get called up to her window and say something like, "I'm so sorry you had to deal with that." She replies, "It's fine, he's on my list now." I'm curious, so I ask what she means. Her response was fantastic. She says, "Mr. Notoriously huge prick handles a lot of family law cases. He'll be wanting to file things here, and his paperwork is bound to land on my desk. For people like him, I get out the formatting sections of the rules of court, and I make sure he's followed every one of them." She points to my filing and says, "Your 2-hole punches look off. You see how one is higher than the other? They are supposed to be a certain distance from the top of the page. I'm not going to reject yours, but next time he drops something off at the filing box, you better believe I'm going to bust out my ruler." I say how awesome that is, but once he sees the reason his document was rejected, he'll just have an assistant fix it, or whatever. She replies, "We don't have to tell him why it was rejected specifically, just that it violated some rule of formatting. He can figure that out for himself if he ever wants to have another document filed." She looked so happy. I lost it at a subway a while back. This story isn't about me losing it at a person myself, but I found someone who could, and did. Point: the subway I go to is inside a skating rink, and on this day it was flooded with newly pubescent boys thinking that treating people like absolute horseshit is how you act like a macho man. One girl behind the counter was near tears, and the other woman was trying to hold her own ground against a bunch of 13-year-olds. It was you faking beach. I didn't faking ask for mayo. Are you blind? For fact's sake, that's not toasted enough. When I get a job, I'm gonna be making more than you. Just a taste of some of what I heard. So I went out to the lobby of the skating rink, found a woman nearby, and asked her if she was with the boys in subway, which she was, and then I told her to follow me. Point: the look on the boys' faces when she let out her angered screech after listening to them was friggin' priceless. She made the boys pay for their own food. One boy didn't get to finish making his sandwich, wrap it up how it is, and he'll pay for it. And from what I gathered as she practically dragged them out of there was the boys who weren't her. She was going to speak to their parents, followed by strong protests as she told them to pack their crap as she was taking them home early. Point: I left the girls at Subway a nice tip, and they gave me a cookie. Never fuck with an angry mom. Point: edit: thanks for the gold, kind stranger. I've made some edits to better the grammar. This is why you don't read it when you're tired. I'm a pretty calm person, but when someone treats someone badly, it makes my blood boil. I have calmed down with age, but one story comes to mind. Point: in 6th grade, this boy named Logan would constantly pick on another classmate named Dustin. Dustin was born with a defect. His legs did not fully form, he had prosthetics, and he had other issues which require him to wear a diaper. In all other ways, Dustin was a happy and cool dude. He was just given a bad hand in life. Point: Logan was constantly picking on Dustin. He would call him pegleg, make fun of his mother for making a deformed baby, and occasionally made fun of the fact he had to wear a diaper. Logan usually got away with doing whatever he wanted because his family had money and power in our town. My sweet English teacher, where Dustin, Logan and I all shared a class, would send him to the principal constantly. Finally, it came to a boiling point. We sat alphabetically in class. I sat in the front desk, Logan behind me, and Dustin behind Logan. As Dustin was walking to his desk, something inspired Logan to trip Dustin. Dustin, walking with a cane, obviously tripped badly and hit the wall. I saw red. I stood up, punched Logan so hard in the chest that he fell over 2 rows of desks. He gathered himself and stood up screaming, "Did you see what she did to me?" My teacher had this small smirk. She said, "I saw nothing." Logan never spoke toward Dustin again. Dustin passed away a few years ago due to health complications. Poor fella. Was tending bar at a dive when I was in college, and this guy Dave came in every day, had 2 beers and left. He was a pretty quiet guy and basically just kept to himself. He wasn't particularly big, but he wasn't small either. One day 2 rednecks came in right after we opened and started pounding beers. When Dave came in, they smarted off to him as he walked by, but he ignored them. I poured his first beer and told the guys to leave him alone. They didn't. Just being total dicks. I told them I was closing their tab and they had to go. As far as they were concerned, Dave was the reason they were getting kicked out. One of the rednecks stood up and proceeded to tell Dave that he would kick his ass for being such a bussy. He responded with, "I've done enough fighting in my life." The way he said it was cold. Dave had obviously seen some shit. All of a sudden the redneck sucker punched Dave in the side of the head while he was still sitting in the bar stool. Dave casually stood up and started taking his coat off, and the redneck hit him square in the cheek. It was a full-blown knock to the jaw. Dave did not even flinch. The other redneck, that was still seated, said, "Damn, not like damn, oh you got hit." It was more like, "Damn, Leroy, I outdone faked up." Dave calmly finished taking his jacket off, placed it on the back of the chair, and the redneck went to throw another punch. Dave caught the blow with his hand, grabbed the redneck by the face like he was palming a basketball, and in one fell swoop slammed his head against the side of the bar. Dave then dragged him through the bar, still by his face, and carried him out the back and threw him in the dumpster, again, still by his face. When Dave came back in, he started over to the other mouthy redneck, who at this point was making a run for the door, and Dave kicked him in the middle of the back, bending his entire body backwards into the shape of C. She did a really good and sincere job and owned her part. She admitted she wasn't good at dating and begged for another chance, but I couldn't get over the first impression or the warning I'd been given by someone whose opinion I valued. If this was her on her best behavior, I can only imagine how bad it gets years later. I'm sure she too grew from these mistakes, but any desire I had to know her was killed in those first few minutes. I hope she is much better and healthier today. I live in a college town where a certain population is rich, out-of-state kids who come here for the skiing and legal pot. One night, around 1 AM, I was leaving the bars and saw one such gentleman. He was dressed in standard "my dad is a lawyer and will sue you" clothes, pastel button down, backwards hat, khaki shorts, and Sperry's. He was also very drunk. He was being a general inebriated nuisance as he walked towards his car. He walked into a middle-aged, slightly pudgy guy wearing jeans and a black shirt. The young guy started throwing obscenities at the middle-aged guy, just being an ass. As the young guy turned to get into his brand new Audi A4, the older gentleman said, "You aren't planning on driving, are you?" Young guy stopped, collected his thoughts, and then turned to sass the older gentleman. "I drive better drunk while getting head than you ever could." The old guy said something about he would recommend not doing that, and young guy shouted back. By this point, young guy is screaming, and through the drink he was carrying. At this time, I realized that there were a couple other guys with the old guy, also nondescript, also bald, also wearing jeans. You know, kinda would look good in aviators. Kinda got mustaches. Kinda got that cop feel to M point. So then, as the young guy throws his drink and hits one of them, one of the plainclothes police officers pulls out his taser and tases the shit out of the young guy. I mean, more than is necessary. He goes down, screaming, while his brothers and prostitute girlfriend watch. His buddies consider getting involved, then back off. When the police identify themselves, remember how he was wearing khakis? Yep, big brown patch in the middle, when he got arrested. So good point. TLDR, watched some snobby rich white boy pick a fight with a plainclothes policeman, and then cheat himself after getting tased. While working as a bouncer, I saw these two guys start to harass a buddy of mine. I didn't do anything, because I knew who he was, but they didn't. He and I grew up in the same martial arts classes. We were both involved in football and wrestling. He is a Marine. He, however, doesn't look it. He is about 5'9" in tall, toned but nowhere near bulky, and a very kind looking fellow. The two guys were mocking him for wearing sandals. He blew them off and kept talking to his other friends. One of the pair got really close to him and knocked his hat off my friend's head. My friend turned to them and politely told them, "Hey, I get it. You two are tough and hate my sandals. Please just leave me alone. I'm just trying to have a good night. Also, don't touch me or my belongings." As he reached down to pick up his hat, the guy kicked it away and tried to push him over. That's when the fun started. My buddy grabbed the guy by his knees and introduced the jerk to the ground. My buddy bounced back and barked at them to stop. The other guy rushed him and proceeded to make out with my buddy's knee. The first guy went to get up and shook hands with my buddy's fist. At this point, I walked over. I grabbed the second guy by the back of his pants and dragged him outside. He is whimpering in pain, complaining that his nose might be broken. I set him down and go to retrieve the other idiot. Upon returning, my buddy has the guy's arm behind his back. He passes them all into me and I toss him out. The cops are called and everything gets handled. Idiot 2 had a broken nose and Idiot 1 had a bag of coke in his pocket. One went to the emergency room and the other to jail. I walked my buddy back inside and bought him a beer. The whole time, people are staring in amazement due to the fact that my little buddy took down two bigger guys in a few seconds. I thought it was hilarious. TLDR, two drunk idiots picked a fight with my short Marine buddy. One got a broken nose and the other went to jail for cocaine. Was driving on the freeway in my minivan with wife and kids in the left lane. Point in the rear view mirror, I see a new model, green Camaro snaking through traffic, weaving in and out of lanes, cutting one person after another off. Point, he's in the middle lane, and we are all taking a slight curve in the freeway. Camaro goes in to cut off a dark colored sedan on the shoulder as he switches lanes. Camaro isn't far enough ahead of the sedan and clips the front driver's side of the sedan with the passenger side rear bumper. Both cars go swerving off the road and spin out in the median. Point, we pull over on the other side of the road. I'm checking to see if both drivers are fine. They are. Wife calls 911. There's dust clouding up the air from the cars off the road. They've both ended up in bushes and both cars are pretty messed up. Point, we stay long enough to know if we are needed as witnesses or not. Cops tell us we can go. The sedan driver was an off-duty cop and the Camaro driver has just found out. I can't hear him from the other side of the freeway, but I can see him sitting in his jacked up Camaro he probably just bought, pounding his steering wheel with both fists. He's shouting something. Point, sedan driver is calmly talking to all the cops who showed up, just owning the accident scene. Point, TLDR, punk Camaro driver cuts off-duty police officer causing them both to wreck. RIP, Camaro. The one and only time I have had a massive win over someone falls into this category. I was once engaged to the Vice Consul of America from Brazil. I was flying around on holiday and coming back to America, where we were living. I was on a working visa, but had recently quit my job as we were about to move. She was being reposted, and so I decided to go holiday for a few weeks, and had come in and out of the US several times. After being in a plane returning from Spain, I was dressed in a rolled pair of shorts, t-shirt, odd socks and hadn't slept. I looked and felt like shit. That sack guy immediately flags me over and starts grilling me over my visa/travel history etc. He picked up that I had resigned from my job and formed the opinion that I was trying to sneak back into the States, even though as an Australian passport holder I can come into and out of the States pretty much at will. He made me miss my plane and took me into one of the little rooms. With the world's biggest shit-eating grin he told me I was not going to be allowed back into the States. I tried to reason with him, explaining all my housing stuff, bank accounts ECT point were there, and that all my paperwork was in order ECT, but he was a complete bastard and was having none of it. So I casually dropped my fiance's name and her position. He got a little worried. He asked me for some details about her, which I gave. He walked out of the room, his shit-eating grin definitely gone. He came back with a folder of photos and asked me to pick her out, as they keep on file photos of diplomatic personnel ECT. When I passed all his tests he turned white. For once in my life I had the power over this little sheet bird, and it would not have been a hard thing to place a call to my girlfriend and have this prick's job, and he knew it. All my documentation was in order, and he was just being a first-class cunt. Managers were called, apologies were made, tickets to the first class waiting lounge were arranged, and new flights were booked free of charge. My one and only time in this world where some dude looked at me and realized that they had just majorly faked up. So a friend of mine, let's call him Eric. He looks just like a normal guy. He is very soft spoken and usually very kind. He can take a joke on his expense and laugh along with everyone. However, Eric used to be a fighter. He used to get into fights all the faking time, and when he fights to win by whatever means he has. So me and some friends were out drinking, and Eric was with us. We sat down next to some other guys and we just talked and laughed and had a merry time. Then one guy in the other party was irritated at Eric because he didn't rise to any sort of challenge. All verbal jibes Eric just laughed at and returned in good manner, so to speak. So this other guy got more and more irritated at Eric over time, and this other guy was pretty big, but not huge or anything, maybe 6 foot tall, and looked to be fit. Eric is 5 feet 8 or so and just looks like a normal guy. So this other guy started to really abuse Eric verbally, and Eric just asked him to stop because it wasn't funny and it ruined the mood in general. This made the other guy even more angry, so he got up and into Eric's face saying something like, "You're such a pussy, you would never dare to get into a fight," and Eric, still sitting down, just grabbed him, tripped him and forced him down to the floor, where he just controlled the other guy who was more or less helpless. Both Eric and the other guy got thrown out. Of course, the other guy didn't have the sense to understand he had been beaten, so maybe 20 steps outside he tries to sucker punch Eric. He hits Eric in the face and Eric got really mad, so he just beat the other guy into a quivering mess on the street. Broken nose and maybe a tooth or two got knocked out for the other guy. Eric maybe a sore cheek. Apologies in advance for any grammar mistakes and the length of the story. One night, during my junior year of high school, some of my buddies came by and asked if I wanted to go to a party with them. I didn't know the person throwing the party, but I said fuck it and went with them. It turned out to be one of the most surreal nights of my life. We got there and only knew a handful of people out of the 50 or so people that were there. There were a lot of people from different schools, so I knew that eventually something was going to happen. Soon after, one kid, we'll call him Ron, pulls out a gun and starts bragging about how his parents bought it for him and no one should fuck with him. Then, he started pointing it at people to show off the laser sight on it. The guy throwing the party, we'll call him John, saw this and told him to stop pointing the gun at people. Ron said something like, "Fuck off. Don't tell me what to do. I do what I want." It got a little more heated, but then it all seemed to get worked out, and Ron put his gun away. About 5 minutes later, Ron had the gun out again, and, trying to be slick and prove his badassery, pointed it right at John's back. When he did, John just happened to turn and look at Ron and saw the gun pointed at him. I don't remember his exact words, but John said something to the effect of, "Oh, you want to fuck with me? I'll be right back." He started jogging to the house. We were in the front yard, and I told my friends, "We need to leave. This shit is about to get crazy." While John was jogging to the house, and while he was inside, Ron seemed at first confident, but then he realized he had gotten himself in a terrible situation, and started to walk quickly to his car. John was not far behind. however, and now he had a shotgun. Ron got to his car and got in, but he was blocked in and couldn't move. John walked up to the car and tapped on the window. Ron cracked the window about an inch and was crying, probably begging for his life, while John calmly talked to him. I couldn't hear what was said, but I did hear John finally say, "Stop crying. You look like a beach." He started to walk away, but then, all of a sudden, he stopped, turned around, and shot Ron in the face with the shotgun from about 8 to 10 feet. We all thought for sure that we had just witnessed a murder and scattered like roaches when you turned the light on. I remember looking back and seeing John calmly walking back into the house while everyone was running around him. That was what freaked me out the most. His calmness. Turns out Ron lived, and John was charged with attempted murder and a few other things. Ron had reconstructive surgery to repair some of the damage, but he was badly disfigured. I don't remember if John was found guilty or not, but I do remember hearing that Ron won a settlement from John's family. He bought a new Cadillac and whatever else he wanted, but he was super depressed about his disfigured face and got hammered constantly. He died in a single car, drunk driving accident not too long after. I will never forget that night. Edit. Typo. Was covering a hockey game as a sports reporter when I saw the single best retaliation of my life. In my state, if you're female and you want to play hockey with the boys, you can. Typically, the serious girl hockey players will play in these leagues because the girls only hockey leagues are shit. There was this girl named Alex who I covered since she was a freshman, and she was really good. Played since she was a kid, was on some really good travel teams, competed in national camps, got a college scholarship for the sport, and played 4 years in college, etc. Anyway, her junior year, I'm covering an away game at this shitty arena and her school is playing one of its rivals, so I know it's going to be a chippy game. It did not disappoint. This big tough boy notices she's a girl, or played against her before, and spends the first 2 periods basically trying to intimidate her by checking her hard into the boards whenever she has the puck, and generally doing all the things you know someone is doing to antagonize you. Now, I've seen this girl play, and I know she isn't going to tolerate that, so I just wait for the moment she snaps. It comes. In the 3rd period, asshole comes running full speed from one side of the ice to the other and gives her one of the worst cheap shot checks I've ever seen. She hits the boards hard, lands on the ice, and the crowd yells because the refs either didn't see it or didn't care, and the play breaks the other way so everyone else is moving away from them. She doesn't miss a beat though. Calmly, I watch her pick herself up, and his whole hockey player must have said something to cause her to snap because she takes her helmet off and goes his way. At this point, I can tell her thinks he's going to dismiss this sweet little girl and tell her to play with dolls or something, but he never gets the chance. She cold corks him right in the jaw and starts beating the piss out of him. It was absolutely amazing. He must have had maybe 50 pounds on her, but she didn't care, and she beat his as handily. And because the refs were on the other side of the ice, it took a little bit of time to break them up. She got ejected. He got ejected, but he sulked out of the arena knowing full well he got his ass kicked by a girl. It was phenomenal. Actually, it was someone doing it to me. I was in my late 20s and at a late night poker game with some friends. Lots of drinking going on. I have always been a big guy, at the time around 250 lbs. I had some fat, but I worked outdoors and was very strong. I was also a basically easygoing guy who avoided trouble, did not start trouble, and if I could walk away from trouble, I did. There was a guy at the poker game about 10 years or so older than most of us, claimed to be a Vietnam vet, might have been, might not have been, but in the 1980s, there were more guys in bars who claimed to be than were ever there, and as he drank, he became a bit of an asshole and a lot of it was directed at me. I was brushing it off, trying to have a good time. It was a low stakes poker game for fun and seeing friends. I got up to go take a leak, and just as I was walking in the door to the bathroom, the guy runs and tries to push me and saying I had to let him go first. I just laughed and kind of moved him and walked to the commode, unzipped and started my business. He yelled out, "I'm going to piss on your back," and walked up behind me and poured liquid down my back. Did I mention we had been drinking? And to this day, I don't know what he thought he was going to do to me. Not only did I outweigh him by 70 pounds and know how to use it, I also had longer arms than he did. I spun and grabbed the poor guy, pulled him to me, and headbutted him in the face, then held him with one arm while I open hand slapped him, backing him up to a balcony, then lifted him over the balcony holding out in the air by the shirt. Our buddies got to us and got him and got me away. That's the only time in my adult life I ever did anything like that to someone. I was drunk enough to believe he had actually pissed on me, and no one is going to do that to me. I was always a big enough guy, most people left me alone. This guy was just unfortunate enough to do the exact wrong thing. When I was in NC4 training back, when I was in the Marines, I was hanging out at one of the local military bars. In comes a group of university kids from Greensboro, who think they're cool for going all the way out to Jacksonville to hang with the Marines. Whatever, they were pretty chill, and so everyone was cool with them. Until they found out that one of the guys there was actually a Navy corpsman, and one of them thought he could score points with the Marines by talking shit about the Navy guy, and not just a little gentle ribbing either. He went all out. No point, that's not how it works. The branches are like siblings. They'll pick on each other all day, talk shit, and play all kinds of horrible pranks on each other. But only we get to do it. Anyone else tries to bully one of us, and they all of a sudden become the common enemy we are all united against. So some half-drunk college kids talking shit about the Navy in a military bar? Not a good idea. Everything got real quiet all of a sudden, and everyone in the place is staring daggers at these kids, just waiting for the other shoe to drop. My buddy leans over and say to these guys, if you leave now, there probably won't be a fight. They took his advice and got the hell out. When I was 10, a friend of mine decided to bully me one day after school. For the record, we are both female. This chick spent a good 10 minutes bullying me verbally and was goading me into fighting her. Again, this was someone who said she was my friend. We lived around the corner from each other and spent the night at each other's houses multiple times over the prior 18 months or so. Finally I'd had enough and I punched her. I tried to hit her in the eye, but I huked my fist too much and I got her in the temple. She fell like a sack of rocks. Then she yelled, "You beach." I turned and ran. Big mistake. I was a slow runner, asthma, and she was very fast. She ended up tackling me about 150 feet away, and we rolled around on the ground punching each other as hard as we could. The playground lady had to break us up. Neither of us got into trouble for it. I wish I could say she never bothered me again, but despite landing that first awesome punch, I totally lost that fight. A couple years later in junior high she tried to do the same thing twice more. The first time we got into another fist fight after school, which I was in the process of losing, when a lady pulled her car over and broke us apart. The next time was at lunchtime at school and I refused to hit her because I was just going to lose yet another fight. Instead, I went to a school counselor who had a talk with her about what the fuck her problem with me was. Not only did I never find out, but she also jumped me after school on the last day before spring break. Kicked my ass big time. After that third fight, my dad found out and drove over to her house. She'd since moved about a mile away, so no longer literally around the corner, and told her dad that if she or any of her friends ever touched me again, he'd call the cops on her. Pretty sure that bitch got her ass beat by her dad because she never bothered me again. I never found out what made her decide one random day to hate me. It was like a switch had flipped in her brain. One minute we were good friends, the next we were mortal enemies. A buddy of mine, normally quite calm, had an incident. Driving on the highway nearing rush hour, with lots of congestion, there was one of those weavers. You know the type, the driver that changes lanes constantly and goes at stupid speeds, hitting a bit of a clearing. This driver zooms past my friend and then cuts him off badly. As I said, my friend is calm, so just shakes his head, exclaiming, "Asshole." But then this driver cuts in front of another car. This car had one of those baby onboard stickers in the back window. The abrupt lane changing weaver caused the car with the baby to swerve in and out of the emergency lane. Luckily they got control back. My friend passes the car and sees a young gal, prob early 20s, and the baby in the back. The way he explained it, my friend's vision got red. He pressed on the gas and caught up to the weaver, following him for a short period. The weaver got off at an exit and eventually stopped at a gym. Getting out of his car, he goes to the back to get his gym bag. My friend then got out of his car, walked over to the guy, and told him he nearly caused an accident of a mom and her baby. This guy looks at my friend and flips him off and starts walking towards the gym. Now my friend is 6'2" and does MMA. Oddly enough, fighter friends are way calmer than anyone else I know. Probably due to getting their aggression out on a daily basis. Anyways, my friend walks up to the guy, reaches both hands out, and grabs the guy's forehead from behind. Then pulls back hard. The guy falls backwards onto the asphalt. My friend then proceeds to kick him viciously, likely breaking the guy's ribs, but luckily my buddy stopped before he killed the guy. My friend then left the guy bleeding there, got in his car, and went about his day. But listened to the local news all day, afraid that he did kill the guy, and it would be on the news. That evening he seemed anxious, and when I noticed he told me what happened. It never was in the news. Just hope that weaver will think about his ribs before gets on a highway the rest of his life. In a way, I was the person you shouldn't have faked with, though not because I was in any way a threat to him. I was working as the self-checkout attendant at a grocery store. To give you an idea of how non-threatening I'm to most people, I'm 5 feet 4.5 inches and weigh 130 pounds. Customer was trying to use a manufacturer coupon, and it wasn't working. I looked at it and discovered that the reason it wasn't working was because the coupon had expired over 6 months earlier. I explained this, and the guy started getting angry, demanding that I take the coupon. He was very upset by the idea of not saving 50 cents. I explained multiple times that the coupon was expired, that it was expired by over half a year, and there was simply nothing I could do. It wasn't valid anymore. I couldn't take it. Dude got irate and started yelling at me, ending his tirade by calling me a vapid cunt. Seriously, since when is it okay to say things like that to another person over 50 freaking cents? That was when he discovered that he'd faked with the wrong person. Not because I did, or even could do anything to him. The most I could have done was refuse him service and tell him to go to a different register. No, the reason he had faked with the wrong person was because, unbeknownst to me or the asshole customer, my older brother was standing in earshot. My 6 feet 2 inches, broad-shouldered, heavily muscled after having just spent a summer working as a wildland firefighter, highly protective older brother. My brother seemed to materialize out of thin air behind the customer, clapped a hand on his shoulder, spun him around, leaned down to get at eye level with him. The customer wasn't much taller than I was, and growled, "What did you just say to my little sister?" Right into his face. The dude went white and ran out of the store, left behind all his stuff. I literally laughed until I cried. A few stories from the 80s. Was at a party with my girlfriend at the time. Being social, everyone is cool. Run into my friend Richie and his girlfriend. She's a hoot. Really nice girl. My girlfriend and I left, and I found out the next night that, right after we left, some a-hole started hitting on Richie's girlfriend. He was being rude about it too. Richie caught wind and walked up to him and asked him nicely to knock it off and apologize. Let me preface that Richie is about 5 feet 2 inches. This dude was 6'. He tells Richie "F you little man" and then pokes him in the chest. Richie, the nicest, fun-loving guy, tells the a-hole it's time for him to leave the party. A-hole laughs and pushes Richie. Now, what 6' plus a-hole didn't know was that 5 feet 2 inches Richie was a all-state wrestling champ. With lightning speed he gets down on one knee, grabs the guy's legs behind his knees, lifts him into the air and spins into a body slam. Guy hits his head on the concrete patio. Rich is on top pummeling his face. Blood everywhere. Richie got up, brushed himself off, and escorted his girlfriend from the party, but not before apologizing for the mess too from me. First, I don't like to fight. I'd rather walk away and avoid it. I don't care to hurt people. I was at a college campus helping my friend putting up flyers for his travel business. We were in the hallway outside of a room with a party in progress. I'm 5 feet 8 6 feet 2 inches. Douche comes flying out of the door and right into me. "Dude, come on," I said. He's sheet-faced. He turns to me and pushes me and says "F you." I grabbed his belt and his shirt and threw him down 5 stairs. My buddy grabbed me and said, "Who are you? Let's get the F out to here." Douche was okay, just really startled. Point in basic training I was quiet. Another douche with a big mouth was ragging on me. I ignored it for about a week. He was about 25 pounds less than me at the time. We are in the bathroom getting ready and he's ragging on me hard. I snapped. I grabbed his belt and shirt, favorite move, lifted him onto my shoulder and proceeded to try and stick his head into the toilet. He's screaming, both hands on the bowl, and I'm shoving. My flight leader, a huge 6 minutes and 10 seconds black dude with the biggest hands, places his banana hand on my shoulder and says, "It's not worth it, Mike, let him go." I tossed the douche and told him to leave me the F alone and went about my business. The drill instructors heard about this. All 3 of them said, "Farley did this? Farley? Seriously?" After that, they treated me better. Douchebag got washed back a week or 2. I laughed when he walked out with his bag of stuff. Point again, I hate getting put in that situation. I went to school with a giant of a kid. We were in the 6th grade, but he was so tall he could reach up and place a basketball in the basket with his feet flat on the ground. He was as pale as textbook paper, had white hair and horrible acne, and was very quiet and shy and almost never spoke to anyone. One of the bullies who always messed with me and nearly everyone else kept trying to pick a fight with this giant kid, but he'd never react. The bully would harass him and slap his face and egg him on, but giant kid would just calmly keep walking and the bully would just give up. That changed one day outside after school. I saw all the kids start running, which meant there was a fight starting, so I ran over to see what was up. I saw the bully with his friends facing the giant kid down and waving a torn piece of paper in his face. The bully crumpled the paper and threw it to the ground, and the giant kid stopped to pick it up and the bully kicked him in the face. Giant kid stood up. He made a fist and raised it far above his head and brought it down right on top of the bully's head like a sledgehammer on a railway spike. Bully crumpled like a house of cards. I've never seen a person just collapse like that. All of us thought he was dead. There were a few screams from the audience and a lot of muffled swears. Giant kid picked up the piece of paper, uncrumpled it and placed it into his backpack, then slung it over his shoulder and left. He never said a word. The nurse was called, but the buses were boarding, and I had to go. I know the bully was in a neck brace for a long time and giant kid was suspended for a while. We moved after the incident, so I can't tell you much more. I'll never forget it though. I just posted this story in a different thread. I will copy and paste. My friend's band was playing a strip club, more of a bikini bar. In LA you can't serve liquor and be nude. Anyway, show's over and club is closing. I'm standing by the car as they come around back to load gear when this guy, who I can only assume got kicked out earlier, comes sauntering, weaving wasted off his as drunk, up to the closed front doors and starts banging and screaming. A bouncer comes out and tells a dude to leave, but the guy will not back off. He keeps getting in the bouncer's face and hollering, finally starts to make his way back down the sidewalk. Then he decides it would be a good idea to take off his heavy leather jacket and starts whipping the bouncer with it. Never ever fuck with strip club bouncers. The bouncer very calmly and very quickly beat the living shit out of the guy. I mean, the whole thing lasted like 2 minutes tops and there was nothing but blood on the sidewalk. The guy was so drunk I don't even know how much of it he felt, but his face was faked up and his head bounced off the pavement. He just got up and kept stumbling down the street. I seriously hope he lived. I don't doubt he had a concussion, and with that much alcohol in your bloodstream, I hope he didn't just go pass out somewhere. People don't always wake up from that shit. Standard this will get buried statement. I was an 18-year-old tiny little woman living on my own in a garage apartment in my small town. My car had been broken into in the night the weekend before, and about $300 in tips were taken out of my locked glove box that they jimmied open. I know, it was stupid to keep it there, but it was late, and I was tired, so I opted to go to the bank in the morning. I was drifting off to sleep, and heard a sort of scratching noise at my door. I sat up slowly. I grabbed the junior league wooden baseball bat I kept by the side of my bed. I slowly crept the 15 feet to the living room, just a few feet from the front door. The lock turned, and the door creaked open slightly. I guess he was trying to sneak in as quietly as possible, but he only opened the door wide enough to start to slip in sideways. What my neighbor's loser grandson did not know was that the girl next door had taken 3 years of martial arts, left the home of an abusive stepdad, and was not going to deal with his shit. Just as his head started to poke through the gap, I threw all my weight into a front snap kick, which has broken multiple wooden boards, into the door. Then I started hitting the half of his body on my side of the door with a baseball bat, while keeping my front foot against the base of the door. I actually yelled, "You picked the wrong house, motherfucker." But it was probably not as bad as coming from a 150 pounds white girl vs Samuel L. Jackson. When he finally muscled the door open, he ran down the steps leading up to my apartment screaming, "That crazy beach broke my arm. Grandma, wake up, that beach attacked me, grandma." Proceeds to call the police after I'm on the phone with them and tell them I broke in with a bat at her house and beat up her grandson. Grandson was in his 30s, by the way. I showed the cops where his blood was on my door and door jamb and explained what happened. Grandson went to jail and plea bargained it, so he only served 4 months and got probation. Our local DA sucked. Alternate take on this, not really badass, but this is what happened, was in a quiet coffee shop on Capitol Hill in Seattle. The street I was on had a number of homeless who'd wander in. The head barista was a nice guy, would let them use the bathroom, while they left their belongings by the door. Nice guy all around. I'd go there regularly to write. Was a good place. One day, a homeless guy walked in. Clearly having an episode. Getting loud, getting threatening. The barista tries to get him to calm down and leave. The homeless guy gets more and more agitated. Starts moving towards the barista. In a second, I'm out of my chair, backing up the barista. I'm a black belt in a hard fighting style, and can handle myself better than the barista can. In another second, a heavy-set 40-year-old guy sees us there, and flanks the other side. All three of us calmly but firmly tell the guy he has to leave. Like an angry dog, he keeps yelling, but is backing out of the door. Once he's out, the barista locks the door. The guy picks up a chair and starts trying to break the windows from the outside. Cops are called, but they don't show up until well after he's lost steam and wandered off. The barista thanked me and never charged me for another drink there, so I just gave them the cost of the drink in tip. Overall, felt bad about the entire situation. The homeless guy fell through the social safety net we used to have. Not enough food, a bad brain, and sleeping in the cold every night could make anyone snap. Sometimes, just de-escalating a situation where no one gets hurt is the best option. I hope he gets the help he needs someday, but he probably died over the winter. One time, I was having sex with my so in her car while we were parked on the side of my house. Now her car is pretty nice, pretty new Dodge Challenger. But as we were faking, at like 2:30 am, we noticed the guy across the street taking pictures, flash and everything, of her car. But we are mid-setch at that point, so we didn't really dwell on it much point anyway. As we are finishing, we see a dude walk past the car, which whatever, people walk around at night. We were just a little nervous, because we were both naked, and covered in such juices. So he walks past, and around the corner about 100 foot away. We start getting dressed. As I'm finishing getting dressed, we see this guy start walking back towards the car from around the corner. As he is passing the car, he suddenly turns and makes a beeline for the driver's side door, where I'm sitting. It's locked, so when he tries the handle, no luck. So he presses his face up against the window to see what the deal is, and my face is staring him back straight in the eye directly on the other side of the window. So immediately he takes off running back down the street point. So I hop out of the car real quick, still in just my boxers. I yell to him, "Where ya going, pal?" So he immediately stops and says, "Don't make me come back there and fuck you up." So when he says that, I'm kind of like, oh shit, this guy might be carrying. But he starts coming back towards me pretty quick. Now, what he didn't know is that I'm a brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So as he goes to swing at me, I shoot his legs, get him down, and within what seemed like only seconds had him in an armbar. Now obviously, he isn't gonna be tapping out, knowing that if I were to only apply another pound or two of pressure his arm is snapping point. So he keeps trying to fight me. I keep yelling at him, "Stop man, or I'm gonna break your arm." He doesn't stop. Keeps saying, "Try it bussy. See what happens." So I snapped it. He started cringing in pain, rolling around on the ground when I let him go. As I was standing up and pulling out my phone to call the police, he gets up and starts booking it again. My so finally gets out of the car, half in tears, tells me to let him go because what I did probably made him learn a lesson. I was visiting an old friend in San Francisco. A skinny breed of a guy, 6 feet 150 number, who likes to talk non-stop. We met at a crowded bar on Lower Haight during a Niners game. Joe, we'll call him, starts talking to the guy wearing the Serbian soccer scarf next to him. Great. They seem to be getting along splendidly, so I relax. More drinks and Joe starts getting loud about what a badass he is, saying when he rides, he's a former competitive cyclist, he carries a gun, and has threatened rich old bastards in Mercedes before. This prompts the agitated muscleheads next to me to make a bit of a fuss, telling skinny-ass Joe, "No grandstanding. I'll debate with you anytime." Joe pays no mind and keeps going on with Serbia dude. Suddenly, in the midst of friendly conversation, Serbia stands up and whacks Joe on top of the head. What happened next shocked everyone. I knew that back in the day Joe had practiced some kind of secret ninja sheet he was forbidden to discuss, but I'd filed that under nunchuck practice in the basement. However, by the time the sound of the whack has reached my ears, Joe, in a blur of motion, has jumped from his stool, parried a blow, grabbed Serbia by the bones of his throat in one hand, and has the fingers of his other hand at the edge of Serbia's ribcage about to go in and rip out his heart. With Serbia bent backwards over the bar, unable to breathe or even comprehend what just happened, Joe says calmly, but with real conviction, "I will end you." Everyone is frozen now. The jaws of the muscleheads all hanging slack. The bouncer ran up and dragged Serbia away, saying all three of us were thrown out. John had a full beer in front of him. A musclehead chuckled and said, "You should finish your beer." Without a second thought, Joe downed it in one. Someone said Serbia started it, so we stayed and got Joe another. That was wild. Ooh, one more story. I front a metal band and we were playing at our local dive when a couple of chavs came in. I was on the stage singing, and one of the chavs thought it would be funny to try and pull my corset down. No barriers or anything at the venue. As soon as my corset was pulled, the entire audience gasped and turned away, giving me the opportunity to fix my broken corset. They broke the bones temporarily so I could finish the show. What the chavs hadn't banked on was that this was our local. We were playing as a video launch event and had specifically chosen the venue because it was where most of our friends went at the weekend. I was still singing / trying to fix my outfit, so missed a lot of the altercation, but apparently my husband and a lot of other guys, including a couple of biker gangs, went to speak to the guy. No one touched him. My husband didn't disclose his relationship to me, but they asked him exactly what the fuck he thought he was doing and why he thought it was okay to try and expose a woman on stage. The bikers formed a respectful circle because my husband should have first crack at them, but they were there if he wanted them, according to all sources. The chavs ran like the hounds of hell were at their heels. We finished the song and I said a huge thank you to the audience. The venue promptly banned for life the perps, or pervs, who were caught on a lot of cameras. The worst thing was, it was the first time our drummer's kids, 10/13/15 at the time, had been to one of our shows. The bar staff hadn't seen anything clearly due to the crowds, but said, "Well, if Melafeonia's husband is squaring up to someone, then that guy must be an ass." Fuck, I'm so late for this one. Anyway, 2 years ago, a week before turning 21, was going to my bus stop on a Sunday evening. A friend dropped me there as I lived pretty far from when we were. Had my headphones on, crossing a bridge to wait for my bus, in an area I knew since I was 5. I saw a guy approaching me and noticed he was saying something to me. As I take an earbud off, he steps in and tells me to give him my phone and my wallet. I'm 6 feet 3 inches and was like 200 pounds, so mugging, though very common in my country, Argentina, was something that had never happened to me. Thus, and I regret this every day, I punched him in the face with my left hand. I'm right-handed, and he dropped to the floor, dead weight. He stayed there with his eyes wide open, staring at me, for like 10 seconds. We were both in shock. He then sprung up and ran away like his life depended on it. I cut a finger with one of his teeth, and it hurt like hell. When the adrenaline wore off, it sends shivers down my spine to this day. He cold benumbed, and he world v killed me right there, no doubt about it. He just happened to try his luck with a lucky idiot like me, who threw his first real punch and knocked him the fuck out. Wouldn't do it again though. PS. 2 days later I popped my left shoulder off really hard, had to have surgery, so I had really good timing with that. Already submitted to this thread, but I just remembered another great story point back when I used to work as a waitress. I had a problem with getting hit on. Not just the normal "hey you're cute, insert harmless pickup line here" type of thing either. I'm talking men grabbing me by the arm, whistling and making vulgar comments when I come out from behind the counter, propositioning me for sex, waiting for me to leave, and then following me to my car. Pretty creepy stuff. Anyway, my boss at the time was this tiny 4 minutes and 10 seconds Laotian lady in her 50s or 60s. She's pretty rough around the edges, but has a heart made of gold, and insists I call her mom. Q a Friday night, a huge guy walks in. Y smells of cologne and blunt wraps, and he will not take no for an answer. He stands at the counter harassing me, asking me for my number, insisting that I have to get in his car, insists he won't leave until he has my number, or I'm in his car. My boss hears this and doesn't say a word, just walks out from the kitchen with a cutting board and a meat cleaver the size of a fire axe. Then she starts cutting sausages with great force, right there on the front counter, while making constant, unwavering eye contact with the guy who won't leave me alone. Guy goes speechless and leaves, sits in his car and waits for his order to be done. Doesn't say another word to me, and I never saw him again. Years ago, I went to Denny's, an important part of the story that I'll touch on later, with a group of 4 or 5 friends, 2 of them brothers. We'll call those 2 Steve and Frank. Frank is disabled due to difficulties during his birth. His legs are all sorts of twisted and he walks, barely, with assistance of crutches. Steve is not too big, 5 feet 9 inches, kinda stocky, with a calm demeanor. It takes a lot to set him off. The Denny's in our area are all built the same. The exterior is concrete that is formed to look like uneven stones. Kind of like an old castle, I suppose, like this but smooth, painted, and there's 2 sets of doors, the outside and the inside, with a waiting area between. As we're all walking in the first set of doors, a couple of douchebags, DB1 and DB2, are walking through the inner. We are passing in the waiting area. They've been eyeing Frank as they pass, smirking. It's okay, it happens when they get outside. I see in my peripheral vision DB1 mocking the way Frank walks and laughing with DB2. I was just about to say something to Steve when he raised a finger and said, "1 minute guys, I'll be right back." Oh shit. Steve walks to the outside, stops and says something to DB1 and points inside toward Frank. And then it happened. Steve slams DB1 against the side of the restaurant and DB1 stumbles forward. Steve slams him again. And again. And again. DB1 has no chance to recover between the slams against the concrete wall. The entire time this is going down, DB2 is looking both shocked and confused. He steps towards Steve and DB1, like he wants to intervene and help his poor buddy, but at the same time self-preservation and the desire to not be turned into hamburger meat overcomes him, and he backs away. If you've ever repeatedly smashed your hand with a meat tenderizer, haven't we all at one time or another? No, I'm 0x a ninja. Just you can imagine what DB1 must have felt and looked like after getting thrown full force against the side of the building repeatedly. Finally, after what was probably only 5 minutes, the time was moving really slow for some reason, so it seemed like forever. Steve just stopped. He said one last thing to DB1, looked at DB2, and said something while motioning toward DB1. Then turned around and came back inside the restaurant. DB2 and DB1 took off as quickly as they could, considering DB1's bruised and busted body. Steve didn't appear enraged or upset. Aside from what Frank and I witnessed moments before, Steve was Steve, calm, collected. We asked nothing about what we had just witnessed. Steve said nothing about what he had just done. There was no need. Hell, I remember seeing the front manager slash host give a slight nod to Steve as he came back inside. We had lunch. We talked about the important things like what dive bar to go to and shoot some pool. TLDR, douchebag mocks my disabled friend and his brother turns said douchebag into hamburger meat. Edit, words, grammar police. Had a boss at a place I used to work try to put my head on a pike, only to have it turn around on him. Overtime wasn't allowed, and I had worked about 4 to 5 hours that weekend. Because of this I had to take hours out of my work schedule during the week, so one day I got a call from my parents because my dad wasn't doing well, so I took a 20-minute longer lunch to make sure he was okay over the phone. Well, I had just given my 2 weeks notice and my manager decided that he was going to use me as an example when I got up to leave at my normal hours. He starts chewing me out in front of the entire team as I stand at my cubicle just staring at him. He finally gets fed up of me not responding, and I leave. The next day he isn't there because his parents were sick and needed medical attention. Ironic, huh? So I finished my hours, which put me to 12:20, and collected my things and left. Before I left, however, I wrote my boss's boss and my boss's boss's boss a letter detailing why I was leaving and that I refused to be treated like that in front of my peers, especially from my manager. What my boss didn't know was that my family had a long history with this company. So far so that most of the very high ups knew who I was and watched me grow up. None of this I made public because I wanted my qualifications to land me the job, not my family's. What my manager also didn't know was that my mother trained his boss and his boss's boss when they first started at the company, and actually is the main reason they were still in management and carried the positions they did. What later came was that I got a phone call from second boss and he explained how sorry he was and that I took the right action contacting him directly, and he understood. He still wanted to conduct an exit interview, but I refused to let my manager be there, so instead my manager got one of his friends to conduct it with second boss. His friend's eyes grew as big as saucers when my second boss asked about my mom, and we started talking about times and events that were 15 to 20 years ago, and he realized that second boss not only knew me, but knew my family very well, and that I was being coached on my actions by my mother. Needless to say, my ex-manager is no longer in management anymore and is lucky to have a job. This is my Steven moment story. Back in freshman year of high school I played CS with a clan made up of guys from other schools, mostly 2 to 3 years older than me. One day we were scrimming another clan online when one of their members, Steven, started talking shit to us. This didn't sit well with our leader slash shot caller Matt, who was one of those guys that took the game very seriously and had temper issues. The shit talking escalated to a point where Steven told Matt to meet up so he can beat the shit out of him. Through a third person after the match, Matt found out that Steven was going to call up some gangsters from a minority in our country. Back then they were known as people with nothing to lose and wouldn't hesitate to bring weapons to a fight. The one-ape gangsters in all of us started calling up all our friends to join us. Everybody agreed to meet at an internet cafe. This LAN had enough to sit about 50 to 60 people, and all of our people from multiple high schools filled it right up from the main rooms to the private rooms. After all of us were there for about an hour, Steven showed up. Steven was a stocky kid who was barely 5 foot tall. Now we've seen pictures of him on MSN, but we've never expected him to be this tiny. As soon as he stepped in with 3 of his buddies from high school, everybody stopped what they were playing and got up from their chairs. I will not forget the look on their faces when they saw the amount of people that were there for them. The 3 buddies of his noped the fuck out while Steven stood there not knowing what to do. At that point the manager started to dial for the police. One of my seniors from high school then brought Steven over to Matt, telling him that maybe an apology is order. Steven started arguing about why he needs to apologize at all, and that's when my senior reminded him there are 50 guys watching him. In the end he not only apologized, but my senior made him get down on his knees and kiss Matt's shoe. Afterwards we let him go. The cops never showed up, our crowd slowly dissipated, and we went home. This incident made its way around our local CS community, and Steven ended up being interviewed by our community forum about the LAN incident. It's not something I'm proud of, but it sure as hell is a funny story to tell. My best friend is a peaceful giant. Not really buff, not really that tall. More like a robust and really resistant dude. Seriously, he is like a mountain. He's a noble soul, never messes with anyone, and when I start poking him or provoking him, he just calmly raises me over his head and puts me down gently but firmly on the ground. When we were on high school, there was this douchebag bully that tortured everyone. Once he started insulting my friend, saying shit about his mom, pushing him, that kind of stuff. Then, he said nobody took my friend seriously. Actually, he's the person that always gets ignored in a group of friends, so he's really sensitive about being taken seriously. My friend calmly stood up, picked up the largest stone laying around, just a huge boulder, and proceeded to chase the bulky, screaming he was going to crack open his skull. Obviously the bully started running and crying for mercy. Then this old mean female supervisor that everybody feared started chasing my boy. When she got a hold of him, he gently put down the rock, grabbed her over his shoulders, put her out of his way, then ran towards the exit, jumped the wall, and disappeared into the sunset. He didn't go home that day, or the next day. 2 days later he went home, really hungry and really dirty. He slept in a park for 2 days. Came back to school on Monday as if nothing happened. No one mentioned anything, no one did anything, and everything was completely normal. I was living in another state to get away from a bad breakup. During my time there I made friends with some unsavory types. A pill addict, a former gangbanger who did time for a drive-by. He somehow got shot doing the drive-by, a nog who became nothing but a slug living off the state, and a straight up alcoholic. Dude had a breathalyzer in his car in order for it to start. We were all drinking at my place on a weekend and we were all pretty strapped for cash, so kept everything we had pretty close. Cigarettes, loose dollar bills during our quarter poker games, etc. During a poker game the og asked me for a cigarette. I had to left and told him I'm having one before bed and one in the morning before I get another pack. We had been drinking hard liquor all night, which I had provided for the evening. We had been drinking till about 2 AM, so my memory wasn't really a constant stream. Point factors. I remember looking up, after analyzing my hand of cards, to see the og smoking a cigarette. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was a petty 160 lb 6 feet blonde hair blue-eyed do-gooder. I thought all these guys have their own unique qualities, and at heart all meant to do good. I was really skinny, because I was only eating about one meal a day, and using the rest to afford to live and drink. Point anyways, it suddenly clicks to me, this guy doesn't have any cigarettes. How is he smoking? I check my pack and it's faking empty. He took both, and was smoking one right there. I ask him, is that my cigarette? He answers by blowing smoke in my face. I stand up, he stands up. We wrestle on the ground for a few moments. The pillhead is kicking both of us. The gangbanger is taking the spare cash left on the table and the alcoholic is laughing. Point I managed to kick the dude out of my house somehow and lock the door, but I'm locked in with the other guys. They want out, so after a moment to collect myself, as much as I can, I'll let them out, and the og comes rushing in like a bat out of hell. Point my initial thought is to run, and I head to the kitchen. I'm basically blocked in. I got nowhere to run. He faces me and gives me this look, like you're all mine now. At that moment, that precise moment of his epiphany of I gotcha, I rush him and give one good swing across his face. He did the angel pose, literally, and fell backwards. I got in 2 more punches to be sure, maybe a bit cheap, but I wanted to be sure, before I was pushed off. Point his blood stain remained in the carpet the remainder of my time in that apartment, to remind me not to back down when people try to bully you. Point this is my personal story. It may mean nothing to you, but it proved to me I can stand up to any threat when given no other option. I've taken some pride for what I was able to do, even though I was totally out of my element and running away from my problems. It's minor compared to everyone else's stories, but when I was in 6th grade I was accused of selling cocaine. They had me on camera handing a baggie of white powder to an oriental girl. After hours of getting yelled at by the principal to fess up, and getting patted down, and searched by a cop, and having to dump out my backpack, and having my locker emptied, and getting searched again, and being made to take off my shoes and turn my socks inside out, and being told that my crying was proof of guilt, I realized they caught me giving a baggie of Crayola magic clay to my best friend, who was adopted from Korea. They only slowly told me the details of what they saw over the course of terrifying me, or I could have set them straight right off the bat. My parents paid extra for me to do art classes after school, and that magic clay was a big deal, and not affordable for most people. I gave my friend Jessica what I had left over after making a lizard sculpture that I was so proud of. I was seriously just a kid. I had never done drugs and never met anyone who had. By the end of the interrogation they had even gotten the cop to check down my pants in the front and back a couple times. When they dumped out my bag I had gum, and I thought I was going to get in trouble for that, and cried harder than I already was. The whole thing was awful. Point anyway, they couldn't get a hold of my parents, who were at work, way before cell phones, so they got my grandfather to come to the school. When he walked in and saw the situation, he told the principal he wanted to talk to him alone. I have no idea what he said to him, but when the principal came out he was crying. Not just teary or sniffly, but crying like a little kid. I had never seen a grown-up cry in real life until then. The only thing I saw my grandpa say after that was when he told the principal and cop that he didn't want to hear anything else from them in the future. He drove me home in silence, but he was clearly pretty angry. I never got an apology or explanation or anything, but I didn't get in trouble either. The principal never even talked to me after that incident. That was the first and last time I saw my grandpa be anything other than sweet and indulgent. He was the kindest person I knew, but he must have busted out something vicious when he was man to man in that office. About 13 years ago, I was 23. I was on the train with my little cousins, both 16. We were coming home from the city after seeing the Tree and the next game. I was sitting in front of my cousins and they were sitting in front of 3 drunk girls who were ridiculously annoying and loud. The girls kept putting their pickles off their hamburgers on my cousin's headrests, throwing french fries, and just being straight up obnoxious. I had asked them a few times to please stop, and that they were flirting 16-year-olds. Then it happened. A soda cup came flying over my head, landing in front of me. No, she didn't. I stood on my seat, lunged 2 rows back over my cousin's head, faked my chin up on the top part of the seat, and commenced to pounding down on the top of that bitch's head, while her 2 friends tried to pull her away from me. Not happening when I'm towering over all of you, while you're sitting down. All they ended up doing was helping hold their friend down, so I could get better punches in. My boyfriend at the time and my cousin pulled me off of them as we were pulling into a station, and I guess someone alerted the police because they hopped onto the train as soon as the doors opened, asked some questions, saw how drunk and disorderly the girls were being, and escorted them off the train. Everyone applauded the cops and then thanked me as we all pulled off happily ever after. When my dad was in high school he had a friend who they called Mad Steve. He was 6 feet 2, 210 pounds, strong as a faking bull is how my dad describes him, and a state champion wrestler. Anyway, Steve had some anger issues, hence the name Mad Steve. Well, one night my dad and Steve were riding around in Steve's mom's car, since neither of them had their own. Well, these 2 guys pull up next to them at a stoplight in some old Honda Civic. Dad and Steve were sitting with their windows down listening to music and waiting for the light to change. Then the guys in the Honda roll down their windows and stick out a fire extinguisher and spray it all inside of the car my dad and Steve are sitting in. Then the Honda guys laugh and drive off. Well, like I said, Steve was in his mom's car, and if it ever got dirty or messed up, Steve was faked and got in a bunch of trouble for it. My dad says Steve absolutely lost it. He was covered in foam from the fire extinguisher, so was my dad in the car. His face got beet red and my dad says he just starts screaming. Not words, just screaming. He peels out from the stoplight and starts chasing the Honda guys. Steve cut them off and forced them to pull over. Once Honda guys see jacked up, super pissed crazy Steve, they start trying to apologize and offer to pay for the car to be cleaned. But it was too late for that. My dad said it was the craziest thing he's ever seen. Steve starts screaming at the guys to get out of the car. Obviously scared shitless Honda guys refuse. Now this happened in 1972, so the Honda was this tiny little two-door car. Anyway, Honda guys obviously refuse to get out because they don't want to get the living shit kicked out of them. So instead Steve punches through the window on the driver's side door and opens the door from the inside and tries to yank the driver out of the car. But he's buckled in, so Steve can't get him out. Steve then decides that if he can't get the guys out of the car, he'll do the next best thing. Completely destroy the faking car. He grabs the door that he just yanked open and starts pushing on it as hard as he can and bends the door into a faking U-shape. Then he grabs the headrest and rips it off of the driver's seat and throws it into the street. After that, my dad says it was like flipping a switch. Steve completely calmed down, looked at the Honda guys and says, "You guys enjoy your evening," then got back in his car with my dad and drove off. The first house my parents owned was in central New York and on a few acres across the field from the house my dad grew up in. On our property and way back from a house was a small pig pen and 2 pigs. I was 4 or 5 and was being raised Catholic. This was before the separate little kiddie room / programs that exist now during the service, so you were expected to sit in the pews, listen to the entire mass, and act right. Which I did every Sunday. One day, I remember being in our kitchen, thinking about sinners, and wondering if sinners felt like sinners, or if they felt like normal people. I decided to find out for myself. Told my parents I wanted to see what being a sinner felt like, held up my little crucifix, and told them I was going to spit on it. Don't remember the whole back and forth, but ultimately, my dad told me that it was my choice, but if I did it, he was going to haul my ass out back and put me in the pig pen. I looked him right in the eye and spit on poor, crucified Jesus. Sure enough, he picked me up, slung me over his shoulder and headed out back, bouncing along. I remember feeling kind of smug, like, yeah, right, he won't do it. Of course he did. Plopped me feet first right into who knows how many inches of pig piss, mud and sheet. Pigs of course came right over, snorting all over / rubbing against me. Total terror hit me. My dad lifted me back over pretty damn quick. I was in there for maybe 15-6, but holy shit, it felt like a lifetime point. That was the day I learned that my dad does not fuck around. Never challenged him like that or doubted his consequences ever again. Gather round, children, and let me tell you of the time my friend Alan beat a man out of his shirt. When I was a freshman in college, I joined the D&D club early on, and my first dungeon master was a sophomore student named Alan. Alan was a strange fellow, somewhat analytical, lanky, and quirky. He quickly became one of my best friends from college. A mutual friend of ours recounted a few tall tales of Alan's past, including the time he managed to throw a pencil through a bully's hand in high school. He also showed me the proper way to hold a Chinese straight sword, claiming to have been well trained with it. I humored these tales, expressing how Alan was secretly Batman. One day, I was hanging out on my own when my best friend, next door neighbor at the time, burst in and asked if I wanted to go to the food court, the hub, and listen to pirate music with Alan. Of course, I obliged, and the two of us made our way across campus. When we entered the hub, Alan was standing one foot on the table, the other on a chair. A storm blasted from 2 computer speakers he held in either hand as he headbanged into oblivion. We quickly grabbed some food and joined him in this stance and act. As our friend Crystal greeted us as we are enjoying our shanty, another student approaches us. He is a lanky 6-foot-something dude. "Bro, hey, turn that off," he barked to Alan, who stepped down from the table to greet the newcomer. "It's pirate metal, man. Have some fun and join us." Alan cheered, opening his arms wide to welcome the guy into our group. As Alan did this, the dude bro scowled, shook his head angrily, and reached forward, grabbing the speakers off of the table and turning away with them, still plugged into Alan's laptop. Suddenly, in an instant, the expression on Alan's face turned from a friendly smile to a slack-jawed look of awe and disgust. They were crystal speakers. Oh. Alan's brow furrowed, and his eyes became red with the fury of 1,000 suns. Fuck no. Alan stepped forward, his movements a blur. He places one hand on the dude bro's shoulder and forced him to turn around. Had I not seen what happened next, I would not have believed it. Alan raised his fist and slammed it so hard into the dude bro's face. He hit the ground shirtless. Now, when I tell you this, I bet you're imagining him punching the guy, his arms flying up, and him slinking to the ground, now half naked. No. Alan punched this man so goddamn hard, the back of his shirt ripped open, and he flew out of it. The bulk of his shirt remained in Alan's hand as the poor bastard hit the ground, and the severed collar remained wrapped around his neck. Alan snapped back to reality as the dude bro's friends rushed to his aid, lifting his limp body by his arms. Alan turned to face Jake, Crystal and me, and simply shouted, "We need to go." The four of us grabbed the speakers, grabbed the laptop, and ran across campus to our dorm point. That was the day I realized Alan once threw a pencil through some poor bastard's faking hand. Was in Vietnam with my kohei. That's the Japanese word. That would mean the same as Paduan in regard to martial arts. At the time I was ranked 3rd degree black belt in American Kenpo, and he was ranked 1st degree black belt in both Hapkido and Aikijia-jutsu. We had employed 2 cyclo drivers, bicycle taxi drivers, at a previously agreed upon daily rate. In the evening we went to pay them, and they insisted on double the agreed upon rate with no explanation at all. We both held out money insisting that they accept, but they refused. I can't honestly guess why these 2 little Asian dudes thought that they could merit a turnaround deal like this, except that maybe they guessed we wouldn't want any problem with police. My kohei and I glanced sideways at each other and did exactly the same thing. Without a word we both pulled our hands out from under the money, letting it drift down to the curbside as we smoothly dropped back each of our right legs and shifted into sideways fighting stances with our guards up. We said nothing, and the 2 men quickly picked up the bills and ran to their cyclists. That was pretty satisfying. I played in-house summer hockey league hockey as a kid several years ago. We weren't very good and lost most games by about 8 to 9 goals. Most of us just wanted to play for the fun of it, all except for this one kid. He was by far the best player on the team, and yes, he let us know about it all the damn time. Every time we missed a pass or missed a shot, he'd be on the bench yapping at us. "Learn to pass. You guys suck. Just give me the puck and let me do it, because you guys can't." It was like this every game. Well, there one game we lost by 1 goal. I forget the score, but it was really close. We actually played well, and our goalie, who was one of the happiest kids I've ever played with, stood on his head. He was just dejected after. Lo and behold, the faking all-star lets loose on him on our way off the ice. "You shit goalie. You should just quit. We lost because of you." The goalie snapped and knocked the kid on his ass. Almost instantly, the kid's dad comes out of nowhere and grabs our goalie and pushes him against the wall. He made some kind of vague threat to the goalie because, you know, he's a tough guy. We were all 13 to 14. This guy was in his 40s, typical jerk-off sports parent. Little did the dad know that the goalie's dad was right behind him and had about 1.5 feet and well over 100 pounds on him. He grabbed the dad and said, in a very calm voice, "If you ever touch my son ever again, I'll see it's the last thing you ever do, and that's a promise. Do you understand?" All-Star's dad looked absolutely petrified. It was classic. Turned out the goalie's dad was on the LAPD SWAT team and could very well have done some serious damage to that guy. Needless to say, All-Star and his dad moved on to another rink, and the kid eventually ended up playing hockey at a D1 school. I only hope he lightened up. Out at the bar with a couple of my buddies. Some slum outside our base. Just a bunch of testosterone-filled bricks having a good time. Fight often break out. Nothing terrible. A few swings and then one buys the other a drink and they are best friends. We are out one night and we had a DD with us, as all responsible young people do. Anyways, he was a giant. A very gentle, combat-proven giant. So we are out, and we have a few FMs with us. Well, some random guy from another group just wouldn't leave her alone. So she comes and sits with us. He walks over, and we kind of give him the buddy. Just no, come on, but he is clearly drunk and won't go away. After a few minimums and most of us too drunk to care about the shit he is spewing, he decides to knock one of our beers over and says the obligatory, "Why don't we take this outside?" The argument has moved from leave her alone to the typical "my unit blah blah, the things I've done blah blah." so by now she is long forgotten. The unfortunate part for this guy was he knocked the beer into DD's lap. So as Hole kicks the sheety door open and walks outside. DD gets up and follows him, so we all do. By now we are wondering if this is going to be a teaching moment for this young guy, or if we should call a cab on standby. Point, we are all outside, and people are smoking and drinking, and have a good time. We look over at DD, and he starts to take his dress shirt off. Very calmly, carefully folds it neatly, and hands it to someone in the group. I pressed the button to call the cab service we use often. We were going to need it. This poor guy got his, and one of his buddies is handed to them in the worst kind of way. No flaying wild swings. No, I got a few good hits in at least. Dude barely had time to put his fists up before DD stepped up to him and knocked him over with clear smash to his nose. By the time the cab showed up, as Hole had a broken nose and a few boot marks on his face, as Hole too was doing his best not to cry. Good times. I've told this story on another thread, but it fits here. I was in high school and a new girl started halfway through the school year. I've no idea why, but from the first time she opened her mouth, the rest of the girls in her year, she was 3 years below me, were on her like a pack of dogs on a three-legged cat. It was absolutely relentless. They tormented this girl 24/7. It didn't matter what she did, they'd find something to rip into her for. She was just a sweet, quiet kinda nerdy girl who'd been targeted for no reason. She was the only Asian in the school, so also got a lot of ching-chang racism. Well, one lunchtime, she was sitting on her own in the cafeteria when the League of Teenage Cunts decided that they wouldn't stand for the new girl silently eating her food, so they walked over and knocked her drink over. She didn't react and just carried on reading. So another leaned over and spat in her food. Again, no reaction. So the one who'd knocked her drink over snatched the book out of her hand, said something about nerd sheet, and tore a bunch of pages out. The girl, without saying a word, sits perfectly still for a moment, takes her glasses off, calmly stands up, then grabs her tray and just beans the ever-living fuck out of the book tirer. The others just stood frozen in shock, so she beans another one, then drops to her knees, and just starts beating the fuck out of the girl she KO'd, screaming a torrent of 4-letter words the whole time. Despite being about 5 to 90 pounds soaking wet, it took 3 teachers to drag her off, and even when they had her, it didn't stop her kicking one of the bully's front teeth out. Bonus story, she had an even worse time of it when she returned from suspension, so me and my friends befriended her. Me and my buddies were all 6-foot rugby players. It was hilarious watching some snot-nosed beach try and fuck with her, and then the oops face when she was suddenly flanked by 4 or 5 of the rugby team. Problem? Didn't think so. Go sit the fuck down. In high school we were at lunch. Saw this Asian girl come into the cafeteria crying. Looked like someone had hit her in the face. She walks to her brother's table, who is known as an Asian gangster type. He was cool with everyone, but word was he was into some shit outside of school. I was a table away, and I heard him laugh and ask which one of these beaches you let kick your ass. She said Andre hit me. He went from laughing to holy shit scary in a split second. If you haven't guessed it, Andre is a dude's name. He gets up from the table and goes to walk out the cafeteria. I'm not exaggerating when I say this, 80% of the cafeteria followed. We thought we were about to witness a murder. From what I hear, someone who witnessed the girl get hit had ran and told a teacher. Even the teachers know the Asian guy's reputation. He couldn't find the kid before 2 to 3 teachers intercept him and brought him to the office. The whole time this was going down, the Asian kid was calm and not raising his voice yelling and shit. He just had a serious look on his face. This told me he was serious as fuck. People tend to puff their chest and yell shit. This kid had the calmness of a killer. I heard the reason why Andre kid hit the girl was because everyone was standing around joking and shit, and she was razzing him and took it too far, so he slapped her. The Andre kid had just transferred recently to our school, so he didn't know reputations and didn't know whose sister that is. The friends he did make told him that he faked up and he was going to have to try his hardest to stay away from the Asian kid. Apparently the kid got so scared that he transferred out of our school district. Not entirely in the line of ops question, But a favorite story of mine had a fake it when I was underage and would routinely go clubbing with my friend's older brother and his friends. As a 16-year-old it was great fun. One of the guys, let's call him Jim, was fairly well off and a furious drinker. We get to the club, having some shots etc. At the bar, Jim looks to his left and sees a hulking black dude in a cowboy hat. Where I grew up you would never see someone in a cowboy hat. As such, Jim's first response is to laugh. The cowboy gets understandably upset. Jim apologizes and explains he just was not expecting to see anyone wearing a cowboy hat and meant no offense. He offers to buy the fellow a drink to apologize. Cowboy obliges. Jim eventually has to ask, so the hat? Cowboy explains he is with the Texas bodybuilding team in town for a competition, which is apparently a thing. Cowboy leans back and reveals like 6 huge dudes at the bar behind him. Jim, welcome to the city, let me get you guys around. Do a couple shots with them and get on with the night. Fast forward to 2 AM. Jim is very drunk on the dance floor and dancing with some girl who is enjoying it. Girl's boyfriend intervenes and starts to punk Jim. Jim, not being one to take shit, just slaps the dude across the face and continues to dance with the man's girl. Guy gets understandably upset and a fight breaks out. My friend and I are just standing to the side, like deer in the headlights, but a couple of the older dudes we are with jump in, so too do the other guy's friends. Brawl on the dance floor, bouncers come in to break it up, and the other guys scurry off. Now it's our friends vs the bouncers. Side note, my friend and I were young and this was a very new situation. We were pussies and just didn't do anything to help, just watched in shock. Felt bad. Our first reaction wasn't to help. Our friends are getting their ass kicked and we start to think maybe we should jump in. Not that it would have helped. When no sooner do I look to the side and see the entire Texas bodybuilding team rushing the dance floor like a tidal wave, pushing people out of the way. They arrive and start manhandling the bouncers. Friends get back on their feet and now the bouncers are getting a serious beatdown. Pretty quickly the fire alarm is pulled and someone yells cops. The crowd scatters and we all rush out and run to our cars. Go grab some Burger King and laugh about the night. I'll never forget seeing a 250-pound bouncer literally getting picked up and thrown. I have a wonderful story about a man who lives a few houses down from me, named Frank. Frank has been a bricklayer for most of his life, which is not the most rewarding or well-paying job here. So, unfortunately, he did not have nice clothes and spent most of his free time in the local pub, getting totally hammered. One Saturday, after his usual 12 hours of drinking, Frank was accosted by 4 youths, complete scumbags, who saw an ill-dressed, fat, grey-haired man leaving the pub alone at 1 in the morning. Being the cheeky breakers they were, they thought he would be an easy mark to assault and possibly rob. What a lot of people don't realize is that fighting is not as much about strength as it is endurance. This is clearly something these gentlemen had not considered. After laying into Frank for about 20 or 30 seconds, they were exhausted. They clearly thought they had won, with Frank bloodied and on the ground. Then Frank stood up. They were clearly not anticipating this. As someone who had moved thousands of pounds of bricks every day for 40 years, Frank had developed the constitution of a god. These gentlemen were so perplexed by this unexpected event, they chose not to run away. This proved to be a poor decision. Frank beat the ever-living shit out of all 4 of them. 2 of them eventually managed to run away, and when the police arrived, 300 pounds Frank was standing on one, while choking a second blow and unconscious, and the police had to pull Frank away from them. My father was one of the interviewed witnesses, and Frank was let go while the other 2 were arrested. OHHO, I have a hilarious military story. I was in the Canadian Army, and during my basic we were in the training field over the weekend to simulate a trench line. By the way, digging a ditch in full combat gear when it's 50 degrees out, faking hell. I passed out twice. Regardless, the week prior the base had an open house for the public to come in and look at tanks and guns, and there was a mortal wound Macup station for the kids, and there was the general for LFAA, think Eastern Canada, and he was walking around taking questions and such. Regardless, back to the field. It was night 3 of 3, and we were all completely sleep faked, deprived to point of hallucinations, and we see something moving in the field. It's past the Carcentina wire line, and was moving closer to us. Finally my fire partner Ryan yelled to the other trenches for cover fire, while we ran up to investigate. Sure enough, there was a sun beach in a chilly suit crawling towards us. Ryan promptly tackled the person to the ground and put him in a halt while I zap-strapped him, drugged him back, and got the replacement fire team to take our place in our trench while we took our prisoner back towards our trucks, where the logistics tent was. Now I have to preface this with the note that it was pitch black out. Me and Ryan were relatively okay cause our eyes adapted. Our captain, however, fresh out of the tent with the lights on, was blind as a bat. So we captured an enemy trying to sneak past our lines. Good job, privates, you have some good eyes there. But we weren't supposed to have intruders tonight. Name and rank, boy? The captain said angrily to the prisoner. General Adams, sir, he said back in a condescending voice point, and in that moment everything was silent until it clicked what just happened, and in unison me, Ryan, and Captain snapped straight, saluted and yelled, sir. We were all scared. This is a man who can have you fired with a dishonorable discharge and a hefty fine if you look at him wrong. Point. The general started busting a gut at us, telling us to calm all the fact down. We're not in trouble. In fact, he was proud that we caught him and he was just out having a bit of fun before he left the base. Still to this day I feel like I dodged the biggest bullet of my life there. Point. Bonus story. Same general, same week, but this was around Tuesday I think. Regardless, lunchtime and the mess hall's full. Everyone's on their best behavior cause said general's just behind the David, and now come and practice in the mess hall. If someone drops a plate or a glass or whatever, everyone claps. Point. Well, guess who dropped his faking plate? The big G over there. The second that porcelain hit concrete, the entire hall went silent. No one knew what to do. A solid 10 seconds go by of this creepy silence, and then from the far side of the room a single clap. The general then smiled, and the entire hall just faking uproared like someone said the war was over. It was glorious. Point. That general was pretty cool in hindsight. Before she moved away, there used to be this kid on my block who would annoy the hell out of everyone. No one was safe from her or her posse of nose-picking brats. She had only been in our neighborhood for a year, and she was hated by everyone. She used to come into other people's houses uninvited, play, bully their children, and then wreck their house and leave before they had to clean up. Sometimes, she would bring over 10 children with her and expect to be pampered and given food, have full reign over the video games, and would steal other people's stuff. She stole my Rayman 2 disc, and I was never able to get it back. Back to the story. The Angelica Pickles of the neighborhood had picked my sister and I as her newest targets. She would come over, play with us, steal our stuff, and then leave. My mother tried to put her foot down, but this kid would actually open unlocked doors, as if she owned the place. If we didn't let her in, she would tell her parents we bullied her. On bad days, there would be about 12 random kids from out of town in our house, who would all steal our stuff. Point. Then, she messed with the wrong man. My dad. Point. My sister and I were playing in our backyard when we saw nearly 20 kids, all of them from out of town, circle around our house. My mom had went to the store, so it was just my dad. There were about 10 brats peeking into my house through the windows, but it gets worse. Point. Now, my brother was about 3 months old at the time, and he was a very light sleeper. Him napping for 2 hours was a miracle, so my dad was going to enjoy any time he had for himself, usually watching Band of Brothers or other war movies. That was until these kids began to bang on the windows and kick the door like they were the SWAT team or something. Angelica Pickles was leading them, screaming at the top of her lungs at my sister and I to let us in. Only thing was, we were still outside. This was going on for about 5 minutes before we sneaked around just in time to see our front door be flung open at speeds I have never seen before. My dad was in his sweatpants, nearly beat red in the face, holding my wailing baby brother. If looks could kill, they would all be dead. Point. The kids all backed away a bit before my dad unleashed his fury. I have never seen my dad that angry before in my life, but it was a beautiful sight because they deserved all of it. He screamed at all of them to get lost because, in his words, "You woke my son up, and I'll never finish Band of Brothers now." The kids thought they were gonna be sent to jail, though that was far from my dad's mind. He just wanted to finish watching TV. They all ran away, except for Angelica and her brother. He made them return all the stuff they stole from us, before banning them from our house. They had told their parents, and they threatened him with a lawsuit, but every other guy in the neighborhood was a cop/firefighter who just wanted their stuff back from these brats. They moved away a month later, but during that time, they never bothered us, or anyone else in the neighborhood again. Good job, Dad. When I was 11, I was on my 4th year of taekwondo, not a black belt either. I was probably at green or blue. We did a lot of contact sparring at my studio. I'd won a couple of medals for my age group. My friend and I were at the pool with his little brother, who was about 4. His mom was there, but this was the days when parents still didn't really pay too much attention. Two 14-year-old boys decided that a 4-year-old kid was great fun to pick on and were making fun of his floaters/goggles. Kid starts crying. Older boy starts splashing him in the face, then dunking him underwater. I see this happening, my friend, while a boy is one of those super shy, sensitive, pudgy redhead kids. He grew up pretty hot though. Good on him. I at the time was a scrawny as fat girl who wore glasses and had braces. I told the older kids to cut it out, or you'll regret it. They continued messing with the little kid. I waded over there. They were in the 2-foot wading area of the pool, and they began splashing me. I warned them one more time, then absolutely went apeshit on them. I went straight for the face, giving one a few hits, then turning on the other one. Blood in the pool. I broke a noise and gave 4 black eyes. The lifeguard had to pull me off of them. It was not a paid position at this pool. They didn't really do a great job. My dad saved a kid from drowning there once, too, once things were settled down, and the lifeguard got the story from all the people in the area. I was obviously in the right. The boy's mother came over, towing her crying black and blue assholes over to chew me out. The lifeguard banned the family from the pool for the rest of the summer. I got free snacks and juice from the vendor. I should add, I had a reputation growing up for being the super nerdy kid you just did not mess with. Got in lots of fights that I won. I never hesitated to defend myself or someone else who couldn't. Still don't. Even though I'm actually a big puss, my reputation has continued to follow me, and I've had to reinforce it a few times. I've got lots of stories in adulthood. Was with my daughter and her boyfriend one evening when 3 guys decided that ganging up on him to beat him up was the thing to do. I just stayed out of it. Figured I'd let the kids have their fun. After about a minute or 2 into the fracas, with him holding his own pretty good, my daughter figured enough was enough. First guy was on the ground screaming. The other 2 realize that they are next in line, untangle themselves from the situation as quick as they could. Daughter just stood there with the biggest grin I'd ever seen on her face, happy as heck that she'd finally gotten the chance to try out her new stun gun. She enjoys stopping fights, using whatever means is handy to her. She got into a situation once involving some drunk guys fighting over a woman, a cop, and a taser. It's one of her treasured childhood memories. Never turn you back on the cute college girl point. When I was a kid, I was at an auction with my dad. A guy wanders in, drunk, high on something, and mad at the world. He grabs a gun from the holster of an off-duty cop, waves it around screaming something about shooting everyone. People scatter pretty quickly, except for my dad, who basically says "fuck this" and rushes the guy. In no time at all the dude was down on the floor in his own blood. Guy away from him, with dad holding him until the cops come to take him away. Dad spent time in the military, dealing with shooters much more focused than that guy had been. Another dad story. Little sister's ex-boyfriend turned out to be a major drug dealer in Kansas City. So we get her back to our town. Ex comes looking for her a few days later. When my sisters find out that he's on his way to my parents' house, they disappear with dad's truck, as they didn't want to be witnesses to what dad was going to do with the guns and ammo he was gathering up. The ex got lost, never made it to the site of his execution, ended up doing a car chase around town after my sisters, where he put a car through the doorway of Countryside Satellite and Video Rentals, before bailing out of town. Later on he went to the strippy hole on drug charges, never made it out. I don't think my mom ever had to shoot anybody, but one of my favorite photos of her is silver-haired great-grandmother, sitting in the yard on an electric handicap scooter, holding an AK-47 with the gangster-style drum magazine. Wasn't a scooter, it looked badass for the photo. There was one time when I went to Home Depot with my mom to help her get supplies for a surprise gift we were going to build for my dad's birthday, a cabinet for all the model rockets he made with us when we were little. My mom had gone ahead to get the car, and as I was rolling the stuff to the car I heard a scream and saw some guy trying to shove my mom into her van at gunpoint. Now I'm normally one of the nicest and easygoing people you'll ever meet, unless you fuck with my family. I snapped, grabbed a 2x3 wooden plank, and charged the guy. I was so angry I couldn't even yell. All that was going through my mind was that I had to break this guy. He turned around right in time to see me swing the plank as hard as I could towards his face. I hit him square in the mouth with the thin edge of the plank with everything I had. The sound the plank made as it crushed his jaw was sickening. He flew back into the side of the van with such force he dented the passenger door, then crumpled to the ground. He tried getting up, and I kicked him in the face, sending his head bouncing back off the door. My mom then called the cops, and when they got there they were apparently startled to see me standing over the guy's unconscious body with the plank in hand, just waiting to see if he tried to get up again. They even asked my mom if I needed any psychological help. I was maybe 12 years old and in the backseat of the car with my sisters, dad driving, 5 feet 6 inches, and I'm gonna say a good 220 pounds of damn near solid muscle, and mom in the passenger seat. Dad's driving down the road coming up to a stoplight, was green, in the middle lane, the forward non-turn lane. Some dipshit teenager, 18 maybe 19, passes dad on the right and cuts left to turn across 2 lanes of traffic to make a left turn. Dad, ex-dirt track driver, so he knew how to make the turn and not plow into the side of the dipshit kid, makes the turn on the inside so as to avoid hitting the kid. My dad was beyond pissed. Follows the kid to a gas station, and dad pulls in, squealing tires and smoke going everywhere, slams on the brakes and slams the car into park, opens his door before the car was to a complete stop, jumps out and heads toward the kid's car. Kid driving car exits car and takes off running down the sidewalk, never looking back. Dad gets up to the car and is still beyond heated. The kid had a passenger with him that he left sitting there. The passenger is absolutely freaking out and couldn't unlatch his seatbelt, pisses his pants as my dad is yelling at him for being friends with an ignorant bastard. My dad's words. Passenger proceeds to offer as much personal info on the driver as is needed to avoid getting his ass kicked. Never saw the driver of that car again, and we waited for a good 20 minutes on him to come back, lol. // I used to be pretty heavily into tabletop war games, Warhammer 40k for the most part, and our local gaming shop was in a busy shopping mall at the time. It's a sci-fi/fantasy world, lots of lore, and careful readings of rules and so on. Basically everything that gets people labeled as nerds, geeks, etc. There's so much more to it, of course, not least of which is some phenomenal artistic talent amongst the really dedicated painters. But to the average passers-by, it's nerds playing wizards with little toy figures now. Being in a mall, we got all sorts of people. Most were indifferent, some were interested, some just kinda scoffed and walked away. But some, thankfully rare people, they decided to be bullies. To make fun of the nerds, be generally awful, and get their laughs feeling like big macho men. One weekend, gaming is proceeding as usual. A bunch of us have gone off to the food court for lunch, and some of these jackers decided to torment the ones still in the store. As luck would have it, these were mostly the younger insecure types. Easy prey. The staff tell them to buzz off, of course. They are not welcome, they are being assholes, get out of my store, the whole thing. But we all know they don't really have the power to do anything besides calling mall security to run them off, and getting them over from the far end of the building isn't a quick process. Fortunately though, my friends and I choose that moment to come back from lunch. This pair of average teenage bullies are having a grand old time pushing things as far as they can with the staff still there when they hear a distinct ahem from behind them. They turn around and see my group of 4, myself, freight handler, 6 feet 4 inches, 275 pounds, built like a Linebacker. The weightlifter, shorter, broader, about the same weight. The martial artist, just under 6 feet of lean, corded muscle. And the army corpsman, with the solid but deceptive build, subtly competent manner, and very Russian accent point standing there, much larger than they are, subtly menacing, very obviously angry, and unlike the staff, not bound by any employment contract to play nice. These are our friends. They've asked you to leave. Any further questions? The look on their faces when they realized that some of the nerds could happily fold them in half backwards? Priceless doesn't begin to describe it. About 3 years ago I got me and my dad tickets to a Fever A concert in Manhattan for his birthday. He prides himself on his music taste and really genuinely loves keeping up with what's new and hip and interesting to him. He lives in the suburbs of New Jersey now. After spending his entire life in the city, he moved out when he had me and my sister because he wanted us to grow up with the yard and all the things he felt he missed out on as a kid. But it has always been apparent to me that he really misses New York. So it was kind of a big deal for him, and he was so damn excited and happy the whole night leading up to the show. My father and I have never been extremely close and this was a pretty special thing for us to do together. The whole week he'd been going on about all the great shows he'd seen and all that back in the 70s stuff people who lived in New York at the time love to tell the younger generation living here now. Anyway, we get to the venue and it's extremely crowded, and I could tell he was kind of nervous about being a 60-year-old man at a packed show of a cool new band in downtown Manhattan. It kind of made me sad to see, and I suggested we get up close. I could see his eyes light up when he saw that his son was down to stick with him and watch the show by his side right by the stage. We'd gotten there early, so we got up to about the 6th row from the stage without pushing or getting in anyone's way. About 30 minutes later it starts getting really crowded, and people start shoving their way up front and my dad starts sweating and getting anxious. This guy well over 6 feet goes right in front of my dad, and at this point it was too crowded for us to move to the side or really move in any direction at all. I say something to the guy in front of him about how we'd been here waiting and can't see, and he tells me off. My dad butts in and says something, and the guy calls him an old man and straight up tells him to fuck off and get to bed. My dad seems heartbroken and suggests we just watch from the back when this Australian guy next to us who had apparently witnessed the whole thing gets involved and tells the guy he better move before someone moves him. The tall guy blocking us goes off at him, calling my dad all sorts of names, and as they argue eventually pokes the Australian with his finger, and without a moment's hesitation the Australian faking headbutts this guy in the chest, and he immediately collapses to the floor and into a swarm of legs and feet. Security had been making their way over since the arguing began, and by the time they got there and the guy, catching his breath, gets up every single person and ours and his back, and says the tall guy in front of us had started it, and had it coming, and he swiftly gets removed. My dad gave me $40 to go get drinks for the Australian guy and his girl. Drinks at venues in Manhattan are faking pricey, and we went on to have one of the best nights we've ever had together. A night I truly cherish. I hear a lot of shit about Australians online, and especially in the city, but as far as I'm concerned they're bad as guardian angels. The more the merrier to all good-natured tough guys out there, from a scrawny guy who has never been able to physically defend himself. Thank you. My dad was super chill and taught us well growing up. I always respected him, but he never gave reason to fear him ever. I never saw him drunk, never saw him mistreat my mom or anyone else. Just a sweet, good man. He took me hunting when I was about 8. We'd come out of the woods and were cleaning some squirrels in a small creek beside the car when a couple of truckloads of good old boys rolled up. This is rural Kentucky, so that's almost never a bad thing. People are generally very good to each other. Not this time though. For some reason they were convinced that my dad had stolen tools. They were building a small bridge with up the road a bit. My dad was surrounded by men, but he was super calm. He said, "Who speaks for you?" and proceeded to show the guy our car, even opening the trunk. He was friendly and relaxed, but I could see the men becoming more agitated. Whomever stole their sheet must have taken some of these guys' best tools. Leader guy says, "How do we know you didn't hide the stuff to come back for later?" and starts towards my dad. I noticed he made a fist, though he hadn't drawn it back. I remember shaking because I was scared. These guys were going to dispense some mountain justice to someone, and it looked like we were on the menu. My dad, still super calm, racks his shotgun, shoulders it, and points it right at the guy. He said, "You are scaring my son." The guy stops solid. My dad continues, take another step forward, and I start the killing. Turn around and we are done here. I remember one of the other guys said, "Let's go." He doesn't have it, and they went back to their vehicles. My dad went back to cleaning the squirrels, and they watched us until we left. I remember watching his hands cutting the skin away, and seeing them not at all shaking like mine were inside my jacket pockets. I talked to my mom years later about this, and she wasn't really surprised. All she really said about it was those boys made a good choice. Dad never wanted to talk about it. About all he ever said was some people can be assholes. I'm gonna call him tonight. Think I'll thank him for such a great childhood. I love that man. I was hot redding around in an old Camaro once, and we had just dropped an LS1 motor and a 6-speed transmission in it. So I'm zipping around the Atlanta area and started heading north on I-85 and eventually got on 365. Highway Georgia 365 isn't that crowded, so it was easy to open up and fly like a bat out to hell when the road was clear of cops. So I see a junker's old truck. Looked like a Chevy S10, beat up, rusted out, and the thing looked like it struggled to go anywhere. I got behind him and then took off and passed him. It was an obvious gesture of disrespect from me, a look at what I can do and what you can't do move. This guy took off like a faking rocket to the damn moon. This truck came right up on my ass and stayed there. The faster I went, the faster he went. At about 85 miles per hour, I just floored it. But I never got away from him, and he just kept on tailgating the whole time. I eventually pulled into a store and he followed me into the parking lot. We talked a bit, and he told me he put a 496 big block and a transmission from a wrecked Corvette into it. So this all wasn't as dramatic as a fist fight or anything, but I certainly felt showed up and couldn't win. TLDR, don't assume a grandpa truck can't smoke you're arrogant, as because you're in a hot rod. In junior high, my friend was raped by a classmate on school grounds. She went to the police and the school about it, but neither group did anything at all. They didn't even remove him from the class they shared together. Her very large family was basically planning to kill the guy. As much as I hated him, I couldn't stand by and let it happen, so I told a cop I knew, who intervened and saved the guy's life. I, however, was not letting him off the hook. The next day, I cornered him in a deserted hall after school let out and proceeded to beat the ever-living shit out of him, ending by kicking him down 3 flights of stairs. At the end, I leaned over right into his face and told him that if he ever even looked at any of my friends again, I would finish what I started and kill him. He took me very seriously. From that moment, I was 14 until I moved from my hometown at 18. If he saw me or any of my friends anywhere, he would run in the opposite direction as fast as possible. He ended up begging the administration several times over the years to change his school schedule to get him out of classes he was in with my friends. I was known as someone with a hair trigger, and after word got out, people left me alone, but it was the one and only time in my life I gave my anger free rein on someone. I don't regret it in the least. I can only hope he still regrets ever touching my friend. I have a good one. My cousin told me this story from when he was in high school. For background, my cousin is a man of his word, and if he says he's going to do something, he'll do it, no matter how absurd. To avoid confusion, I'm going to tell the story from his point of view. So, when I was in high school, there was this one guy who was a complete asshole. He was the kind of guy that thought he was all that and a bag of chips because he was good looking and popular enough that it all went to his head. One day, during lunch, I'm with my friends and he's sitting a little further down at the end of the table. I don't know why, but he decided to start taking little pieces of his pizza crust and start flinging them at me. He's laughing and throwing pizza crust at me. I ask him to stop, but he continues. At one point, I say, "If you don't stop, I'm going to stand up and throw this chair at you." So he laughs and says, "Do it." Thinking that I won't, he keeps flinging little pieces of pizza crust at me. I slowly stood up picked up my chair, all the while he's got this cocky grin on his face like he still thinks I won't throw this chair. So I threw the chair as hard as I could at his face to save time, and because I'm tired of typing this on my phone, the kid got suspended because he became belligerent and cursing at the principal, and my cousin got in school suspension. The principal knew the kid was a douche. When he asked my cousin for his side of the story, my cousin told him what I just told you lovely people. All the principal said was, "Well, sounds like you gave him fair warning." My cousin only got in trouble because the principal couldn't let kids get away with flinging chairs at people. The end. When I was pregnant the first time, we lived in a house split into 3 suites. A was upstairs, B and C split the basement. We lived in B, and a new guy moved into C a couple months after us. My boyfriend befriended this guy, much to my dismay. He was on parole and dealing drugs and shit, and he went over there for a small get together one evening. Now, my so is 6 feet 1 inch and about 180 pounds. Not huge looking, but he's a landscaper, so he's strong. The guy in C was about 5 feet 9 inches, maybe 140 pounds, and the relevant guy from the party over there was 6 feet 6 inches and big, probably around 280 or 300, mostly fat. So I'm at home asleep when the door opens. I half wake up, assume it's so, and go back to sleep when all of a sudden there's a commotion. Turns out the big guy came over to our suite. At the time I didn't know why, so noticed and straight dragged him out of our house into the common area. As I'm coming around the corner, I see him land about 7 or 8 face shots in 30 seconds and the guy dropped like a rock. Our neighbor pulled so off. The guy gets up and grabs an empty 40 to try to bottle so. Now I'm sobbing. Our neighbors trying to keep them apart. Eventually big guy leaves. I calm down and we go to bed. Wake up the next morning and it turns out the guy stole $1,000 we had in an envelope for damage deposit / rent we owed. That was the worst month of my adult life. We almost got evicted and so just wanted to go after the guy, hunt him down, and beat the shit out of him. Side story, the guy from C ended up evicted because he had another get together and someone got stabbed the day I gave birth to our daughter. So had to go home early from the hospital and scrub blood off our door. I'm a young, and even younger looking, woman in an extremely male dominated field. In my company, I went from doing billing for some of our branches to being the person who reviews contracts from our clients and does the initial round of negotiations, to being field personnel. On every job, people automatically assume that I'm either someone's kid or an intern. It's infuriating. My first job in the field, the client tried to make some sort of deal with our company regarding billing schedules and payment guarantees based on his interpretation of our contract. When my company's office did not immediately respond to this guy's proposition, he approached me in person because not only was I there on the job, but I was handling the billing for the job as well. He breaks into some legalese, trying to explain to me how we were being shafted by the contract, but he would be nice enough to give us a break if we, in turn, agreed to some slightly less beneficial payment terms. He made it seem like it was some obvious win-win that only a very smart person like himself could see, but it was clear that he did not actually understand the jargon that he was using, and B, he thought that I did not either. Neither of those were his biggest mistake, though. No, his biggest mistake was approaching me, in particular. Not only was I personally involved in negotiating the contract for this particular project, but I was the sole person in the mix who would actually know that he was wrong, and how dangerously so, because I understood more about our boilerplate terms and contract law than 99% of the people in my company. He literally could not have picked a worse person to try to intimidate. I knew for a fact that he was completely misinterpreting the language of the contract, that we actually had a much better setup than even the leniency that he was offering us, because we never would have agreed to the terms that he was saying our contract had, and that the thing that he was asking us to do in return for his kindness was actually an extreme amount of risk that could potentially leave us on the hook for millions of dollars. So, I unequivocally said, no, we are not agreeing to that, and there is no way our contract says what you are saying. I then briefly explained why, using the correct jargon, which, admittedly, sounds similar, but means something entirely different. It is an extremely important difference, too. He saw that he was getting nowhere with me, and left. He might have even said something along the lines of "yeah, that's what I said, insert original incorrect jargon." But, he obviously did not understand what I was telling him, because, later, he sent me an email about it, quoting our contract, and restating his original deal. I forget whether he either incorrectly quoted the contract, or quoted it correctly but obviously did not realize that he was quoting the exact line that made him wrong. Either way, this guy was obviously way off, and so I just sat tight, didn't respond, and waited for him to figure it out. I obviously gave him too much credit, because he did not figure it out. Instead, he showed up at my trailer, and condescendingly asked me if I understood his email. Ugh. I told him, in between barely contained chuckles, that he might want to reread the contract, because it did not say what he thought it did. I happened to have the contract with me, and pulled it out, to walk him through it. Guys, it was like watching his soul slowly crumble, and melt to the floor once he realized his mistake. Of course, a day or so later, when I stopped by his trailer, to talk to him about something else, and he then tried to go over the contract with me and explain it to me as if he had figured it out on his own, that it was some fluke, that I happened to point it out to him, and I must still needed it explained to me. Unconscious bias is real, guys. It is so real. Note, some ninja reddits for clarity. Small weird kid in school, who always got picked on. Somewhat new kid in school, pretty popular after just like a week or two, wanted to fit in, so he went and started making fun of the weird kid. Lot of people had done it, but I don't know what it was about the new kid doing it that made the guy snap. New kid said something, only saw it from a distance, don't know what it was, but there was kind of a small circle that formed that drew people's attention, and the weird kid's face just kinda crumpled up in rage, and he reached out, grabbed the new kid's nuts hard, twisted or wrenched them or something, and then yanked. Don't really know the technical details, but new kid went to the hospital and didn't come back for a few days. Heard he tore his scrotum and lost one of his testicles. When I was talking to a friend of his in high school, weird kid got less weird, new kid got quiet and eventually moved away in 8th grade. But no guy on the playground that day who saw what happened will ever forget the sympathy pains of watching that. I wasn't really looking around, but I like to imagine there were 30 people just like me there who saw it and immediately went OC'd and crossed their legs / covered their junk on reflex. Still the most painful looking thing I've ever seen in real life. I've got 2. The first, my niece, around 2 at the time, was at the pediatrician's office playing with a pinball machine like toy that was set into the wall. She was playing quietly when a woman and her 2 children came in, the oldest a 4-year-old girl and a boy my niece's age. The boy and my niece played well together, as taking turns is normal behavior. The little girl, who was now distracted from whining at her mother, decided she wanted to play and pushed the other 2 out of the way and played with no intent of sharing. My niece asked her turn a few times and, after being ignored, made a "fuck this" beach face and belly bumped the girl halfway across the waiting room. It was glorious child justice. The second, my story was in high school. I had this class with this one particular jock. His whole name is irrelevant. Jackass will work, and one of the members of it had couple, let's call them Terror and Maximum. It was a normal day in, and as usual he started talking smack about whoever he could that wasn't in earshot or big enough he didn't want to fuck with them. Today it was Maximum who was at the moment with Terror at her uncle's funeral. Well, Jackass starts talking shit about Maximum and the way he dressed, and that he was a little overweight, general demeanor, even the way he smelled, which he didn't. I started to get really pissed. He decided to take it further to Terror, calling her dog ugly, and how the 2 were made for each other, just being a faking douche. He decided to pull up shit from middle school, like the fact that some dumb bitch shouldn't be able to have special privileges like being able to wear a hat all the time when he couldn't. It was at this point I faking lost it. I jumped out of my desk, throwing it from me and throwing my trig textbook across the room. I shot right to him and jerked him up by the front of his shirt and started picking him up and slamming him back into his chair. Doing this repeatedly while yelling, "You dumb motherfucker, she had leukemia." You think they go around talking shit like you about no good pieces of shit like you? No. You dumb motherfucker. At this point the teacher and some students pulled me off, and I had to go sit outside until she came to speak with me. FYI I'm 5 feet 4 and weighed 140 at the time, and the jackass was about 6 feet 3 and weighed 230. She, who is an absolutely wonderful woman, walked out a minute later telling me that I needed to control myself and that I should never put my hands on another student, and although she didn't agree with what I did, she agreed with why I did it and that she was just going to tell them. I was going to the principal's, but instead stay in the hallway. Jackass ratted me out to his mom, who called the school. My teacher almost got in trouble and I was called into the office and wound up having to do some days in ice. After that everyone stayed out of my way and didn't dare to look at me cross-eyed. Plus Jackass kept his faking mouth shut from that point forward. Overall I would say it worked out for the best. I worked in a sporting goods store when I was a teenager, specifically in the general athletics section of the store. The store was quite large and laid out so that on the far left was hiking / camping / fishing, the middle was apparel, and then general athletics / golf, tennis / cycling was on the far right. One morning, a guy came storming in looking like he was pissed off at something / someone. He goes straight for the apparel section and starts perusing the wares. Apparently, he was having trouble finding something, so he walked over to the only person working in apparel to ask her where the particular item he was looking for was at. The girl he spoke to, since she was the only one there, had a bunch of clothes in her hands. Since she was restocking, she told him, "Sure thing, sir. I'd be happy to help you find what you're looking for. Just give me a moment to put these clothes up, and I'll be right with you." At which point, he went completely apeshit. He started screaming at her, "You're a faking cunt. I asked for help, and you give me that bullshit? Fuck you." And then he cold corked her right in the mouth. She fell on her ass and started sobbing. The old timer that worked in camping / hiking / fishing saw all of this go down, and he walked over to the fat nugget. Fat nugget saw him coming and said, "The fuck do you want? You want me to kick your ass too?" Old timer just smiled and said, "No, I just came by to warn you. I wouldn't have done that if I were you." Fat nugget, feeling confident, replied, "Oh yeah, what are you going to do, old man? You gonna beat me up?" Old timer, still smiling, just replied, "Oh, no, I'm not going to do anything to you, but you see, that girl you just punched? Her boyfriend works here too. He works in general athletics, and by the looks of things, you've got about 5 seconds to start running before they beat you to death with a baseball bat they just grabbed off of the racks." Fat nugget turned around to see her boyfriend, myself, the guy from golf, tennis, and the mechanics from cycling jogging from the baseball bat rack, bats in hand. Fat nugget ran for dear life towards the front of the store. When we caught up, he pulled a pocket knife out and started ranting with his back turned towards the exit. "I'm going to come back here and kill that faking cunt, and all of you too. Just you faking wait. You're all dead." What he didn't know, since his back was turned, was that the cops the cashiers called for had just shown up. One of the cops said, "Well, I think I've heard enough." Fat nugget turned around to see 2 police officers holding guns on him at point blank range. Then the shouting started. He gave up without a fight and followed every command the police gave him. Fat nugget never followed through on his promise, and the girl and her boyfriend ended up quitting because of the incident. So one day my dad was trying to get some sleep when his neighbor started blasting music super loud. Well, apparently the fat drunken guy below didn't like that and thought the best course of action would be to bang on my father's door with a hammer. Now this was when my dad was still very poor, so not the best neighborhood by a long shot. Well, at 12 AM my father assumed it was someone trying to break in and assault me and my brother. Within what seemed milliseconds my father had his Smith & Wesson revolver, I think it's a .38 Magnum, pointed at the door. My dad yelled, "What do you faking want?" To which the guy screamed, "Turn off your faking music," and banged on the door again. My dad, still paranoid, opens up the door as quick as he could and told him it wasn't him. Drunk Asher didn't realize all the lights are off in her house, and that my dad was obviously not the type for gangster rap at 12 AM. ISAAID turn off your faking music asshole, I'll faking beat you with this hammer. My dad told him he had one chance to leave now. Fuck you man, turn off that music. This is when my dad took a step forward into the sheety yellow light of our neighbor's patio, the one blasting music, and the drunk could see that my dad was indeed wearing just underwear, the ones with the funny jokes like kiss here ECT. And that B, he had a giant as revolver aimed right at this dumbass chest. The man kinda whelped out an "oh shit sorry" and then understood the full situation, and it turned into "holy shit man, I'm so sorry, oh man please, don't shoot me, I'm sorry." Hammer was dropped immediately, and the man ran off. My dad kept the hammer. It was a good hammer. I didn't see the moment, as such, more the aftermath of it. Point. When I was a kid I had to catch a train and 2 buses to get home from school, and these were all public, so I saw all the regular commuters. During the changes from train to bus and then bus to bus, you wait at the station or bus interchange area, but they were where all the drug addicts and generally scummy people hang out. There were regular scummy people too, so everyone knew everyone in a weird way. Seeing arguments, fights, crimes, begging, harassment, etc. was all par for the course, but you get used to it and just ignore it. Point. Anyway, there was one guy who was a regular commuter. He was about 5 feet 10, not muscular or fat, but seemed like a big guy. He was the typical quiet guy commuter who sat with his backpack and read a book, and in all the years of traveling with him, I barely ever spoke to him. For the sake of the story we'll call him Bob. One afternoon we were waiting for the second bus when some tattooed douche guy, the sort that hangs out in public places with no shirt on, started abusing all the people at the bus stop. As usually, everyone basically ignored the guy where possible. Eventually he got around to Bob. The first few passes by shirtless Dick went ignored by Bob, but already there were a couple of the regular scum guys running over from the other side of the bus stop. Just as the other scum guys arrived, shirtless tapped Bob on the head, like knocking on a door. Bob closed his book and, with zero emotion on his face, looked at shirtless directly in the eyes. At that moment the other guys arrived and dragged the douche away. Later that week I was sat behind Bob on the bus when the 2 other scum guy boarded the bus, and as they walked past they nodded their heads to Bob in some sort of acknowledgement/apology thing. Once Bob got off the bus I asked the scummy guys what that was about, and they told me how a few years earlier Bob crippled a guy who had punched him for no reason. They said Bob got hit while reading, and before anyone knew what was happening Bob had destroyed the guy's knee in one swift movement. During the ensuing fuss Bob announced some people learn from a slap on the wrist, others only learn when you take something away from them. The scum know not to mess with Bob. In high school there was this one girl who was a perpetual bully and who spread a lot of rumors and a lot of snarky hate about a few of my friends. She was a huge bitch, thought she was going to get internet famous, worshipped $HA. You get the picture. Point. We were all goth, so we were used to it, besides one of us. I-lines call her M, but she was basically our goth mom, a senior who'd been hanging with our crew since elementary school, helped us all out when we needed it, etc. She was tall and super duper thin, but I swear to God she absolutely loathed bullies. Q lunch one day, M finds out that $HA worshipper has been talking shit about a few of us, made one girl cry, spread some really mean rumors. So naturally M goes to confront her, to ask $HA worshipper why she was saying these things. M is over there for like 0.05 seconds before $HA worshipper laughs, tells M she can do whatever she wants, and then calls her a crazy goth bitch. M immediately snaps, spits in $HA', and before she even knows what's going on, has literally picked her up by her hair off the ground and thrown her into a glass trophy case, wailing on her the entire time. I have never seen such a brutal smackdown take place so quickly. It was like a pack of wolves descended on this glitter-caked queen bee. The girl had to get facial reconstructive surgery. It was so bad. Point. It was over in about 4 seconds, but it was the most vivid beatdown I've ever seen in my life. Actually, mine is happening at the moment. I quit a very hard volunteer position at my kid's school, and then the next day the school assistant principal sent me an email saying I would never be allowed back into that position because they got so many complaints, but could I give them suggestions to make it easier for whoever took over. I've been doing this position for the last 8 months and no one has ever mentioned any problems, and I've constantly asked for specific things to improve efficiency. I replied to the email that I'd like to know what the problem was. They blew it off with a vague "we're trying to make everyone happy" response. I responded again, asking specifically what happened, why no one ever mentioned it, so I could correct my error, mentioning that I didn't like being blindsided by personal attacks with no chance to defend myself. They ignored me. So my friend, who happens to be the daughter of the school CEO, and I went in yesterday to work on a silent auction donation piece, and the wife of the president of the board of directors was there. We mentioned all this stuff happening and that was the end of it. Later we learned that my friend's dad had heard about it, sent the board president over to talk to the assistant principal and clear it up, and she told him that I knew exactly what happened. I'd been warned, blah blah blah. He mentioned it to his wife, who said she'd heard exactly the opposite, so she requested I forward the emails to her. So now the assistant principal is skating on thin ice because she burned a volunteer for the hardest spot to fill, and she lied to him and all the office staff about it. We'll see next Monday what happens from here. TLDR, school official burned me, and I had proof it was all a lie. She might be fired because of it. Well, honestly, it was me. I was in summer school between 5th and 6th grade, and we were on a field trip to Universal Studios. I was sitting toward the front of the bus, and I heard my sister, who was 4 years younger, call my name from behind me. I turned around, and she had big, scared eyes, and there was a kid sitting next to her with a smirk on his face. I didn't know what was going on, but she was pretty obviously freaked out, and so I said, "Knock it off, Dick." He immediately came up and sat behind me, and for the rest of the bus trip he would reach out and slap the back of my head, flick my ear, etc., while telling me he was going to kick my ass when we got off the bus. So then we got to Universal Studios and started walking single file through the parking lot. He kept up with the abuse until finally he got me a pretty good shot to the kidney. I turned around and punched him with my left hand. Don't know why, I'm right-handed. Then kept walking, fully expecting him to jump on my back and pound me into the ground. It didn't happen, so I looked back and he was on his knees spitting out blood. I was grabbed by a teacher and made to sit in the bus while the rest of the class enjoyed the tour. So a couple of days later, the two of us and our parents were called in to meet with the principal. Here's where I mention that he was black and I'm not, because they made it relevant. I was asked to give my side of the story. I told it honestly, except when I said what I had told him after he had been messing with my sister. I left out the dick part. I finished and his mother said, "Are you sure you didn't say something else to him?" I admitted that I had called him a dick, and she turned to the principal and said, "Well, I'm sure you understand how we feel about name calling." So it became racial for some reason, probably because that was all they had in the bag, and I was expelled. My parents and I walked out to our car, and before we got in my dad put his hands on my shoulders and told me that he was proud of me, that I hadn't done anything wrong, and that he would back me up if I ever had to do anything like it again. So yeah, they faked with the wrong person and the wrong parents, and they've gotten to wake up being them for the rest of their lives. In middle school, there was this tall, skinny kid. He was one of the tallest kids, and he was nice and calm. He was very smart, but he also did some weird things that would make you think he has OCD. He did bad in gym class, and he averaged at sports. Some big kid, who wasn't as tall as him, started to bully him with verbal insults. The tall kid, let's call him A, just ignored them. It wasn't until the bully got physical he snapped. Bully, you know what? Screw you, man. You're insane and no one likes you. I don't care if you're valedictorian. You're weak and can be knocked out with a single kick. Lol, IDC probably is hurt, but he just took it like a boss. After that, though, the bully punched him hard in the face. After that, I heard this calm, nice, tall kid curse for the first time. Bully punches him again. A, you don't fucking understand. Do you know why I ignore your dumb insults? Because they don't fucking apply. I'm stronger than you, taller than you, and much smarter than you, so if the insults come from you, I would not fucking care. Knocks bully out with a punch to the throat. So yeah, this kid just single-handedly destroyed the bully and now he was respected throughout the school. I'm not friends with him now, but in high school he continued to get good grades, started lifting weights, and became really good at basketball. My uncle, not blood related, grew up in a pretty dysfunctional family. His two older brothers would get all the attention, his mom was the not involved type, and his dad was a tough love kinda guy. Family fun for them consisted of the two brothers screwing with him until he snapped, and then it would take both of them, and the dad trying to hold him down, which they often failed at. I've seen the scars he has from his brothers stabbing him with pocket knives and shit when they were middle schoolers. Crazy stuff. Anyways, one day in high school my uncle's just minding his own business during lunch. Everyone's outside freezing their ass off in the cold for whatever reason. This one little sheet gets it in his head that he can get away with screwing with my uncle, who, even for his age, was a pretty big guy, and runs by him, flicking him in the air, laughing like an idiot. My uncle kinda just looks at the guy and goes, "Knock it off." Kid runs by, does it a second time, and my uncle doesn't touch him. He just repeats himself, "I'm asking you to stop." Third time, the kid speeds by, flicks his ear, and my uncle immediately reaches out, grabs him by the back of the neck, and throws him into the mud. Next thing you know, my uncle the Hulk is pummeling this kid into oblivion. Supposedly the kid was cocky because he knew karate, but my uncle smashes through whatever techniques the kid thought he had, picking him up and throwing him against the school building and cheat. Blood everywhere. It took 4 teachers to restrain my uncle. After that, the kid's mom went batshit and demanded the school do something, saying that my uncle must have had some type of martial arts training. He hadn't, and that it wasn't fair. For whatever reason, the school head kinda shrugged his shoulders. He was aware of my uncle's issues and wrote it off as self-defense, saying that my uncle did warn him twice. When I was 12, I was in the car with my dad. These two younger guys, maybe mid-20s, decided they didn't like my dad, probably his religious/political bumper stickers he'd always put on his cars or his way too aggressive driving, and they wanted to fuck with him. They got ahead of us in a turn lane, and when the light turned green they refused to go, so my dad tried to drive around them. They swerved in front of him at the last second, nearly causing us to T-bone them, and both flipped my dad off. The driver started getting out of the car and I remember my dad saying "stay in the car" with this serious tone that he barely ever used. He got out, walked straight up to the driver, who was standing outside his car, and knocked him the hell out. He punched him once, and the guy crumpled. My dad was about 60 at the time. He's maybe 5'7", 160 pounds, so he's not a big man, but he is also a Vietnam veteran who saw more combat than most people will see in movies, and he used to box. My dad walked straight back to the car, got in, and drove away. He told me not to tell my mom, but he broke one of his knuckles, so she ended up finding out anyways. A bit of background about me. I'm the kind of girl who only has a few friends and none of the cool kids would ever really want to hang out with me voluntarily. Normally the person who gets taken the piss out of, because I take things to heart. Anyway, last year of secondary school, in my sports studies lesson, my class were out on the field playing football. We got split into teams, 5v5, and I was playing against the school douchebag who thought he was better than everyone else. During the game he was being really cocky, and he was starting to piss me off. The break bell goes, and we all start packing up, except him. He decided that he wanted to blast the football at my face. When I wasn't looking, I just managed to block it. I'm a pretty good keeper. I walk up to him, ask him what the fuck do you think you're playing at, then proceed to grab him by the scruff of his neck, throw him into the ground and wail on the back of his head. I owned up to it when he told the teacher, and got to spend the rest of the morning chilling with all the head of year teachers in their staff room. Never got in trouble for it. They just kept me out of his way for a while. Word got around that I beat up the cocky lad and people started to speak to me, which was pretty sweet. Now he has to live with the fact he got beat up by a girl when he was 16. TLDR cocky lad kicks a football at me. I beat him up, get recognition from other classmates, and he has to live with the fact he got beat up by a girl. I was sitting in a Taco Bell drive-thru line late at night when I noticed this truck full of fratty guys, college town, were trying to use the rear exit as their way to cut in line. These guys were real assholes, laying on the horn, hanging out the window, screaming and playing music so deafeningly loud. The people to cars ahead of me were able to stop them from getting in line, but the car directly in front of me was just a little too slow on the pedal. As facts swoop in front of the car and start throwing trash out of the truck onto the dude's car. Guy gets out to sweep things off the windshield and is yelling at these dumbass kids. It's at this point I notice the driver of the car in front of me is black, and believe me, this will come up later. The line slowly progresses, all the while both the car and truck are honking at each other and yelling. Finally these assholes get their food, and as they pull off down the side street next to the Taco Bell, one of the guys leans out of the truck and yells white power, at which point the car in front of me peels out of the line after them. Guy in the car may have hit the truck, I'm not sure, but they quickly pull over to a lot just behind the parking lot and they start fighting. The guy takes on 3 of the fratty dudes at once and lays them all out fairly quickly. Then he gets back in his car and pulls up to the line, gets out and walks up to the window to get his food. I must have sat there for 5 minutes at the window telling the girl what the hell happened. When I got a rejection letter from a very prestigious school that both my parents taught at, Ivy equivalent, in the city where I live, I sulked for about a month before I decided I wanted answers. As all of you may know, FERPA waivers, standard practice at American universities, prevents you from accessing your files at a school. But I figured that I would ambush the dumb receptionist at the admissions office with a lot of legalese and a card from our lawyer that I'd printed earlier that day, forcing her to just give me my files to avoid conflicts. I've heard about this being done in several instances at WASP schools because they never know who's protected by Johnny Cochran. So I walk in, give my spiel that my FERPA waiver is null due to precedent because my parents work at this school and they have allowed us to look at files totally unrelated to my application in the past. Quickly this woman calls over her supervisor, who I presumed would be another joke. She leads me into her office and I repeat my memorized speech. She says, "MHM, who gave you this knowledge?" I respond, "William Goldsmith of Hammerson and Goldsmith, PC, fake company. He is our family's lawyer. I'm quite peeved at your stonewalling of this situation. I request to speak to the legal counsel of this office. Mr. Goldsmith is a serious lawyer, a Yale Law School graduate. I want this inquiry to be treated with utmost diligence." This woman looks at me with this viperous look. Oh, honey, me too. I went to Yale for undergrad and law. I should interject, Yale is a school of marginally higher caliber than this one, so this looked enormously pathetic and pretentious on my side, and it was only getting worse than I decide to still ram it home. "I request to speak with your legal counsel." "I'm serious," this woman assures me, "sweetie, I am." School's name, S legal counsel. "I represent this school in all legal matters and courts. Now get the hell out of my office before I call security. I have never set foot on that campus ever again." In high school I was a small kid, 5 feet 4 inches, weighed probably 90 pounds, soaking wet at the time. I was also in the choir. Of course some of the jock douchebags thought it was hilarious and said that I was gay and all that usual stupid high school bullshit. I usually just ignored them. One day, a bunch of them circled me near the end of the lunch period and started pushing me around trying to get me to play their game, so I finally did. I turned to the biggest one, whom I learned later was part of the varsity football team, and told him that if I was so gay, why would I choose to be in a group of people that was 95% female rather than spend hours handling other sweaty men in skin-tight clothing and then shower with them afterwards. Jock got mad, threw a punch. He was slow as fuck, so I ducked under his haymaker and landed a fast, hard jab to his throat. He fell down so fast I couldn't believe he was down. The rest of the jocks faking booked it. As soon as they saw me floor this huge dude point, the rest of my high school experience was pretty meh. Nobody ever faked with me again after that, but honestly I only chalk it up to knowing where to punch, and I got lucky. The dude never made eye contact with me again, and apparently one of them nominated me for homecoming king my senior year. I lost, of course, because barely anybody knew who I was. I thought I saw bouncer kill a guy once while in South Africa. This happened this summer as I was studying social inequalities in Cape Town. Cape Town is a large city, but this particular incident took place in Observatory, at a dive bar / pool hall type location. To keep this story short for all who don't know, apartheid in South Africa created a significant amount of racial tension due to their racist policies, and obviously some of these tensions spill over into life there today. Long story short, it was a great drunken idea at the time for me and 2 other students to ditch our guide. The general layout of the bar is a street door that lead to a large staircase, 3 flights, leading to the bouncer / id stand, which was staffed by this NFL linebacker of a bouncer. This black gentleman, matters later, was roughly 6 feet 4, shredded like a bag of cheese, and you could tell you didn't want to make his life difficult. He checks my party's IDs and we make our way to the U-shaped bar in the middle of a sea of billiards tables. I was sitting at the bar with my 2 other mates watching soccer, enjoying their 2-for-1 drink deals, taking it all in. Obs in general is a hippie / surfer type crowd associated to it, so as one would expect the bar was full of a similar clientele. I'm sitting at the bar when I notice a small argument at the pool table in front of me. Nothing I haven't seen at a bar before. Some other glance, but pay them no mind. The 2 scrawny hippie looking dudes were arguing about who knows what. Then it turns physical with one pushing the other. This escalates into a sea of people grabbing at each other to either pull people apart or get a few shots in. Now the whole bar is disrupted and everyone stops to look. Everyone, that is, except intimidating bouncer man, who calmly sits up off his stool, walks over into this sea of people and pulls out the 2 instigators, who I will now refer to Shaggy and Scooby cause it makes me smile. Shaggy and Scoob from the pile. From various parties yelling, I gather Shaggy bet on a game and refused to pay up. You know, simple dumb sheet, but Shaggy and Scooby are stumbling around using each other as support. The bouncer is telling Scooby and Shaggy to pay their debts and leave. Scooby is holding Shaggy up in the classic arm over arm drunk slouch when he calls the bouncer a kafir, spell check, which is a cardinal sin in SAP. Basically that word is the N-word, but 100x worse for concepts that were explained to me, but I still don't understand. But trust me, I have never seen someone react to a slur in the way this reaches people. Anyways, that magical word enters the bouncer's ears, and without hesitation he throws a right hook from God into Shaggy's jaw. Shaggy hits a pool table, and then the floor. Scoob, being the good friend he is, tells him to fuck off, and let's go home, picking his mate up off the floor. But guess what, folks? Shaggy isn't done yet. He utters the vile word yet again, but this time bouncer is not playing around. He grabs Shaggy off the ground, tosses a straight right into his nose, grabs him by the back of the shirt and belt and carries him 50 feet to the stairs and tosses his ass down the stairs. Needless to say, as much as we had no part in this, I felt it was the best for use to finish our drinks and leave. We finish our round, close the tab, and start walking home. At the bottom of the stairs we see a frazzled Scooby loading the demolished remains of Shaggy's body into a taxi. Needless to say, you should never fuck with bouncers. And seriously, never use the K-word. TLDR has a super slur. It was used in a bar, got a man punched in the face, though he was dead. 2 years ago in Paris, I was trying to look at the GPS map on my phone to get my bearings. We were on a little touristy square full of shops near the center of Paris, just by the steps to the metro station there. I was wearing a small purse crossbody style, and in trying to get the sun reflection off the glass of my phone I had sort of pushed it to the back of my body with my arm. In my quest to get a better look at my phone, I glimpsed movement coming up from the left-hand quarter behind me, and swiftly turned to face a rather short young man with hand extended to reach for my bag. He took another step in my direction and I realized he was holding a small knife in his hand, perfectly positioned to cut the strap as he grabbed my back point. At that moment my 6'6" spouse stepped up behind me and looked the guy straight in the face. He immediately made a sharp left turn and swiftly disappeared into the crowd. A few moments later, as we were on our way to our next destination, my spouse noticed him following a young girl with an iPad in a tote, which was gaping open as it hung over her shoulder. He was clearly looking for the right moment to snatch the pad and run. My spouse tapped him on his far shoulder, then tapped the girl and told her she should zip up her bag as a thief had been following her about to snatch it. The guy gave us an angry look, but then walked off in the opposite direction quickly when my spouse drew himself up to his full height and looked angrily at the man. This one just happened last week. I'm in Egypt and I've been doing some graphic design work for a small team of ex-Egyptian special forces for a new private training business they're starting. A friend of mine has been helping them with English lessons. This friend and her 13-year-old daughter are in a taxi, and she stops to pull cash out of the ATM while her daughter waits in the car. While she's gone, the driver starts feeling her up and won't let her leave. Stops before the mom gets back, but from the look on her daughter's face she can tell something's up. "You okay?" Daughter shakes her head, motions to the guy up front. She plays dumb as they drive to these guys' house for the English lesson. As soon as they pull up, she starts kicking the driver and screaming. I wasn't there, but apparently the look on his face was priceless as he sees these 3 special forces guys come out. They pull the driver out of the car and hold him. Daughter finally explains what happened, and they immediately start beating the shit out of him. I just caught the tail end of it, but yeah, no sympathy for child molesters, so it was pretty satisfying to see in a messy sort of way. They propped his barely conscious body up by the license plate and took a few pictures. Then when he passed out, they threw him back in the driver's seat and went back inside to start English practice. I'm in Tokyo, Japan, outside of a bar called Skrasmblen in the Shibuya district. Just a normal Friday with so many people coming through that people are starting to party in the street. There was a small altercation between 2 foreigners and the police station is right across the street, so a couple of cops come by to break it up. Japanese cops are less about law enforcement and more about making problems go away. A lot of them are unassuming. As the cops start to break everyone up, a random Japanese guy in a t-shirt comes up dancing, chanting "woo woo woo" at all the ruckus. He starts dancing around the shortest cop, a kindly middle-aged guy with glasses. The cop says in Japanese, "I humbly request that you stop." The guy in the t-shirt, who is clearly drunk, continues his woo woo and then grabs the cop's hat, puts it on and runs down an alley. Everyone else is distracted by the fight happening on the street, but I follow woo woo guy and the cop who chases him. I get there just in time to see the cop Aikido throw woo woo guy into a wall and land in a pile of garbage. I'm talking, this guy's feet were pointed towards the sky and he landed on his neck. I've never seen an Aikido move work live, but I do know that if the guy getting thrown isn't trained, he can really hurt his shoulder in the throw. The cop didn't care. He casually picks up his hat, puts it on, kicks more garbage on top of Mr. Woo Woo, and then goes back out to help his buddies. He gives me this "you didn't see nothing" look as he walks out. Mine's probably a bit tame, but when I was in school, these 2 guys sat behind me and used to chuck rubber/erasers at me, trying to get it in my hair. The girl sitting next to me was nice to my face, but kept laughing and encouraging them. I was suffering from pretty severe depression at the time and was doped up to fuck, so I sat there and took it for like months. Well, one day everything was going wrong for me. Parents were arguing, failed a test, etc. So I went into class and they did it again, and I just snapped. I wheeled around, picked up the table. I was a big guy for a kid about 6,4, and used it like a battering ram. I ran at them and pushed them so hard that we went through the wall, was a crappy wooden wall, straight into the class next door. They both were down for the count. I picked up my bag and went to the principal's office instinctively. I was suspended for a week, but when I came back they were like sheep. They would jump 6 foot in the air if I said anything to them, and girl next to me suddenly started to try flirt with me. I told her to go fuck herself and went back to studying. TLDR, put to jackass through a wall and got my pride back. No one will see this, so I don't care. I work in insurance. I finally got to use Estapel on another company. Basically what Estapel is a legal rule that prevents an insurance company from going back on their word. If an insurance company tells you something and you perform a task or action, then later find that that action is to your detriment because the insurance company faked up. Nah, you do you. Story time. My insured was filing through the other insurance company, we call them adverse carrier, and they had called him earlier in the day, advising that they had accepted liability and had set him up with a repair appointment and a rental reservation point. The AC had then realized at the last minute that they had never confirmed liability with their insured, so could not offer what they did to my policyholder. Unfortunately, my policyholder had already dropped his car off and was now stuck at the rental car place because the AC had cancelled everything and not informed my policyholder. So he called me. I called adverse. I informed them, since it was now 6 PM, the body shop my policyholder had dropped his car off was closed, meaning he couldn't get his car, and he had a cancelled reservation, and this was due to their error. They needed to fix it. The adjuster on the line was very apologetic, but said he could do nothing. I asked him politely if he knew what estapel was. He put me on hold. He got back on the phone with me 2 minutes later. They approved 3 days rental and sent a message to the body shop to release my policyholder's vehicle to him as soon as they opened on Monday. Claps hands and sweet insurance knowledge. There was this weird kid back in middle school. Standard nerdy looking guy, kind of short, glasses, very skinny, a totally unimposing kid. I never knew him too well. He was always very quiet and reserved. I don't think he had any friends. I'd occasionally see him during lunch sitting with the pigeons that gathered near the gym and feeding them. I guess the pigeons started being a problem for the school because they started using that sticky crap that gets all over the birds and drives them away. One day during lunch I heard some kids screwing around behind the gym and saw that 3 kids were back there throwing rocks at a pigeon that had gotten into the sticky stuff and was unable to fly away. These kids were real assholes. I think they were basketball players or something and were the type of kid who just thought they owned sheet. Anyway, I was turning away, intending to go tell one of the faculty that kids were behind the gym torturing animals, when I saw the weird kid approaching this group of guys. He started screaming at them to leave the bird alone, and their response pretty much amounted to "What are you going to do about it?" as you might expect from a group of 13-year-old assholes. During this argument, one of them picked up one last rock and beamed it at the pigeon, hit it pretty hard, maybe killed it, I don't know. Suddenly the weird kid was just stone, went totally silent and still. Then all at once he launched himself at the first guy like some kind of wild animal. The guy was shocked and lost his balance and fell into a nearby cactus. Then the weird kid charged a second guy and somehow managed to take him down, even though he was much bigger, and this kid literally picked up a rock and started cracking this guy over the head with it. I have to think he was trying to kill this guy. The third guy had noped the fuck out of there already, realizing they had indeed faked with the wrong person, and I started running over to stop this kid from killing somebody, but was beat to it by a faculty member who pulled the kid off after just a couple of whacks with the rock. Never saw that weird kid again. Come to think of it, I'm not sure I ever saw the kid whose head he was trying to cave in either, but I did hear that he had come out of it fine in the end. When I was in year 8, I was getting bullied pretty bad by a group of kids that were the year above me. It had gone on for a few weeks and my family knew about it, but there wasn't much they could do, except hope the school would do something about it. My brother, 4 years older, was in the bigger school attached to mine, but I could never point them out, because they rode bikes home, and we both came out from different exits about 900 m plus apart, to meet halfway and walk home. Across the golf course. Well, one day they got worse and were riding their bikes around taunting me before one of them punched me, and then they carried on riding around me before riding off. Well, one of my brother's friends saw this from her bus and called my brother telling him what was happening, and as they left to go down past the road where we met, she told my brother which one hit me had a red bike. So my brother was walking up the road, saw the kid with the red bike, yanked him off it as he walked past, and proceeded to punch his face in. I didn't know this until we met at the golf course, and he was like, "Don't worry mate, I got him. He won't be bothering you again." True to his word, the kid didn't come to school for a month, and when he finally did, all I got was an alright. His crew left me alone too. Not sure if this counts, but it did in my eyes. At the moment and work at an advanced dementia unit. It was my second day, and I was sat at a dining table with a few residents and an HCA, two of which could still speak and hold a conversation, about 2 minutes maximum, before it began again. I was talking to them both, and one of the ladies asked if I could call her daughter. I said of course, and she started looking through her bag. The HCA said don't bother, she'll forget in a minute, or just get a phone, and don't dial anything, she won't realize, and laughed. Then the other woman asked for these picture cards on the table, so I gave them to her. Same HCA said oh don't do that, she'll only steal them, and we'll be taking them out of her bag in the morning. She laughed at me and said it's funny because you're new and you're letting them wind you up. I responded, they are not winding me up, they have dementia, there is no malice or intent here. And then I apologized to them both. After this, I went straight to my mentor and reported her. The manager of the unit and the director of care were told. She was referred to go through training again immediately and cautioned. I was thanked and commended for advocating. What really upset me was the first resident found the number of her daughter. We called her together and they spoke. Second lady spent a while shuffling the cards, stacked them neatly, and gave them back to me. Fact, some people paid to care. I was in Jacksonville, Florida 2004. A few fellow Navy cooks and I was enlisted at the time, and a couple Marines we were friends were helping a few others move out of a complex that our command has ordered Navy personnel to move out of due to the violence, some gang fighting and drug dealing. Me and a friend, followed by one of the Marine friends, took some of moving boxes down to the truck. For some reason the drug dealer who had been watching the group of us doing all of this got tired of harassing us because we weren't responding, or reaction I guess, and decided to turn his harassment on our Marine friend. This Marine friend didn't really stand out. Average weight, average height, average looks. Just got back a couple weeks prior from an assignment overseas, so had been really quiet but friendly. Rumor had it, he had been part of a group solving some missions in a really bad part of the Middle East. But anyways, drug dealer decided to harass Marine friend. We watched as Marine friend was ignoring him, and both my friend and I knew some shit was going to happen. If drug dealer crossed line, drug dealer did. He grabbed me as I was walking past, and before he could even get any type of threat out, I was free. Friend and I proceeded to watch as Marine friend beat the shit out of him with like 4 hits. Put him in hospital. Our group was left alone after that. A couple of friends in early high school would try to bully me. I usually just ignored it, but I got out of hand. It was 4 of us, and we were at this one kid's house having a Diablo 2 LAN game, when his dad yells at us to go play outside as he is leaving. So we do. We play hockey with tennis balls in front of the house. I live in South Florida, and I got the fat kid on my team, so of course I'm the one who has to get the ball every time. The last ball to go off, I hit it, and the scumbag kid whose house we were at decides to let it go and say oh I wasn't ready, you have to go get it. I could tell they thought it was funny to make me walk past a couple houses to get it, so I get on my bike and pick it up, being the nice kid that I used to be. When I come back, they are all huddled over something during a water break and laughing, so when I go ask what's up, the same scumbag kid who lived there pours a huge like 32 ounces McDonald's cup full of ice water over me. They all start laughing like it's the most hilarious prank of the century, and failed to see me grab the kid's favorite hockey stick. Scumbag's face changed pretty quickly after the first hit to the head. Started screaming on the third hit to his torso, and started crying when I kicked him in the stomach. The other 2 coward fucks just sat there with their jaws on the floor as I got on my bike and went home. Never spoke to any of them again. My younger cousin was out meeting a friend she hadn't seen in about a year for a few drinks, but a couple of guys at the bar decided to start hitting on them. Fine, right? Except they didn't get the message and kept bugging them, going as far as taking her friend's drink while she was distracted and bringing it to their table. Eventually my cousin texts her older brother, who I was hanging out with at the time, asks us if we can give her a hand with the jerks at the bar that won't leave them alone because they didn't want to cause a scene and get the bar staff involved. We were only a 10-minute drive away and figured it would be fun. So To put it in perspective, the 3 guys at the bar were all pretty small. I don't think any of them were more than 5'8-5'9". My cousin and I are both over 6 feet, and although I'm a fat ass, still not the kind of fat as you want to pick a fight with. My cousin on the other hand spends 4 to 5 days a week in the gym, and is pretty jacked. So we walk up to the table, ask them to leave, and politely remind them to buy the ladies new drinks, to replace the ones they'd brought to their tables. No threats, stayed nice the whole time. But you could tell they had that oh shit monologue going through their heads, and left the bar right after buying them drinks TLDR. Bunch of guys tried to hit on my cousin and her friend. Unimpressed cousin calls for backup. Backup scares annoying guys out of bar. So back in high school I had a protector for a year or 2. He was older, who was the state champion shot putter 4 years running, so you can imagine the mountain of a man he became. Later on, we were enrolled at the same college and I ran into him at a bar where he was, of course, one of the bouncers. I'd come in on a fake ID and he came over to my table, where I was sitting with my friends, and said, "I know you. Don't ever do that shit again." From that day on, whenever I went into the bar, I always asked for Roy. When it came time to check my ID, he'd strap the over 21 band on my arm, despite me being 18 to 19 at the time. So this place, of course, instantly became my favorite watering hole. Point cut to a few months later, I'm sitting at a table with my pacifist friend Sky. His parents were hippies, and this dude keeps coming over and trying to start shit with Sky. I'd had enough of it at some point, and I'm not a small man by any means, 6'2", 200 number at the time, stood up. Dude just keeps on talking shit to Sky and me, and I'm standing on the balls of my feet waiting for him to throw the first punch, and just when he does, Roy rolls up with his 4DD mag light, blocks the punch, and proceeds to pummel the guy with that goddamn flashlight. Beat his ass all the way out the door and down the fire escape. Point I never got to stick up for my friend, but I still laugh my ass off at the thought of Roy wading into a fight with that giant mag light looking like a twig in his hands. I had just finished a training session with my college rowing club and we were going back from the boathouse to college across a big field, some of us walking, some on bikes, strung out across a fairly long length of path. Coming the other way were what I can only describe as some local scroats who were drunk and looking for trouble. They knocked one of my friends off his bike, but rather than start a fight 3 against 1, he didn't know how far away the rest of us were. He just got back on and rode off. Then, they came to 2 of the best rowers on the team. Let's call them Joe and Addition. These guys have known each other for years and are close friends. Joe is about 6 feet 2 inches, but very skinny. He's competed as a lightweight, and apart from rowing his main sports are running and cycling. Ed, on the other hand, is 6 feet 5 inches, and built like a tank. He's also been a rugby forward, and a heavyweight boxer. Like many guys that big, he is one of the kindest and most chilled out people you'll ever meet, kind of the opposite of angry small man syndrome. So Joe and Ed are walking along when they reach these drunk kids, and one of them makes his big mistake. He doesn't punch Ed, he punches Joe hard enough to knock him down. Point, if he'd hit Ed, Ed would have just laughed at him and kept walking. But instead he'd hurt his friend, and that was the only time I saw Ed actually angry. Point, the kid who hit Joe realized what he'd done and ran off. Ed strode after him, straight through the kid's 2 friends who tried to stop him, grabbed him in one hand, picked him up, slammed him against a wall, and held him there until the police arrived. My older brother beat the ever-living shit out of a guy over a hat and somehow never got punished for it. Point, in his senior year of high school, my brother was pretty tiny, about 5 feet 4, 5 feet 5. 7 years hasn't made him any taller. He shared a gym class with a 6-foot-something guy named Caleb, easily identified by his flaming red hair and propensity for faking with people. Point, one day, Caleb decided it would be a good idea to steal my brother's hat. Of course, rule number 1 of my bro in high school equals don't fuck with his hat, especially considering he had some serious anger issues. But Caleb gave no fucks and took it anyway, and my bro blew up. He punched Caleb in the face, jumped on his back to keep hitting him, faked up Caleb's nose, the works, and then he took his hat back and went about his day wearing a shirt covered in blood. That all happened in the first class or second class of the day, and yet no one did anything about him getting in a fight and faking a kid's sheet up. If they had, I would have known. He'd had most of his teachers multiple times due to being in a specific track. His teachers all knew me, and they occasionally used me to make sure certain messages got home. Little sister, professional tattler. I rode home with my brother then, so of course I got to see how the mildly faded white shirt he'd had on that morning was now spattered with blood. As a ketchup aficionado, I know what it looks like when you spray ketchup or some sheet on your clothes to look like blood and pretend to be hardcore. That was not goddamn ketchup. Also, he'd been banned from the art classes and computers. Hard to get the materials necessary to make fake blood in a high school without access to one or the other. Yeah, our high school was faking bonkers. TLDR, don't fuck with a short guy's hat, or he'll make you wear yours like one. Long time ago we were visiting relatives, and I didn't much feel like listening to old folk stories, so I went for a walk to find some place to buy a 6-pack. It was late, and I passed a few closed stores, and finally found an open store. I bought the beer, and started back, and realized I was farther away than I thought, and was in a part of town that the cops only patrolled in pairs after dark point. As I walked back I heard footsteps behind me and muffled voices. A group of 4 or 5 young men, late teens to early 20s, were following me. I was only a few years older than them, and in decent shape, but I didn't much like the odds. I took a detour down a well-lit street, and they kept following me. So I started talking to myself out loud and let it quickly escalate into a loud argument with myself, half gibberish and half random sentence fragments. Then I balled up my fist and smacked the heel of my hand against a storefront window loudly. I kept walking and arguing with myself, periodically smacking storefront windows to emphasize a point. I turned down another street, and when I got halfway down the block I stopped talking and stood still, and when I didn't hear anything I turned and looked back and there was no sign of them. I went back to my relative's apartment and had a couple of beers and wished I had bought more, but I wasn't going on another beer run that night. I did get a good story out of it though. This is a true story. I used to work as a security guard at boxing matches in Atlantic City. This night I was working a Holyfield fight. I got paired up with a guy and we were placed at one of the access points to the floor of ringside. Basically only trainers, managers, and serious money in this area. Now, some of you not from New Jersey may not realize that Atlantic City is kinda south of the Mason-Dixon line. The guy I got paired up with, I don't know his name, but he was a real sheet-heel, scraggly, racist old bastard. That's important. Coming our way is a guy with an entourage. Now it's pretty obvious to me that this guy knew where he and his friends could and could not go, and I was planning to just make sure everything was cool and send him and his pals on through. Not my partner though. He immediately gets irate and this dude's whole attitude starts barking orders at him. Listen here, you need a pass to get in here. Got it? The guy with the crew, he's huge mind you. Shut heel racist only comes up to the bottom of his chest. Kinda insane to even mess with him. I'm trying to radio for clearance. Big guy saying, man, I don't need a pass. It's cool. Just let your boss know Bernard Hopkins is here to see Evander. Now I wasn't much of a boxing fan, so the name meant nothing to me, but I wasn't dumb enough to try to tell this guy where he couldn't go either. Sheatheel decides to escalate the situation with, I don't care what your name is, you damn nigger, you're not getting in here without a pass. Bernard is a classy guy. He didn't murder him with his hands. He laid his hand on the racist's shoulder and said, what did you say? Kneel motherfucker, and pressed him down onto his knees with one hand. At that point I had to run to get a supervisor because they weren't replying on radio. During college, my fraternity was having a party when an altercation started in the front yard. One of our members, a short stocky guy we called Guido Balboa, went out to break up the fight. Guido was the calmest and nicest guys I knew. I don't remember ever seeing him angry before this moment, but he was strong. We would play keg toss, where we threw empty kegs up and tried to catch them. He would play with a full keg. Well, Guido walked out there and tried talking them down to no avail. It was obvious he was starting to get annoyed, but he kept smiling and didn't even raise his voice. Suddenly, Idiot Hash 1 threw a punch at Idiot Hash 2. 2 ducked, and -1's fist limply collided with Giddo's face. That ever-present smile slowly faded. -2 started to back off, while -1 took Giddo's inaction as a sign of weakness and got in his face. It was like watching a teapot come to a boil. A hiss turned into a yell as Giddo picked -1 up over his head and threw him over the fence into the bushes. -2 broke into a sprint, but not quickly enough. Giddo caught him and dragged him by the collar back into the yard. Just as -1 was pulling himself to his feet, -2 was also thrown over the fence into the bushes. The two idiots hightailed it out of there. It was like watching a faking movie. So this is pretty late, but if you're reading then you're in for a pretty good story about me. Many years ago I went to an overpass summer camp where I was bullied by 3 boys 1 year older than me because my sister rejected one of them, she being 1 year older than them. I didn't really know that the bullying was because of my sister. I just assumed they were the biggest faking pricks on the planet, bullying a kid that seemingly started out of nowhere. Overall I had a pretty shitty time at this camp. I rarely got to see my siblings, the food wasn't to my liking, I wasn't particularly friendly with anyone, and I was homesick. Well, one day during an evening program I sprayed one of the 3 boys with water from a hose, as I was doing to many others, enjoying the time. The ep was water themed and most people were enjoying it. The boys wanted to take the hose from me, basically like babies that just wanted a toy they didn't have, but I was having too much fun and wasn't trying to aggravate them. I was just feeling particularly good during that program. One of them tripped me and ripped the hose from my hand. I obviously retaliated, but then retreated when the 3 started chasing me, trying to find a counselor to hide behind. When I finally did, the fattest of the 3 kicked me in the balls so hard, I remember some skin broke, and there was bleeding. Writhing in pain I cursed at him ECT, and we all eventually met with the camp director. The boys threatened to suffocate me in my sleep, so that night I slept in the infirmary. The director decided to kick me out of camp for all the problems I was causing with the boys, and the fact that I was stealing food from my bunkmates, because I disliked the mess hall food so much. Fast like 3 years, when I was visiting during visitors day at the camp to see my sister, and while I had a migraine walking alone to the basketball courts to meet my brother, I saw one of the boys. He still looked like a total douche, and I was just going to ignore him until he said something about rapping my sister. I ran up to that faking piece of shit and he knew he faked up at that moment. I bashed his faking nose in. I told him the satisfaction from breaking his nose only matched that of wiping the cum off his sister's chin, and walked away to go play basketball. I never got caught. As a teen I was at a party when this guy named Carlos, who was known in my neighborhood as a thug, started faking with me. He flicked a cigarette at me, and I asked him if he would like to take it outside. Even though he was taller and older I knew I could whoop him. I loved to fight when I was younger, not so much now as I'm old and don't heal as fast as I used to. My friends knew what was about to go down so they followed, and when we got out front Carlos led the way out into the middle of the street. I was close on his heels. He turned around and lifted his hoodie to show a pistol tucked in his waistband. I'll straight up admit right then at that moment I was scared. He started to say, "What? You know the type?" With both his hands on his hoodie holding it up for me to see the gun, I leveled him. I hit him as hard as I could in the mouth, knowing he wouldn't be able to block any of it with his hands like that. He wilted to the ground, but one thing my dad taught me was do not celebrate. Make sure the fight is over before you turn away from it. I jumped on him and put 3 more shots on him to make sure he was out. Pulled the pistol from his waistband and walked shakily back to the house. Turned out to not be a gun, but a gimmick cigarette lighter. As a teen I was at a party when this guy named Carlos, who was known in my neighborhood as a thug, started faking with me. He flicked a cigarette at me, and I asked him if he would like to take it outside. Even though he was taller and older I knew I could whoop him. I loved to fight when I was younger, not so much now as I'm old and don't heal as fast as I used to. My friends knew what was about to go down so they followed, and when we got out front Carlos led the way out into the middle of the street. I was close on his heels. He turned around and lifted his hoodie to show a pistol tucked in his waistband. I'll straight up admit right then at that moment I was scared. He started to say, "What? You know the type?" With both his hands on his hoodie holding it up for me to see the gun, I leveled him. I hit him as hard as I could in the mouth knowing he wouldn't be able to block any of it with his hands like that. He wilted to the ground, but one thing my dad taught me was do not celebrate. Make sure the fight is over before you turn away from it. I jumped on him and put 3 more shots on him to make sure he was out. Pulled the pistol from his waistband and walked shakily back to the house. Turned out to not be a gun, but a gimmick cigarette lighter. One of my better friends, shall we name him James, is a fighter and a strong son of a beach. He's the kind of guy who's only ever had hard labor jobs, started baling hay at 12 or 13, worked carpentry and warehouse work lifting things with his hands that should have been moved with a forklift, all sorts of sheet jobs meant for machines. He's also the guy who everyone wanted to fight all through school, and whose dad would force him to put a beat down on dudes who suck at him. He walked away from being suckered instead of beating one kid and his dad found out. Dragged him to the kid's house and said you beat him or I beat you. Basically this is one of those I don't want to fight, but if you come at me, you're faking done guys. Fast hands, solid hits, good mental game and his ground game was phenomenal. I think it's judo he took. The guy is about 6 feet 0, 240 pounds of, mostly, muscle and I've never seen him knocked out, or even heard of it. I have a few stories from him. Someone in the next town over, the bodybuilder type guy, had a big problem with James. So he had his boys on the lookout, country boys playing gangster. Well, James and his other friend walked out of movie theater one night then down an alley to their car and 4 guys surrounded them. His friend shouts sorry James, and runs as fast as he can. James knew what was up, so he just dropped his head in defeat, but it was more so a fact, I have to do this. He proceeded to throw the first punch knowing he was outnumbered. Knocks one guy's jaw loose with a hook, grabs another by the head and slams his knee into his face. Then one of the others kicked the side of his knee and he dropped, and they pulled him to the ground and boot faked his ribs a little. So he grabs one of their ankles and pulls him down, slams the guy's head off the ground, grabs another and rolls on him choking him. One of the first 2 he hit is still kicking him, and he stares him down while choking his friend blue. He is forced to let go to block his face, because Buddy goes for a soccer kick into his chin then he rolls over and gets up quick. The 4 guys realize he's still ready to faking go and they scattered. When he gets back to the car our other friend is crouched beside the car calling up their boys to let them know they were in a bind, but it was unnecessary at this point. Another time he was at the bar. Some guy who had a problem with James. He's a big flirt and pretty funny guy. He definitely controls the attention of most rooms he enters, because he was getting all the attention all night kept trying to fight him. James doesn't fight unless he deems it necessary, so he let everything this drunk guy said slide. He likes to wait until people are sober in the morning then call them, or show up, and see how they feel then. On his way out the door the guy suckered him from about 8 o'clock, and within seconds James had him in a headlock on the ground with his legs wrapped around this guy's waist and he faking pulled. He glanced up and everyone was staring in awe, and he was just like, really? No one's stopping me? You're going to let me kill him? While the guy's friends and the bouncers just sort of stood back jaw dropped. He let him go, but the guy's never said shit to his face since and still admits, even though he hates him, he's the one person he'd never fuck with. I can write some more, but I don't want to scare people with the wall of text. I'll leave it at that haha. Never saw what triggered it, but we came to a halt behind a car, stopped at traffic lights. Then we noticed a biker just a bit off to the side, putting his bike onto the standpoint. Biker guy walked up to the driver's window of the car just in front of us and shouted something at the driver. The driver gripped the steering wheel and stared straight in front. Biker guy was obviously pissed off and kicked the driver's door full on with the sole of this big biker's boot. Obviously he enjoyed that, cause he then kicked the door mirror off, then just worked his way round the car. Front wing, kick. Passenger wing, kick. Passenger mirror, kick. Passenger door, kick. Passenger side rear door, kick. Rear wing, kick. And again for good measure. Then he strolled back to his bike. To make it just perfect, the lights changed to green just as he was getting settled on his bike, so he just popped the clutch and drove away. Throughout it all, the guy in the car in front of us just gripped the wheel and stared in front of him. I've no idea what he did to piss off biker guy, but he certainly faked with the wrong guy point me, and the guy in the car with me just watched in total silence, and it was only after biker guy was through the lights that we said what the fuck. The guy in front drove through the lights, parked up and got out to inspect the damage, and we drove on point to this day. One of the most surreal things in my life. I often wonder what started it, and whether driver guy reported it as a crime, but I suspect he just got his car fixed, and put it down to experience. In at the time, was this very quiet desolate senior citizen place, where everyone is always at home, and asleep by 11 PM. This one occasion, however, was the last time I ever went on a night walk in this town. I was passing by one of the golf courses and this 6'3" buff black guy with this duffel bag over his shoulder comes creeping out of there. It was odd to me, because I was thinking to myself, didn't that place close like hours ago? I didn't want to be rude in staring at him, so I looked the other way. Right as I do, I immediately get a text from a friend. This was when smartphones had just came out, by the way. So I pull out my smartphone and stand in place to try and text my friend back. As I'm texting, I notice that the black dude started walking towards me. I thought to myself, he is just trying to cross to the other side of the sidewalk is all. Well no, it becomes very clear that he is directly walking diagonally across the street and straight at me. I decide to say hi as he gets fairly close to me. There's no response from him, just him looking straight at me and going for me like a laser. It was at that moment that I knew I was about to get faked up. So a long time ago, my friend who was in the Marines gave me his spring-loaded black knife. This thing was vicious looking. It even had a safety on it that looked very similar to a gun's. I had reached into my pocket and this guy was now about 3 feet away from me. All he sees is me pull out the hilt of a black thing from my pocket, and here's a loud click. The dude made the most instant 90-degree turn I had ever seen. He must have thought that it was a gun. I was happy to see that I got to keep my face that night. So my family has a couple of these relatives who are about 10 years older than my brother and I. Most of the boys thought they were tough shit and basically had to learn their place from some form of physical altercation because they were really dumb. One started throwing some shade my dad's way. My dad is very much the kind, let's discuss and come to a compromise sort of person, and this punk took it as a sign of weakness. Not to brag, but my dad is awesome and a bit of a badass. I've watched this man stop a burning car rolling at a building to make sure it didn't catch the building on fire. Dad's not always the smartest in such dire situations, but brave as all hell. So this punk starts trying to pick a fight with my dad when my uncle comes around the corner saying that Jake, an 800-pound bull. I don't remember exactly how big Jake was, but he was a big rebellious bull that belonged in a rodeo because he was so furious all the time, and he was delicious when we finally slaughtered him. Had escaped his pen again. My dad moved to help while Jerkface ran into the house where my bro and I were watching the whole thing go down. We all watched my dad and uncle try to wrangle this bull while Jerkface is still talking smack about my dad. Suddenly, Jake the bull rams my dad in the chest to send him flying over a fence. We all then watched as my dad got up, jumped over the fence, and socked the bull in the face, sending the bull staggering before my dad turned its head to force it to the ground. After the two of them got the bull back into his pen, my father walked into the house, looked at this kid, and said, "Now, are you gonna knock off your sheet, or do I have to do to you what I did to that bull?" TLDR. My jerk of a relative tried to pick a fight with my dad, then proceeded to watch my dad almost single-handedly take down a huge bull. Edit, because I'm on mobile and autocorrect sucks. My grandmother once beat up the mother superior of a Catholic girls' school. My aunt Angela was kind of a sickly kid. She had asthma and allergies and just things that kept her out of class. She missed so much class she had to go to summer school for weeks. She would go to the same classroom without any other students every morning, and that was it until one day she gets to the room and there was no nun to teach there. The classrooms on that hall were being painted, and they left a note on the door for where to go instead. But when the door was opened, it was against the wall, and she never saw it. Living in fear of the nuns like all the kids did, she just stayed there all day, alone, with no teacher. At 3 o'clock she got up and began walking home. The mother superior saw her on the sidewalk outside of school and confronted her. She accused her of skipping school and slapped her across the face, leaving a big red handprint. When Angela got home, my tough as nails Irish immigrant grandmother saw that mark and walked up to the school to see exactly who the fuck slapped her poor sweet Angela. The mother superior told her that Angela had skipped class and was a bad child who needed to be disciplined, and questioned my, recently divorced from an abusive husband, grandmother's ability to raise a child. So grandma broke the mother superior's nose right there in the parking lot. This happened in the 70s and incredibly there were no repercussions. But from that day on, my mom and her sister Angela and all her siblings got away with murder at that school. Everything from sitting on the church steps, chewing gum, writing left-handed, whatever they wanted. Every man at that school knew that they were made men. In high school I had a few moments where I guess I was a bit of dick, but for what I considered valid reasons. The combination of public school, a dysfunctional home life, and a whirlwind of hormones tends to turn even the nicest man into a cynic. I was a nerdy introvert. I wasn't the most academically minded student, typically doodled pictures in class, stayed up way too late playing vanilla WoW, but despite all that I usually pulled great grades. Another trait about me is I'm over-analytical, brutally honest, a passion for justice, and can speak my mind pretty well. Reflecting back on that time, I guess I was actually popular as I tended to have really extroverted friends, all who were very well known and liked. Well, one day this typical douchewad jock was picking on a girl who was big into the holy mo look of the early to mid 2000s. This angered me. She was a shy, not so confident, but generally nice person. So seeking justice for the underdog, I began to aggressively berate this kid with insults, every insecurity, every flaw, shredding apart every fiber of this kid's existence in front of my entire class. This of course caused him to stand up and shove me, which made me smile as the adrenaline coursed through my veins. I encouraged him to hit, so I could spit blood in his face, and continue berating him, that I wouldn't even dodge. He could punch me to his heart's content, but there would probably be repercussions. I explained how I was well liked, a stand-up guy and overall a pacifist. I surely wouldn't fight him, but I knew a good dozen or so people who would after hearing that he did punch me. This caused a mental breakdown and the kid, this 200 plus LBS varsity football player, began crying uncontrollably in front of an audience and ran out of the room, and for a remainder of the period he paced in a circle and eventually began to sweep the outdoor floors. Funniest thing is, when he ran outside, I turned to the teacher and apologized for the interruption, and she simply shrugged it off, as if I had said everything she wanted to say. I did this 4 more times, all to kids who basically bullied others. The kid on the bus who'd make fun of the fat kid, the kid in shop class who made fun of the poor kid, the kid who revved his engine at the kids who walked home. That time was probably the funniest as I made the roll the window down gesture before unleashing my fury of words. Looking back, I do feel a bit bad that perhaps I shouldn't have been so cruel, but at the same time, when you see injustice in this world and the meekest of people stepped on and targeted for things they can't control, and you know that this isn't the first time as you see that defeated look in their eyes. I was lucky enough to be born looking a certain way and generally wasn't ever picked on, so standing up for the kids who really couldn't themselves I always felt was okay. It had turned the table around and maybe make someone think twice about treating a person like shit, and made that outcast maybe feel not so alone, that someone did care and have their back. Now I'm starting law school. I guess it was all in practice. A little late to the party, but after reading a couple of these awesome stories it reminds of the time I met Jim. Jim considered himself a bad as when he was 20. After growing up taking martial arts classes and usually being the baddest motherfucker on the playground, he started getting into the occasional bar fight and, up to that point, had won every time. His dad seen this, pulled him aside, and said, "You think you're a big man now, huh? I'll tell you what, son, you take those fists and you go from bar to bar and pick a fight with whoever looks like they could whip your ass." Obviously Jim's ego thought this was a great idea. So that weekend him and his friends did it, and after 2 bar fights he was still feeling pretty good. He took some whiskey and some cocaine and off they went to the 3rd bar. After perusing the guys and flirting with some woman, he finds his mark. Some guy wearing a cowboy hat and a plaid shirt, not uncommon since this was in a cowboy town, but he looks pretty buff. Jim doesn't hesitate and walks up to this guy, grabs his shoulder to get his attention, waits for him to look him in the eyes, and pounds him in the nose. Jim takes a step back and waits for him to fall, but instead the guy teeters a little bit, catches his balance, looks Jim in the eyes and smiles the toothiest, bloodiest of smiles. It was at that moment Jim knew he'd faked up. Apparently this guy hit like a sledgehammer, and it took him one punch to put Jim on his ass. Instead of jumping on him and finishing him off, the cowboy looked him over, finished his beer and left. Jim's friends stood him up, and that was the last fist fight he'd ever antagonized. He later found out the guy was a well-known bullfighter. TLDR paragraphs 4 and 5. Not too keen on telling my own stories, because I always feel like an arrogant usser trumpet, but at the same time it's a relevant thread, and I don't go outside enough to see anything fun happen to other people. This particular story took place when I was 12. I was a 5 feet 8 inches or so 110 pound spaghetti noodle at the time, currently 6 feet 3/135 pounds, which is not really better. I got bullied a lot when I was younger due to being scrawny, quiet, and having Asperger's syndrome. Eventually I stopped putting up with it, and various douchebags have gone down in pretty much identical manners to the following story. There was a kid I knew who was a short, stocky build, around 5 feet tall, and was 130 pounds or so of muscle and idiocy. This wildebeest thought he was God's gift to mankind, and if anyone disagreed with him then he would genuinely threaten to get his mom to sue them. He had been tormenting me for quite a while. I'm fine with someone doing it to me, as long as they don't get physical, or try doing it to anyone else. But as is tradition, he started messing with absolutely everyone, and was a general douche who was allowed to do whatever he wanted, because the people in charge were spineless wieners who couldn't so much as ask him to stop. Eventually, he was being a bit obnoxious, and I decided to leave so as to not fuel the fire. The moron thought it'd be a good idea to sprint out into the hallway, tackle me, and try to gouge my eyes out while he was putting his entire 130 pounds of weight on my throat with his knee. His reason for doing so? He was angered by, and these were my exact words, "I'm not a big fan of Halo." I was not a fan of his favorite video game, and that was grounds for assault and strangulation. Apparently. I rather quickly grabbed him by his hair, threw him off, shot a foot into his jaw with full force, jumped up, held him on the ground, and clawed/punched his face repeatedly for about 2 minutes until his mouth and nose were both bleeding profusely. And I think I may have accidentally knocked out 3 or 4 already loose teeth in the process, since he had a bit of a whistle issue when talking afterwards. His jaw was, surprisingly, not broken, and he was pretty well recovered within an hour. No, I don't believe in disproportionate retaliation. If you poke the bear, you deserve to have your entrails ripped out. He was held as a hero who stood up to the big mean bully, and I was treated like crap because I hurt an innocent boy who never did any wrong, as his turd sack of a mother put it. The only evidence they had that I had attacked him without reason was that the fight ended up being more one-sided than toddlers versus Chaos Space Marines. I'm not saying I was right in doing it, and I hate when something comes to fighting, but I knew from experience that nobody was going to help, and the old go get an adult thing doesn't work well when the kid can just hold you down and choke you, so you can't even shout. He never messed with anyone again though, as far as I'm aware, so I'm calling that a win. Back when I was in HS there was this kid that was pretty shady. He was friendly to everyone and a really funny guy, but nobody knew actual shit about him. Then one retard that really wanted attention decided to start faking with the shady kid for whatever reason. My guess was jealousy, as he was pretty popular with the girls and had stupid good grades. Even though he spent most of the day sleeping, the retard kid kept taking shots at the shady kid, calling him dumb, king of the hill, etc. As if that wasn't enough, he did it in front of everyone in the class, making everyone laugh. Sometimes the shady kid laughed at it too, as they were pretty funny insults. Then this one time the retard kid called him weak as piece of garb. Oh yes, I remember this vividly. The shady, that was in a pretty good mood at the day, immediately gave the retard the death stare and said, with a voice as imposing as that of an emperor, and chilling as death zone, "The next I hear you talking shit, I'll personally go and murder your sorry ass." The entire classroom went silent, including the teacher staying true to his name. The retard kid called him a retard that thinks he owns the faking place. The shady kid immediately stood up and walked halfway across the classroom, ignoring the teacher's warning, and straight up punched the kid in the chin, knocking him off his chair. He then went down to the retard and whispered, "I was right sitting next to the retard. The only reason you're alive is because I'm faking benevolent, but next time I see your stupid talking shit about me or anyone, I'll make you regret you were ever born." .VLC The shady kid got suspended, and when he came back he was as happy and funny as always, like nothing happened. The retard kid changed classrooms, as you probably guessed. Nobody ever talked shit to him or around him anymore. When I was about 17, I worked in an ice cream store in what would be considered the Mexican ghetto part of town, with lots of shack houses, broken down cars and empty storefronts. One week a nearby grocery store decided to hold a street carnival in the empty parking lot next to the store. The carnival had all the usual rides you wouldn't want to go on because you didn't know when they were last serviced. On the last night of this carnival I'm working and hear shouting and hollering, so I go outside to see what's going on. Yelling the loudest is what can only be described as a one-ape cowboy, and he is telling the beaners, his words not mine, that he has a gun and is not afraid to use it, so they have best leave him and his truck alone. He proceeds to show a group of about 8 or 9 Mexicans his gun by waving it in the air. The cowboy then decides to go on some of the rides, but first puts the gun back into the cab of his truck. As soon as he had closed the door of the truck, the group of Mexicans decide to throw him a beatdown, with all of them taking turns punching and kicking the guy. He never had a chance to take a swing for himself, let alone get his gun, as they had him on the ground and kept him there. 30 seconds later the cops come pulling up, and the group of Mexicans take off running and disappear into the houses behind the stores, not to be seen again. The man was taken to the hospital and no one could give any details as to who the attackers were. For the record, I'm half Mexican and have no bias one way or the other, but the guy was asking for that beating. I was on the receiving end of the wrong person / wrong moment. I was 9 years old, in 4th grade, when me and a friend were having fun between classes making up funny words which turned into making up funny names. Just nonsense words to have fun. Just then Wallace, a big, older black kid who failed a grade, walked by to get some water. He was always a quiet, shy guy, but he was bigger than everyone else. I never really met him, but this was halfway through the middle of the school year, so everyone sort of knew everyone else. Never had anyone had any reason to think Wallace was angry or prone to violence. So, as he walked by I said, "Hey Wallace, hey Wally, hey Wally Beaver Cleaver." I thought I was being funny and clever, and honestly, this was just 9-year-old good fun with absolutely no ill intent. I was seated in a normal desk with the opening to get out of the chair to my left. Well, Wallace was on my right, standing up, and he backhanded me to the face so hard I saw stars. I was a scrawny white kid with blonde hair and freckles, and I could not have weighed more than 60 pounds. I was not expecting this at all, but I didn't cry, and I never told an adult soul. This was the early 80s, so my teacher the next day took me out of class to ask me about it, but told her it was nothing. This incident faked me up though, and to this day I really don't let my guard down among people I don't know. I lost my innocence that day. I've mostly forgotten about it, but when I do think of it, I fantasize about finding Wallace now, sucker punching him in a dark alley in the face, breaking his nose, and while he's bleeding and confused on the ground, asking him how it feels. I'm now a very easygoing person who doesn't blow up or get too angry, very type B. I'm in control, unlike Wallace. I almost feel bad for Wallace, since he probably had a shitty upbringing, wasn't too bright, and wasn't putting up with 2 white kids making fun of his name. I get it. I was the one making fun of his name, which is why even at 9 years old I thought he had a right to be pissed. However, it did change me. I'm now no longer small or willing to take a beating. I'm in the gym 5 days a week, muscular, and know I can take a hit. I have become the wrong person to fuck with because of Wallace. I got drunk at a bar one night while I was with my friend and his older sister. This was back when I was like 20, so I shouldn't have been drinking anyways. So I'm standing at the bar and this random guy starts talking shit to me because I was flirting with some girl in his group. She wasn't even his girlfriend or sister. He was just being a dick point anyways. He tells me he's going to fuck me up. So I grabbed my beer bottle upside down and told him I was going to smash his face in. That got the bouncers called over. My friend explained what happened, and surprisingly they let me stay in and kicked him out. Point me being a drunk child, I couldn't let it go. I was now pissed, and this guy was the cause. My friends are begging me to leave him alone and hang out, so I lied about going to the bathroom and went outside. Point. When I got outside I saw him and his friend at the edge of the parking lot. I walked over to the guy and exchanged insults. He walks up to me and I straight drill him in the face. Just as hard as I could, right in the mouth. I thought it was going to put him down and it totally didn't. Point. The dude proceeded to beat the crap out of me. We went to the ground and he was on top just raining down punches on my left eye. I was swinging back but didn't have the leverage to really hit hard. Point. Bouncers broke us up and my friend and his sister took me back to the hotel. The next day my eye was so swollen shut that I had another friend's nurse mother check to make sure I didn't break my eye socket. Point. I definitely lost that one by decision, not TKO, so I'm not really ashamed of it. That was one badass faking kid and I learned a lot from fighting him. When I was a teen there was this cute girl that lived on the corner up from my house, so on the way home from work I would honk the horn, just tap it light, so you could barely hear it. We got along well, and she always was teasing me, but I dated her older sister, and it could never be, or there would be chaos. This went on for a while and eventually she got a boyfriend. Like the second week she was dating him, he was at the corner blocking the road and got out of his car with a couple friends. I'm thinking this idiot is going to do something to my car, so I drive around him, and lucky for me, he doesn't know the neighborhood. I took him for a ride down a road that, if you drive over 5 miles an hour you bottom out on a manhole cover that sticks up about 3 inches. I made sure I was well ahead of him, and there is a hill just before it, so I go over the hill and lock up the brakes and downshift. We are going probably 70 in a residential area at 11 p.m. Bam, screwball hits the manhole cover. I turn around and drive back past him and wave. Oh, don't do this kids. Next time I saw her she said her boyfriend told her not to talk to me. There wasn't much to say, but I knew her since I was pulling her around in a wagon. It was kinda sad. I always hoped she didn't get serious with that guy because he was an idiot with a future of nothing good in front of him. But girls like guys for stupid reasons in their teens. I was at boarding school in upstate New York and there was a large contingent of Koreans who were crazy as fuck and were always mad dogging people. This one day after formal dinner one of the big thick Koreans was faking WTH this really tall, quiet, kinda out of place kid from Chicago. The kid from Chicago didn't want anything to do with it, but finally the Korean kid pushed it too far. The tall kid's face and demeanor changed immediately as soon as he decided he was going to scrap. He was no longer shy and reserved as he had been. He stood tall and took off his blue embroidered Trinity Pauling blazer. He rolled his sleeves back with cool determination, no fear. He squared his body to the Korean student and held both fists clenched in front of his narrow bony face. The Korean was still trying to use intimidation, but it was useless. He realized it was now fighting time and started to charge in. He was hammered by 2 long jabs. The first slapped flush his cheeks and the second met his nose and eye socket. Chicago circled and struck again with another left jab first, and then a solid right cross found its mark. Point. Now there was silence in the crowd. The Korean student took a big step back to regroup. Chicago stood armed and ready. The Korean student uttered a war call and tried a Jackie Chan flying kick. His leg was too high, and he almost lost his footing. The tall boy from Chicago unloaded a torrent of non-stop left/right pistons to the Korean boy's dome piece. It was 15 seconds of pummel fest, and then it was over. There was a lot of blood. When me and my friends in college would get drunk, we'd take shit. Whether it was traffic cones, wet floor signs, stupid shit. One time, we went to a party after stealing the cone and we took the cone there. The people throwing the party hid the cone. A few days later, we roll up to their house to get the cone. and pretended to be gangsters. Once they opened the door, we rummaged through all their stuff, couldn't find the cone. Later that night, they dropped the cone off outside our door, painted black, with a note declaring war. We went to a party there again, and this time, we pissed in one of their face wash, vaselined all the doors, and shaved, as, with their razors. They came by our place asking who did what to their stuff. I had a headache, as I frequently get, and told them I wasn't in the mood for it tonight. They then put a tampon by our door and underpants with period blood on our door handle. I was in a relatively bad mood, headache, annoyed at other people, so I said fuck it, put my shoes on, walked to their place with my roommates, smeared a banana on their door, pissed all over their door, threw apples as hard as I could at their door. We then wrapped their cars with plastic wrap. Needless to say, they were pissed. When we did that, they then surrendered. Another story. Some girl decided to randomly knock on people's doors and knock touch them throughout the hall. I found out which room was hers. Me and my buddy went there, taped all over the door, every which way possible. People that had been knock touched thought it was hilarious, filmed it. It was a good time. As harsh as that first one sounds, it was all in good fun. Most of us are still great friends. The pranks had nothing to do with any falling out. I don't get angry often, or shout or yell, or whatever. One day I was waiting in heavy traffic for the left turn in between two major intersections. You often only have a few seconds to make it between light cycles, or else you're stuck there for another cycle. As I'm about to get my frame, this raised ugliest teal/baby blue truck small business faker rolls up across from me and blocks my vision completely for oncoming traffic. I throw my hands up like this, and the guy honks. I can't see into his truck because of the sun behind him. I inch out unsafely, since I don't see any traffic for a few seconds, and flip him off as I make my turn. The guy who also had started to turn sees this, and flips a beach to follow me. I drive fast, and the route I take is behind some stores and businesses, like an alley and empty parking lot behind them. The guy follows me at a safe distance, probably concerned about where I'm leading him. I pull back into the front parking lot, park my car, gather my sheet, and get out. The guy's idling in his sheetlord vehicle and yelling at me, and I just don't even acknowledge him whatsoever as I walk straight past his window and across his truck. I go inside to work. Few minutes later he's so irate he calls the business and tries to get me in trouble. My boss wouldn't give a shit, but coworker answered the phone anyway. Meanwhile I was telling coworkers what just happened. TLDR, nothing gets the best of a hothead with too much time on their hands more than ignoring them. It's the ultimate fuck you. Besides, what is the point of shouting and bumping chests anyway? Either you get out to fight, or you fuck off. I don't have time for your rate dance. Maybe late to the party, but it's a good story. I went downtown with my girlfriend to meet up with a buddy of mine from work. He is 28 and not all that in shape, but strong, quick, and happens to be an ex-boxer, a damn good one too. He's also a self-proclaimed greaser and has a solid Elvis-style pompadour to match. Relevant later, we met up, and turns out he had been drinking beforehand and was drunk already, but as that was the goal of the night, it was all good. We head to the chosen bar and have to wait in line to get in. This is where it all went down. While in line, some meathead juice looking guy starts making smart remarks about my buddy's hair, saying it's a little outdated, don't you think, and other BS like that. My buddy laughs it off, but drop a couple pretty subtle smart remarks about the guy's intelligence. The guy picked up on it and sucker punched my friend in the face, faking hard. Well, my friend stumbled backwards a little and tripped over a folding sign on the sidewalk behind him and fell on his ass. But sitting on the ground, he had the biggest grin on his face I've ever seen. One of those "thank you for starting this, now let play" kinda looks. Well, the other guy came at him on the ground and my buddy was back on his feet faster than I could blink and came up ready. Fortunately, this is where the story ended. I stepped between them and the bouncer grabbed the other guy. Took me 2 hours to talk him down and stop him going looking for this idiot. I've never seen someone be as happy as he was to be punched. The conservative, small town high school I went to, 2,000 students, was incredibly white. There was exactly one black family with kids in the high school most of the time I was there. Sophomore year I had pair class with one of the kids and the 3 black kids at the school. One day, while we were all changing into our gym clothes, some other guy from the basketball team started getting in this kid's face for some reason I never learned. The guy was flinging stupid high school insults at the kid, who was mostly just ignoring him, which the guy was clearly unhappy about. So he decided to up the ante and said, loudly and angrily, "At least I'm not an edger." Point at this point, the entire locker room froze and looked at what was going on. This was a word you just didn't hear at all, ever. We were all taught never to say it, and you never heard anyone who didn't take the lesson to heart saying it, because there was no one around to say it about. Even as a high school sophomore, I think that was probably the first time I had ever heard someone say the word out loud, in person, as an actual slur. I imagine that was true for a lot of the other kids too. As if it was scripted, there was a perfectly timed beat, and then the kid just laid the asshole out flat with one punch, right in the guy's face, flooring him. Another beat, and then every person in the locker room started yelling and clapping. Our school was downright fascist about anyone fighting. I saw exactly 2 people throw a punch in 4 years, and the punishment was usually severe, regardless of the circumstances. This was in the early 2000s, right at the beginning of zero tolerance, which wasn't applied as widely as I understand it is now, but was absolutely the rule for physical violence. The pet coach had a little office with windows that looked into the locker room, and he heard the whole thing, came out, looked down at the kid, who still hadn't stood up, and was bleeding a little bit. Looked back up, told the black kid not to do it again, smiled, and just walked away. That's one of the few things I think I will always remember distinctly from high school. I grew up in the 1950s and 1960s in Massachusetts. After high schools got integrated, there was tremendous racial tension. Fights were a daily occurrence and riots took place as well. We had an entire year where no one was allowed to attend basketball games citywide because there was so much violence. Like any era in any school, there were bullies. This was also the folk music hippie time. We had this long-haired white kid who played guitar and was very cool and mellow with everyone. But there was this black bully who made it his business to harass this kid. We had an Air Force base near our home, and this white kid was an Air Force dependent. He tried to avoid the bully and reason with him, but this bully was determined to fight. Finally, one day after school, the bully sees his chance. Him and the typical crowd of hangers-on bullies always seem to have catch the long-haired kid alone behind the school. I didn't see the fight, but I understand it only lasted a few seconds. The white kid's dad had served in Asia and the white kid had taken martial arts training. I don't know if it was judo, karate or what, but witnesses say he put such quick violent moves on this bully the kid couldn't even react. He was on the ground unconscious and the white kid walked away unscathed. It was like an episode of the show Kung Fu where the star, Kane, only used violence defensively. Feel like I'm late to the part, but I'll try. I think was 18 or 19 at big keg party on a farm in our small town. There were always big parties at Lucy's house. Her brother Mike was much older, like 27ish, and very, let's say, street, which always created an interesting spread at these bigger parties. Anyways, this one older lady, maybe like 35ish, was drunk talking shit to I don't know anyone who'd listen, but no one cared. Small town feeling at a party in a small town is nothing to fuck with for the most part. But this chick was lit, talking about how she just got out of jail and would beat the shit out of anyone who stepped blah blah blah. My buddy's sister Nicole, 21, also wasted, slightly bigger girl, was just strolling by, not even part of the generally circle of people who were in earshot of her. But the moment she was, and Nicole heard the "I'll beat down any beach here, I just got out of jail" riffraff, I witnessed the most brutal beatdown male of female I think I've ever seen growing up in a farm town. The events changing so quickly they square off. 2 seconds more dialogue exchanged. Nicole took off her shoes. Nicole connects 2 punches and her elbow and drops a small town vibe. Rejoice, our girl won, and shut up this random. That moment 5 to 6 seconds after the rejoice, when we all realized Nicole was still kicking her hard, more or less in the chest/head, like liver leak hard. Everyone like all at once was like, holy faking shit, stop. I can't remember if the other girl was okay, because it was a keg party, and I was 19 and only so many details remain. I've seen plenty of guys fight, and they always more or less stop at one point or another. That was my first world star moment. Another comment reminded me of another good story I've heard several times in my family. Point now to preface, this story involves my uncle Gordon, 6 feet 7 inch marathon runner, and some random douche from a gas station. My entire family is religious, but like in a reasonable, love thy neighbor don't judge anyone kind of way, so being aggressive is really not in their nature. Gordon went on to be a pastor a few years after this story took place, and my grandma, dad, 2 aunts and 1 other uncle are all either in, or have been in the ministry. It just runs in our blood. So anyway, my uncle used to be an elementary school teacher. Driving home from work one day, he stops at a gas station to grab a soda or something. He pulls into park, and to his left is a guy dumping out a car ashtray all over the ground. Gordon describes it as still being in teacher mode. That made him do it, but he furrows his brow, looks this guy dead in the eye, points firmly at the ground, and says pick that up. He says that this is when he really noticed the guy, kind of a rough looking guy, and starts thinking, oh shit, what did I do? But he has to stick with it, right? So he unfolds all 6 feet 7 inches of wiry muscled frame out of his minivan, and once again points firmly at the ground and raises his eyebrows, and by God, the douche faking did it. He got down on his knees and scraped up the buds and ashes that he could and went and dumped them in the ashtray. When he was done, Gordon looked at him, said thank you very much, and drove home. I lost my shit the first time I heard this story. He's such a gentle giant, but has the perfect I will fuck your life right up teacher face. Jokes aside, when I was 19, I was in a friend's party pad when this old biker dude showed up and wanted to buy weed. We were all sitting around smoking what grass we had and drinking piss beer. This old guy was like a dark cloud in the corner. He wanted an ounce of weed, way above our pay grades, but we set him up with a couple of stupid assholes that usually could deliver. So we are sitting there waiting for Dumb and Dumber to get back with this old biker dude's weed and nothing. The old guy gets up and says I need to use your phone. Pre-cell phones here. He rings up a dude and says I need you here now. These fakers just burned me. So not more than 15 minutes later the entire goddamn chapter of the Gypsy Jokers rolls up on Hollis and guns are out. Our teenagers are up against a wall with a very irate biker and his buddies that just lost $350 because of our idiot friends that decided to bail. He was walking up and down holding a .45 in our faces screaming about payback. First he took the cash out of our wallets, maybe $15 total between us 5, so he has his friends loot the apartment. TV, stereo, lamps, everything. He forced the rest of the guys into cars to go find the 2 assholes, and there was no room for me. So he holds the pistol to my face and says you better be here when we get back. So the caravan of shitty evening cruises off around the bend. 24 seconds later Myers was peeing away from a recent robbery scene in the opposite direction. Whoa, am I late to the party? Oh well. A few years back, my friend and I were watching a basketball game at our old high school. After the game, on the way back to his car we hear these group of guys revving the engines of their cars in the parking lot, and for some inexplicable reason my friend yells out, "Oh, you think you're cool?" After he says this, we get into his car, he puts his key into the ignition, and then, bang bang, one of the guys knocks on the window of his door. Guy, what did you just, expletive, say to me? Friend, promptly locks car doors, and rolls down window 1/4 inch. What are you talking about? I didn't say anything, my friend says, cowering in fear. Me, shaking my head. You shouldn't have said that, I say under my breath, quietly laughing. Guy, get the expletive out of the car. You want to act tough to my face. I'll stomp you out, he angrily yells. My friend at this point is sweating profusely. I can see the fear and deep regret in his eyes. He's thinking to himself, why me? I just wanted to puff my chest out a little. I wasn't expecting him to call my bluff. What am I going to do? But let's get back to the exchange between the two. Friend, I don't know you, man. I never said anything. I swear to God, he nervously says. Guy begins kicking his door. If you don't get your expletive out of your expletive car, I'm going to make you get out. Expletive, he apologetically commands. Friend, I'm sorry, I can't do that for you, my friend says as he pulls out of the parking spot. Guy spits on the driver's side window and gives the driver door a swift kick as we are pulling out our parking spot. The best/funniest part about this whole situation was that on the way back to my place my friend was acting as if he did the guy a favor because he would have hurt him bad. He actually told me that he went back to the same parking lot after he dropped me off. LMAO, what a load of BS. I'm usually pretty chill and have always been well respected by my superiors. I don't whine about bullshit and only speak up when something serious happens. Because of this, when I do actually complain I get heard. Point at one job I was the final nail in the coffin for a high school director. He was old, verbally abusive to students. The place was a death trap and probably a thief. I was the technical director, master carpenter, and set designer. The day before opening, he railed at a teenage crew head so badly, it took me an hour to calm her down enough so she could breath. I didn't know how to bring it up, so I called my mom for advice, as I was only 23 at the time. We decided the student should go to the principal, and I would have her full backing. When he called, I had 45 minutes worth of facts to tell him, including how I was woken up in the middle of the night to my phone buzzing with the director wrongly accusing me on the other end. I was convinced daily I would be fired or quit in a blaze of glory, and I could not with good conscience let anyone I know work there after my agreement was up. Oh, and he routinely stiffed me what I was owed. He did not have his contract renewed, and it was partially thanks to me. I was waitressing last year to save up for my wedding. One of the cooks refused to stop calling me by demeaning nicknames and touching me after I loudly and repeatedly asked him to stop multiple times. After one particularly bad night, I told my manager if it didn't stop, I was going to sue for sexual harassment. The cook was gone by my next shift. TLDR, I don't complain at work. When I do, I get people fired. Lesson: if you want to be listened to, pick your battles. High school freshman biology class. On the day before parent-teacher conferences, we had a test on genetics. The test involved filling out an 8x8 Punnett square, which is a grid with genetic traits listed along the top and left edges. The grid is then filled out, and the cell contents tabulated to determine the probability of different combinations of genetic traits. I finished the test in about 2 minutes, and got everything correct. The next kid to finish the test took more than half an hour to complete his Punnett square. Well, because I had finished so quickly and got everything right, the teacher ended up calling me a cheater in front of the class and gave me a 0 on the test. Now, I'm the sort of person who likes to keep his powder dry, so I didn't raise a fuss about the 0, but I did tell my dad about it. The next evening, my father went to his first and only parent-teacher conference to talk to my biology teacher. When my teacher told my father that I had cheated, my dad asked to see a copy of the test, not my test, but an unfilled out one. Then, right in front of my teacher, my father filled out the Punnett square in about 2 minutes and got everything correct. Unbeknownst to my teacher, my father has a PhD in chemistry with a concentration in genetics, and he had taught me a trick that he'd learned in college to quickly fill out Punnett squares and calculate the genetic probabilities. It was literally the only time in my life that my father helped me with my homework. My dad then hands the completed test to my teacher and says I taught him how to do that and don't ever call my son a cheater again, and then walks out of the classroom. I wish I could have seen my teacher's face. Postscript to this story. It just so happened that this same biology teacher was well known for never giving the same test to different classes as a way to curb cheating. On the day of our end of the year final exam, a friend of mine took his biology test early in the day, and it had been graded in class and handed back already. I asked if I could borrow his test to help study for my own final exam. I knew that all of my test questions would be different, but my friend's test would likely be similar enough to give me some insight. So, I went through the entire test during a double study hall and worked out all of the answers, and then I went to biology class to take my exam, and the teacher handed out the exact same test that I had just studied for the past 2 hours. I finished the exam in about 10 minutes, the next closest kid took an hour, and I got a 100%. My teacher never said a word about it to me. A band I knew used to practice at this warehouse. One of the guy's dad was using it to store insulation and he gave them their space so they could be loud without complaints. One summer we all started hanging out there while they practiced faking around in pretty harmless ways, making skateboard ramps out of plywood we found inside or chilling on the railings outside. One day I ran around another building to catch a friend by surprise or something. 5 minutes later I'm sitting on the railing and this guy who must be in his 60s approaches and gets up in my face asking, "What is your purpose here?" I had no idea who he was or what right he had to know anything, so I told him exactly what I was doing. Sitting point. Of course this continues on with him getting more annoyed and I get increasingly sarcastic. A friend intervenes explaining we were with a band and asks why this gobshite, me, wouldn't just say that goes into the band and has a colorful discussion with choice words describing me. Turns out he owned the buildings the band was in and I had run around. He put a stop to people not in the band being there and even warned he wouldn't allow the band to be there if he found out there had been more people again. I'm not normally a confrontational person and I'm likely to avoid trouble, but I thought this was just some grumpy business owner demanding I explain myself just because he was older than me. He made no indication of who he was or why I should automatically respect his authority. As far as I was concerned I'd done nothing wrong and he starts interrogating me. TLDR told owner of a retail park I was there for the purpose of sitting without knowing who he was. He didn't like that. Threatened to kick friend's band out of practice space. I was walking through downtown Copenhagen late at night. Obviously been out drinking. I was looking for my friends and girlfriend. We'd been separated a few minutes before because I had to pee or something when I walked past this group of 4 grown-as white men. Tight t-shirts, a few tribal tattoos up their arms and Bacardi breezers in hand. You know the type. Typical douchebags. One of the guys called on me. In my alcohol-fueled haze I couldn't hear what the guy yelled, so I turned around, looked at them and asked, "What?" That's when they came over to my side of the street and starting telling me stuff like, "You can't walk on our sidewalk," and I mumbled something back, and that's when one of the dudes grabbed me from behind and a second one started punching me in the face. The 2 other guys were just looking. So, the guy who punched me was a lefty. I've been doing a bit of martial arts, like boxing and Muay Thai, so it kinda pissed me off that he was constantly hitting me in the wrong eye, not the side of my face I was used to taking punches in, and that pissed me off grand point. So I took my chance and headbutted the guy holding me with the back of my head, and he let go just enough that I could somehow grab the collar of the guy punching me. I guess he'd hit me 3 or 4 times by now. So I started to return the favor and started punching him in the nose. I was in a mixed state of anger and fear. I really couldn't take down all the remaining 3 guys, and they could easily have had a knife. So I continued to hit the guy until he was literally lying on the street. The 3 other guys had obviously seen enough and just ran from their friend. That's when I panicked, ran away from the scene and the guy lying in the street. I found my friends and girlfriend, told them what had happened, and we returned to the guy, but he was gone by the time we came back, so he wasn't banged up that hard. Well, back when I was a bartender at a club in Roppongi, this faking huge African asks for green beer. I was like, "Beer with mint for Street Patties Day." He said no, green beer. Told dude that we don't have green beer. He gets pissed and starts yelling at me. I tell him we don't have any green fucking beer, so order something else or fuck off. He gets in a sahi and goes away. Hours and glasses of whiskey later he asks for green beer again. It is almost 6 in the morning and I'm irritated from dealing with drunks. Just told him no green beer and I get out from my counter to take the bottles out. Next thing I realize is that dude has me by the throat up against the table. Dude's hands were faking huge. He was a big guy, bigger than our doorman. I had no reach on him. Not a chance in hell to punch anything but his arm. I try to move to alert my manager. Dude looks at me getting choked and looks away. So now I'm just trying to not go out and on my last limb. Dude lets go and lets me get my breath back. Asks why I didn't give him green beer. Told him again we don't have green beer unless we put the mint liquor in it. He asks what beers we have. I told him Asahi, Budweiser, Corona. Then he interrupts me and said, "Well, you should have just said that you have a sahi, not green." I'm still coughing a bit, but realized through his accent and explanation that he was saying Kirin, not green. So I say, "You mean fucking Kirinachaban?" "No dude, we have a sahi super dry." So I pour him a beer and give it to him and say I'm sorry like the little beach he made me look like. After I close up shop, dude is outside and tells me that I'm going drinking with him. We drink till 1100 in the morning and end up being friends. Dude ends up being the executive driver for a high up person at an embassy and a kicker's friend. I'm the only white guy that can walk up to him, hug him, and call him brother on the strip. Good times. TLDR bodyguard African guy with heavy accent orders Kirin beer. Sounds like he is saying green beer. He almost chokes me out, and then we become brothers. This is in Roppongi, Japan. My pops has a really cool story that he enjoys telling whenever he gets drunk. When my pops was in his 20s, he used to cruise around with a lowrider gang called Low Sensations or something like that. After an afternoon of cruising, or whatever it is that lowrider gangs do, they would usually post up behind this hospital under construction and smoke/drink/do drugs. One day Big Man, the tallest, biggest member of Low Sensations who was famous for loving cocaine, got in a drug-induced rage and started beating on one of the younger members. My dad looked around at all of the other members uncomfortably watching or trying to ignore it and decided that he was going to have to be the one to step up and do something about it. So my pops, who was not much older than the kid being beat on and definitely much younger and smaller than Big Man, goes up to Big Man and says, "Hey Big Man, lay off of the kid." To which Big Man replies, "What? You want some of this too?" Big Man starts advancing on my pops. My pops, knowing full well that Big Man could definitely snap him like a twig, grabs a brick off of the floor and Fridays Big Man in the face. Big Man falls down screaming and clutching his bloody face, while everybody bolts. My pops avoided meeting up with his lowrider gang for a while after that, all the while being told by numerous people that Big Man was looking for him. After a while, he decided that his love of lowriders outweighed his fear of a beatdown from Big Man. He rolled up into that construction site and almost immediately came face to face with Big Man. Big Man, with half of his face still bandaged up, took one look at my pops, gave him a nod and a sup, and went his separate way. TLDR, a bone skinny guy was almost killed by the most muscular guy I have ever seen when I was 15. So about 7 years ago, I went on the Carnival Cruise Freedom. I've been on a few, where I attended the kids camp thing and met a nice group of people. We were on the top deck in this indoor casual eating area. There were buffets of salad and pasta etc. We had just finished eating and we were just talking about random kid shit when we started hearing shouting. The argument was between a slim woman sitting on a booth style seat and an obese woman on the opposite side, where there were just regular chairs. The booth style seat ran down the side of a small wall and the chairs on the opposite side were toward the center of the ship. Soon this male, who might have been suffering from malnutrition, walks up next to the obese woman and just stands there with a plate of salad while the shouting continued, mostly by the obese woman. Suddenly when the woman sitting in the booth style bench started to shout back, the man who couldn't possibly lose another round threw his plate of salad like a frisbee and it smacked the woman on the other side of the table square in the face with enough force for me to hear the impact from halfway across the room. Before the shouting resumed there was this loud hey, and a man who was at least 6 feet 2 inches with muscles so large you could even see them on his neck came storming over from behind the malicious duo. The shout was instant with such a massive amount of anger that I immediately understood that this was the woman. So yeah, just fucked with the wrong person. Peg. Immediately the man starts cowering behind his wife, who is so large that Brian Shaw couldn't reach around her without getting belly slapped in his face. But just as they were going back and forth, right next to a waiter in/outdoor, a waiter comes into the area with a plate full of food and it's just smacked out of his arms, making all the veggies launch into the air. Mr. Muscles finally grabbed Bone's arm and the amount of squirming made me realize that he was scared shitless. Just as El Gigant reached his other arm over to pummel the little sheeter, security swarmed into the room like ants pulling them apart. We started chanting Jerry 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 Jerry, and the entire dining area started echoing it as the three of them were being hauled away. All that was left was the slim woman crying on at the table with her hand on her head. A girl in my group went over to comfort her, holding her head to her shoulder and stroking her hair. The friend later told us the fight started when the obese woman said that the seat the slim woman was in was her seat. The slim woman had already started eating, and there was no indication that someone had been sitting there previously, so she promptly replied, "There are plenty of other seats, and besides you can't reserve seats," which is true. Way too late to the party, but in year 9, think that's middle school for you Americans, there was a guy who used to hang around with the school bullies thinking he was the shit. Of course, I'm one of the nerds, so I guess I'm an easy target. Over the course of about 2 weeks he decides to make me a target for whatever reason and basically starts a campaign of minor bullying and trying to get me to start a fight with him. I don't bother with him, because fuck that guy, I just want to go home and play on my PS2 anyway. This all comes to a head when we are on the yard at lunch playing football. I take a break to have a drink, and then this fuckwit comes over and attempts to knock the bottle of Coke out of my hand. He misses, so I retaliate and throw some back at him. He then walks over, snatches the bottle out of my hand and pours the entire contents over my head. I snapped. I'm about 5'0" if I'm lucky at this point, and this guy's pushing 6, but I don't care. I kicked him hard in the leg, which threw him off balance, and then just unloaded with rights into his eye socket. I don't actually remember punching him more than once. Last thing I remember is the sweet sound that first one made when it broke his eye socket. My mates said I threw 5 or 6, though once I've stopped he pulls himself up and grabs my apples, so I unload again in the same spot. This time he doesn't come back for more, so I walk away. Aftermath. His bully mates never faked with me again. I could have gotten in so much trouble as this guy was the son of a well-known politician, but luckily he kept his mouth shut. He grew up, as we all did, and these days is an okay guy who I bumped into when I was 21. So in December it was my friend's birthday, and I decided to be a good friend and host it at my parents' house while everyone was back in town from college. Now everyone was having a good time and things were alright, until 3 guys we knew from high school showed up drunk and uninvited. Now, 2 of the guys are alright, but the third, let's call him D, is a right faking prick when he's drunk, or sober, for that matter. As a backstory, prick number 3 had severely crossed a line a few months back, and I was still bitter over it. Now D was almost what you could consider well behaved, but he was still trying to start fights, and was being a dick in general. Someone dropped a beer bottle, and it broke on the floor, but as I steam cleaned the carpet earlier that day, I still had the steam cleaner out, and decided to suck up the beer and glass so no one would get cut. As I'm cleaning, the machine gets unplugged. I think someone must have tripped on it, no big deal. This happened again, and I know something's up. So for the 3rd time I watch out of the corner of my eye and notice D ripping the cord out of the wall as hard as he possibly can. Now, this was my parents' house and I wasn't going to let him wreck anything. And not to mention the bad blood between us. I wasn't really drinking that night, but I'll let my rage guide my hands. I immediately take hold of his throat with both hands, and through gritted teeth I lean into his ear and tell him that I would collapse his airway where he stood. I tell him to get out of my faking house and to not come back ever. I made sure to send a friend to watch them leave to make sure he didn't steal or break anything, because he's a vengeful little sheet. So in the end, he better know who's the alpha. One night in our local pub, an Australian bar/eatery style place in a small rural town, a notoriously tough local man, nice dude, big guy, amazing fighter, a man you simply don't mess with, but now matured, and in his 40s, is sitting at a table eating dinner with his extended family. This in itself was weird, because we didn't often see the soft family side to this local tough guy. Anyway, a drunk guy, probably 30 from out of town, comes into the pub with a group of dickhead mates. The drunk guy starts getting angry and abusive, screaming and yelling at anyone in his way. The whole place feels intimidated and awkward because these pissed guys are tough looking and are really scaring the locals, me and my young mates included. We were like 18 or 19-year-old. The pissed guy is hungry and demands that the bartender get him some food. The bartender replies in a scared voice, sorry, the kitchen is closed. With that, the drunk guy walks over to the family at the table, who are trying to eat their meal. He yells, then how come you serve these faking people? He reaches onto the mother's plate and takes a piece of steak and proceeds to shove it in his drunken mouth. One of his idiot mates yells confidently, don't fucking mess with him, he is madman. The room went silent. It was that quiet, you could hear a mouse fetched. Quietly from nowhere, our local tough guy comes running through and punches the drunk guy right in his steak eating face. He is knocked clean out, I mean clean out, as in stiff body before it hit the floor. The local guy, hero in our eyes, then yells, don't fuck with the faker. To this day it is the coolest thing I have ever seen and heard. I still don't understand what it means, but the sentence don't fuck with the faker is folklore among locals. Alright, this is a bit long but worth it at the end. I've been seeing this girl for a little bit now, and one night she told me her parents were gone, and that I should come on over. Being a 16-year-old boy at the time, I got to her house as quick as I could. One thing led to another, and we ended up in her room, undressed, and fooling around a bit. She asks if I have a condom, which I did. Mama didn't raise no fool, and she puts it on for me. Now in my pubescent mind, I'm thinking I'm about to hand in my V card. But no. Just as I'm about to sign my John Hancock, we hear the front door open. I'm scared because I think it's her parents, but she tells me it's her brother. That's right, her 6 feet 6 inches 250 pounds dishonorably discharged ex-marine older brother had gotten home from drinking. He comes up and sees me on top of his baby sister completely naked except for my raincoat and says to me, oh you little sheet. Da fuck you doing? You stay da fuck there, I'm jetting my bat. He leaves to get said bat, and I grab my keys and jump out the second floor bedroom window. I land in the rose bushes, ow, but naked, and book it to my car. I drive home like a bat out of hell, only pausing to remove the condom at a red light. We met up a few days later, and she gave me the rest of my stuff and told me that she didn't think it would work out between the two of us. I had to agree with her, and we went our separate ways. TLDR, almost lost my virginity, but instead got chased out a second story window by drunk older brother with bat. I'm super late to this, but I'll share anyways. This was back in 8th grade, middle school, and I was in a super tight pants screamo phase, and was a pretty quiet kid. I had my group of friends, and we kept to ourselves. So here comes this faking she-dick 6th grader who for about 3 months kept telling me to give my pants back to my sister every faking day. Looking back on it, I find it pretty hilarious, but at the time, it was pretty insulting to me. At the time I was about 5 feet 9 inches and this faking she-dick was about 4 feet 11, maybe 5 feet. Tiny as kid. I wasn't the most intimidating person, and was very non-confrontational, so I think that's why he thought it was safe to fuck with me. She-dick thought wrong. One day he was especially brave, literally walking next to me saying the same stupid faking insult over and over again. Did you get those pants in the girls section? Give your pants back to your sister when you get home. I faking snapped. I grabbed she-dick by the faking collar and threw his ass to the ground. I kicked him in the ribs, the head, and the shins as many times as I could. Then I picked him up by his backpack and told him, don't faking speak to me again. He was crying at this point, and I didn't give a fuck. I took his backpack and threw it on a roof of a building across the street from our school. She-dick never spoke another word to me after that. This is a story I heard from my sister, which, in a few moments will understand why I completely believe it to be true. Even now, my sister doesn't look physically imposing. She's an average height blonde who, although attractive, looks pretty frail. Growing up, a neighbor of ours down the street had a weird crush on my sister. She pretty much hated his guts because he was a perv. Since he couldn't win her, he tried to destroy her with all sorts of insults, threats, and nasty comments. Mind you, my sister was 14 at the time. As the story goes, her friend, another neighbor, was probably 8 or 9, and they were picking on her, throwing iced snowballs at her as they walked by his house. He kept hurling insults and snowballs with a buddy of his. My sister told him to stop. They tried jumping my sister and her friend. They were going to shove their faces in the snow or something. As soon as they grabbed her, she went full on Hulk on him point even with several layers of winter gear. She nailed him so hard in the crotch that he fell face first into the snow. She then proceeded to shove his face into it. His buddy went running inside. She grabbed her friend, and they both beelined out of there. As the guy lay crying in the snow point, her looks are deceptive. She's in her mid-20s now, still looks deceptively weak. I'm a big guy, 260 pounds, 6 feet, big boned. She can still wrestle me to the ground. Pointy always joke that we are not worried about her when she goes on dates. We are worried about what will happen to any idiot that tries to pull anything on her. As a stupid teen driving a shitty Jeep that has brushed off hits, I've seen total newer cars. I did not fuck around with shitty drivers. It always worked out well for me, except the one time some ashit in his brand new Mustang tried to cut me off in a backed up exit only lane because I wasn't paying attention and left 5 feet between me and the other car. I closed the gap as soon as I saw him moving towards it, and say what you will, the low end torque gives Jeeps great acceleration for the first 5 miles per hour, so naturally I beat him to the punch, and he smashed into my driver's side tire, bent my right forward fender flare, and slightly pushed my right forward corner out of alignment, which really only matters because it fucks up the hood clasps. He needed to replace all the front left panels, needed to realign the frame, which still probably never was truly perfect again, needed new tire and wheel, new axle, new tie rod arm, and I think new forward shock point. I had to rebed a tire, bang the fender flare back into shape, and smack on the front corner until the hood clasp lined up properly, all done on the spot, while waiting for the cops. Thankfully the douchebag plus the guy behind me had dash cams, otherwise that could've gone a lot worse for me. Point come to think of it, say what you will about a Jeep, but they are faking tanks. A year or two before, I got rear-ended at a pretty serious clip, and before I full processed what had happened, the asshole ricer peeled out into the other lane, which, unlike our stopped lane, was still going near 60, and narrowly avoided 3 other collisions, while hemorrhaging radiator fluid from where my trailer hitch speared his car. The kicker? A few weeks back I'd scraped the paint off the bottom corner of my hitch, and since his car was black he actually fixed my car by scraping black paint back onto the hitch. Never got caught, never even bothered reporting it, but fuck you hit and run ricer. If that had been a lower car you could've seriously hurt the occupants. Here's one is a personal story. I'm not a martial artist, so I can't say that this one is about a baddest takedown. No, this one is about a dangerous combo. American Southern polite beachiness paired with Canadian manners. One time I was up in rural Canada with my aunt and the extended family. I'm from my dad's side of the family down in Tennessee, but I have a cultural background in both families. We're in this cabin in the middle of a lake with only one phone line. We have a tightly knit family of mostly women who commonly get in all-out verbal wars before everyone goes to sleep and laughs about it the next morning, usually. I don't know if you've had a crazy woman in your life, but when all that feminine empathy turns sour, it's fucking devastating. I fully believe that deep down in everyone's heart there is a fear of their mother being pissed at them. Some hoser who is a buddy of my aunt's recent ex calls us up. We are at dinner. She picks up. Some guy on the other end calls her a cunt about something stupid. Now, again, I don't know how much you know about large groups of women, but they will viciously tear into each other and still be close. But the second someone outside that group tries to do it, the rock won't hide you, the ocean won't hide you, God will tell you to go to the devil, and he'll say fuck off, they'll follow you here. There is silence at the dinner table after she hangs up. I stand. Brief backstory, I'm the youngest of our clan. Everyone thinks I'm calm and fairly shy, because that's how they remember me as a little girl. I get on the phone and dial this guy back, after very seriously commanding my aunt to give me this guy's number. My family loves drama, so it didn't take a lot of convincing. Angry drunk hoser picks up. I do not scream, I do not yell. That's how my mom or grandma would do it, but I make it my mission not to curse at this guy. He's about to feel like a real asshole. Is this Dan who's asking? The niece of the woman you just called a cunt. You listen to me, sir. We were having a dinner, sir. I don't care if my aunt killed your dog in a hit and run. You do not call a lady who is with her family and call her a cunt. Would you want me to do that to your mother? I was just. Would you? No, you damn well wouldn't. You're going to apologize to me, and then you're going to apologize to my aunt you. At this point he hands the phone to my aunt 6, incapable of formulating a response. He was expecting a ghetto fight from my aunt. Instead he's getting guilted harder than a Catholic raised by only Jewish mothers. Like 4 Jewish mothers at least. This fact, my aunt 6, was with him the whole time, egging him on to call my aunt a cunt. He adores me though, so I try to be nice to him. He calms me down, but I don't relent. Put your friend back on the phone. He doesn't want to talk to you. He's gonna apologize like a man. His friend returns. Apologizes. Asks me to hand the phone to my aunt. Apologizes. Nobody fucks with me for the rest of the summer. My moment of righteous glory was a tongue lashing straight out of some poor hose's fear of his mother. After years of getting shoved around by my taller and more aggressive big brother, who was prone to throwing shit across the room at my head, or punching me in the face, or stamping on my ribs for very little or no provocation, I snapped one day, when I was 15, and he was 17. I had been taking jujitsu lessons for a few months, and the time he threw a pair of trainers at the back of my head as I was walking away from him, I did exactly what I had recently trained to do. I balled my fist, pivoted on the balls of my feet, turned my hip, rotated my wrist, brought my other fist smartly back to my waist, aimed with my first 2 knuckles at his jaw and Karak, smacked the bastard right on the jaw. His head snapped back and round and he fell back against the doorway. If he'd been standing anywhere else he'd have ended up flat on his ass. The shock of the impact went up my arm and into my chest. I was startled and expected him to be enraged, but he just stumbled into the next room, muttering something inconclusively. A fight didn't start. He didn't come at me, as I expected him to. That was the end of it. I wasn't proud of it. As such, brothers shouldn't have to punch each other in the face, but it ended about 99% of the physical abuse overnight. Now he entered a phase where he would lash out only now and then lock himself in the bathroom until it blew over, or run out of the house altogether. Also, he would now start to drip feed me verbal abuse instead. But it was a holiday compared to what he'd done previously. And I knew then, and knew from subsequent fights, where I'd pin him down, or put him in a headlock, that I had nothing to be scared about from him anymore. That was 25 years ago. He was trying his old overbearing shit on well into his 20s, but he always knew that, if it came down to it, I could take him down, and that always flavored how far he decided to take things. We are not close now. When I was about 10, me and a neighborhood friend, about 12, were messing around and causing trouble. We noticed that a garage door was wide open. It wasn't unusual for this garage to be open, but normally it was empty. Today it has rolled up carpets and a set of 4 tires just laying there. Being rebellious young men, we proceeded to roll 2/4 tires. I hiked down into some woods with a small river, tried to make a rope swing and failed. Then went back and took some carpet and torched it in the woods. Don't worry, I'm not this much of these days. We think nothing of it and move on with our lives. This was during the summer holidays, by the way. The next day there is a knock at my door. I open the door and there is a guy standing there looking somewhat physically imposing and menacing. Someone stole some tires from my garage yesterday. Do you know anything? There's a reward of £50 per tire. If you find them. Panic mode engaged. I squeak out an "oh" and he leaves. I run to my friend's house and tell him. Out of fear and excitement we retrieve the tires and wheel them back to the garage. We knock on the door and he hands us £100 in notes and tells us not to do it again. Looking back, it was strange how he A. knew we took them and B. knew we had actually returned them without seeing it. Anyway, a couple weeks later we are playing football on the green nearby when masses of armed police swarm the area. We are told by a man holding a gun to go home now. The tire guy is arrested. Turns out he was some big time drug dealer involved in some nasty stuff, including murders. So yeah, that's that point. TLDR. Stole tires from what turned out to be a drug dealer wanted for murder. Got lucky because the whole thing was probably on camera. I love telling this story cause it's one of the stories I can tell that can show off some the extent of my very large family's culture and incredible lifestyle. Little background here. My aunt and uncle live in a very rural mountainous region of Colorado in a 1-bedroom cabin, without electricity, running water, gas, any of that. As rural and as wild and free as you can be. I love it up there. So, my aunt was on a walk back from the outhouse one night. At dusk. She was home alone and the dogs were locked up for the night when out of nowhere a mountain lion came over the ridge, noticeably sick and starving, and started stalking her for the half-mile or so walk back to the house. Dogs are going crazy, but they're pinned, so my aunt has no choice but to stand her ground. The mountain lion was clearly desperate, and despite the warnings from the dogs and from her tabtfu, it attacked point now. Mind you, this is a woman who was raised in the backwoods, goes bear hunting solo, has been stalked by wolves in Alaska, done some shit in her life that is truly awesome. So she picks up a nearby chunk of cable iron and defends herself, all the while the dogs are going absolutely insane. Till Brune, an Akita, biggest, sweetest, most loyal animal I have ever known. He was rescued from a fire that my uncle had fought, firefighter, at a Native American reservation, where he was bred as a pit dog, finally breaks himself free from his pen by bending the bars out of his way. And absolutely side bombs the lion and starts tearing at its throat and kills it. Lion is now mounted on the bookshelf in the cabin, right next to my grandpa's plaque from NASA, and my uncle's fireman's axe. Once, I was hanging outside of the store I worked at and this guy hops out of a car and rushes up to me. He gets right up in my face and starts yelling and shouting at me. Apparently, he thought I wanted to kill his sister, or something. Dude looked like a meth head, so who the fuck knows, but he's in my face. I'm confused and not understanding the situation at all, so I just kind of smile and let him scream and shout at me. I have a high tolerance. Ick now? He could have been doing that for an hour and I probably would have let him. He must have thought I was intimidated or too afraid to say anything because he was starting to get bold with his hand movements and the things he's saying. He said something like, "Imakakiafakinas, bruh," and pulled back a fist right as he said, and I just snapped. I took a step forward and starting shouting right back in his face a lot louder than him. I have a fairly deep voice and I know that. I'm often quiet because of how loud my voice can get. As soon as I started shouting back, I got to watch his expression go from being confident and in control to that of scared little boy. I watched any will to fight just faking melt away as he muttered something and walk off. Probably my favorite altercation, because nobody got hurt and I scared somebody with my moth a faking voice, son. I caught up with him shortly after and spoke to him about it. He got some bad info from his sister, and it was a simple misunderstanding. When my cousin's junkie friend parked his car right in the middle of my grandfather's driveway, so that people could no longer drive through, there was an entrance from the street and another from an alleyway, but the guy parked right in the middle of the two, and my grandfather asked, "Whose piece of shit is that, junkie?" Friend answers, "It's mine." "You got a problem with it, old man?" "Holy shit." I immediately heard the classic western standoff music in my head and could have sworn I saw a tumbleweed blow through the driveway. The junkie knew immediately that he'd faked up by saying that because his immediate reaction was to put his hands up, starting walking backwards and begin apologizing. I should probably say here that I think my grandpa was just waiting for the chance to have an excuse to put his hands on this guy, and for good reason. He was a real piece of shit. My grandma's first reaction was to immediately trying to stop what we all knew was gonna happen by saying, "Now, badass," in place of my pap's name. "Don't hurt him too bad." I'm sure he didn't mean it. The rest of us reacted thusly. The guy got really lucky. All my grandfather did was slap him once across the mouth, pick him up, and throw him over a picnic table and into the side of the shed. Then he told him to get his ass out of there and not come around again. He did eventually come around again, but not until after my grandfather died. Also, I've had a lot of entertaining and embarrassing moments anytime somebody has thought it was a good idea to start shit with my mother. Anyone in my family, actually. Yeah, now that I think about it, I've watched my grandmother knock someone on her ass, my aunt beat the shit out of my uncle's former baseball coach, my great grandmother take a loaded shotgun from my uncle's hands and kick him out of the house, and the list goes on and on. I should write a book. I dropped my 8th grade second assistant principal to his knees in front of my father. During a disciplinary conference in 1985, I was caught smoking 2 blocks away from school. This man regularly patrolled my neighborhood to monitor us, because the law said the school system was responsible for every student from door to door. I was given an ST5 suspended until parent cones to school. This was by far not my first conference over such a petty thing. This one was special. This normally borderline man snapped. Old Preston was roughly 7 minutes into a diatribe of how I was destined for nothing more than a life of felony convictions, and the question was whether car theft, drug dealing or murder would get me killed, or a life sentence. By the 4th minute, Preston was standing up behind his desk, his voice growing louder and louder. He was pointing at actual honor roll report cards taped to his walls. He was literally calling those students his angels, while I was the devil. The closed door did nothing to muffle his tirade, yet no one intervened. I shook. I looked at my career military, functioning alcoholic father. As usual, he was silent. Nothing in his being would ever allow him to challenge an authority in front of one of its subordinates, me most of all. I stood up. All 5 feet 4, 125 pounds of me got up, raising my voice over Preston's. Who the fuck are you to talk to any student like this? The school system must not have realized that your degrees came out of the same faking crackerjack box as your crystal ball. Preston was around the desk by now, arms outstretched before him, his blown out knee making him walk like Lurch. The same college football injury that robbed him of his scholarship had gifted me a preemptive strike against what I reasonably considered a significant physical threat that this former Linebacker posed. I swung. I caught Preston on the sweet part of the jaw. He grabbed his jaw as he staggered a single backward step, dropped to one knee, and then lunged towards me. This man was grasped me in an attempt to pull himself up. I interlocked my fists and sledgehammered him off me. My father grabbed me. My shop teacher and first assistant principal, yelling "call the cops," rushed in and took me to the ground. I was done once the head principal heard what Preston had said. I was golden. I could stay with no suspension or punitive action. I could transfer to the school of my choice, but my father had to take me. I chose the 9:30 starting 4-class alternative school just to inconvenience my father. As I left to clean out my locker, I passed the dispatched cop as he entered the school. I said, "You're here for me. I'll be right back." He gave me the "shut up, punk" look as we passed. I'll never forget his face when I rejoined them and he realized he was here for me. I was returned to my school a few weeks later at my request to enjoy the wide berth that this incident had gained me. When I went to school, in my final year, 2 kids had beef. They were the year below me. Our area overlooked the 2 school ovals, and you had a clear 260 view. 2 beefed up kids proceed to head to the over at the end of the bell to sort their sheet out and have a smash. 5.5 inches skinny teacher that's 50 years old proceeds to stroll down to them without a worry, even though these kids were punching each other in the face with hard direct hits. Meanwhile, the whole year is watching, chanting, and laughing, waiting to see what happens once the teacher gets there. I kid you not, as he gets there he splits them up and gets in between the 2. The one on his left stops and leaves it and walks a few meters away. The one on the right had other ideas. He swings and either accidentally or purposely hits the teacher square in the right side of his face. The teacher didn't appreciate that, proceeded to lift what I would assume was a kid nearly twice as high and chokeslam him. Lifted him off the faking ground, chokeslammed him, and knocked him out. And the whole year started screaming and chanting, and I have no doubt you could hear all of us from the other side of the school. That was talked about for weeks. Teacher was let off with no punishment as was self-defense, and fair enough, and it was funny as shit. 2. No one ever tries to fuck around when he's around now though. No other kids from schools ever believed it either. So as per a handful of requests from this comment point, so this was at a property I worked at previously, still part of the same corp group I work for now, and in the same general area, geographically speaking. I won't give too many details, which as I understand it is the way the sub likes it. But it is important to note this is a very large corp with both hotel and timeshare properties. I work at timeshares. Anyone familiar with timeshares understands the concept of day use. For those not in the know, it is essentially an owner's perk to use the facilities during the day without a room. Couples things to know for the sake of perspective. I don't typically have to deal with hyper-aggressive guests. I'm the go-to guy when a guest is becoming aggressive or abusive, usually men, simply because when the guest is faced with interacting with me, they are suddenly compelled to remember their manners. Suffice it to say, I'm not a small man. I don't seek to, nor do I enjoy intimidating people, but there are times when it is the practical solution, though I can usually reason with people and I genuinely advocate for the guests and find an amicable win-win solution in those situations. So the event in question involved a self-entitled little yuppie prick whose daddy was an owner. This particular property required reservations for day use, and a limited number at that. So the kid comes in and hadn't made a reservation, and after a short investigation turns out daddy hadn't granted him ownership privileges anyway. Didn't matter though, because we had already hit our limit. When I explained the situation to the kid, he immediately became belligerent. So immediately and so aggressively, I can only assume he was familiar with policy and was expecting resistance, probably planning to raise a ruckus with the expectation that a tantrum would net him what he wanted. But I don't play that sheet. So I reiterated the policy and informed him that the policy and current status of day use reservations were actually immaterial, as he didn't have ownership privileges with us anyway. I encouraged him to speak with the actual owner and how to go about granting those privileges, and perhaps he would have better luck next week. That's when he starts threatening me and trying to impress me with who his daddy is, how they're owners, and I work for them, not how it works, and how he'd have my job if I didn't let him in. To which I replied he was welcome to speak to corporate if he was so inclined, and that our entire conversation and his behavior would be available for review. Here I turned and gestured towards the camera on the ceiling over my shoulder. By corporate and by the owners in question, after they're informed their privileges were being suspended at our property. This desk has a lower data counter at one end for guests in wheelchairs. We also use it for day use check-in to help control the length of lines. As I turned back, I saw him leaning across that counter, a little lower than hip high, and before I turned all the way back I feel the punch hit me. It was above the lips and below the nose, and I felt more than saw his wrist cave in as he connected. He basically punched me in the incisor, but at such an odd angle, and with so little leverage, that he sprained his wrist when he hit me, which had to have felt great. He managed to knock my glasses off, and I'm no jocko, so I won't say it didn't hurt, but it was pretty pathetic. I was more surprised and confused at first than anything else. When it all clicked, and I looked up, the lobby was dead silent and the kid was starting to make a break for it. My manager at the time, who was this little tiny frail red-haired Yoda-esque woman, already the phone in her hand, and said she was calling the police, and told me catch the little bastard. Lol. I had to run through the back office to get into the lobby, and he was already outside when I came around. I yelled make a hole, and to my surprise all the old blue hairs parted like the Red Sea. I caught up to the kid as he was trying to get into his car and snatched his keys out of his hand. He pushed me and started screaming more threatening bullshit, and I told him fuck you, we are waiting for the cops. He took another swing at me, and I won't glorify the details, but it's enough to say he was all swollen shut and was having a hard time breathing when the cops showed up. He asked for an ambulance, but the cops talked him into letting them take him home. In the end I made a lengthy statement for the police, who collected lots of video evidence from our LP team of the incident inside and outside. I declined the workman's comp urgent care visit for my face and finished my shift the next week or so. I talked to my bosses and their bosses and their bosses, recounting the tale and sweating, faking bullets. I guess I really faked the kid up pretty bad. The property didn't press charges and nobody filed a suit. I guess the owners reached an agreement where they are still owners, but they can't use any of the properties in their hometown, of which there are 3. I kept my job, but transferred to another property, which is much bigger and much nicer, and doesn't do day use. There's that win-win solution. God damn, this turned out long. Oops. TLDR douche nozzle entitled kid put his hands on me and got his sheet pushed in, and his family blacklisted. My high school principal was a piece of shit and made several unprofessional comments to me one day. Little did she know, my mom and I had all this dirt on how much of a piece of shit she was, and the school district was very interested. 2 weeks after my mom met with the district higher ups, the principal announces she's retiring at the end of the year. In 3 months. At 52 years old. Strangely, the pension doesn't work out when you're only 52, so she had to take a pay cut and go work as a regular teacher for a principal that hated her. It wasn't the comments she made that really upset me, it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. She'd been blackmailing teachers and screwing with funding and all this other shady stuff. My mom called literally every teacher that had ever worked at the school, new, very small school, and got their testimonies. We rallied a couple other parents and had them get in touch with the district as well. The principal's boss announced his retirement the same week she announced hers. It was pretty clear they were taking a deal as not to be charged with something and cause a huge district scandal. The funny part is that earlier that year, I'd said that I'd get her fired by the end of the year. The school was so small that everyone on campus knew I made that comment. The principal's boss tried to pacify me by getting me this really sweet deal with another school so I could graduate faster and hopefully get out of his hair. I took the deal and graduated at 16, but not before blowing the lid on all their shady shit. Wish I was the good guy in this story, but alas, back in high school, my friend and I weren't bullies. Per se, in that we were generally friendly to everyone but liked to tease people. There was this hyper arrogant kid, Rob, who was like an neoconservative in training, a real I am very smart type. We liked to tease him particularly. One day Rob was playing chess with this other nerdy underclassman, and we started messing with him. He responded with his usual insults, but his opponent goes, "I'm trying to beat this guy in chess, do you two mind?" I made the mistake of saying something snarky, and Rob's opponent got up in my face. I'm 6 feet, and though at this point in my life pretty much skin and bones, my grunge/metal style tended to make me appear larger. This little stranger was all of 5 feet 6 inches. I tried to lightly push him out of the way to continue to antagonize Rob. He didn't budge and pushed back. No way was I gonna be shown up by some little kid. I shoved again, hard. He came back with what can only be described as a key punch. His little fist, with no wind up, hit me like a shotgun in the chest. My friend came behind him to my aid, and I tried to warn about this kid's powers, but the wind was knocked out of my lungs. The kid spun around, delivered some lightning fast combo, and laid out my friend. I reached out and grabbed him, but he hit me in the throat and I went down too. Rob made some douche white comment about typical liberals. Fucking Rob, I hope that little ninja beat him in chess. I never did find out who won. TLDR, little sophomore chess geek beats up 2 metalhead bullies. Probably loads I can't remember. But, I have / had a very tall cousin. I had a house party, not big, a few mates, college friend and friend of college friend came. Friend of college friend is Sam the dickhead. Sam got drunk, started to be very disrespectful to me, kicked his drink over, and refused to clean it up. Cousin is angry now, has a bit of a word. Drunk scrawny Sam thinks he can have him. Sam is on his ass at the speed of light, held by the scruff by cousin with nothing to say besides "you're an angry cunt aren't ya?" The reply is yes. Sam is told, made, to go outside and calm, think about what you've done, and start showing Stella a bit of respect. He passed out on the patio. Strangely enough, when we went to bed I locked the back door. That's a thing people in the UK do. Sam regained consciousness around 6 AM. He was still drunk and angry. He's on my patio, mouthing off and generally destroying my garden. This time, I'm faking angry. I wake college friend, who has no idea what's happened, since he's been passed out since 8 PM. As always, I've handed Sam his ass. He's been subdued by college friend, sort of, after I've told him he's a dickhead who's destroying my property. Sorry, but you need to go. They fuck off to sit in the train station for a few hours until the first train home. I go back to bed. Later, when I awaken, cousin informs me they come back, mobbed up with 2 Polish blokes to say sorry. They won't let it. Cousin got angry again. In high school we had this kid, Daniel, who would bully almost anyone. Of course he was all talk, and I had never seen him fight before. He usually just ran his mouth, and said things like, "If you got a problem with it, come up here and stand in front of my face and say it right in front of my face." Blah blah blah. He was mostly ignored. Sure enough, this kid told him to please sit the fuck down and shut your mouth. Daniel then flies off the handle. For the next few weeks all we would hear every day in shop class were threats from him against the kid who said something. I can't tell you how many times we heard Daniel say, "I'll beat your ass" to this poor kid. Then one day the kid lost his patience. I don't know about you guys, but our shop class in Georgia had extension cords hanging off the ceiling. They sat at 7 feet off the ground. This way you can safely plug in a tool and not have people tripping over power cords. It was a cool design and most of us could either reach them or get a step stool for the shorter folks. Anyways, this kid finally snaps and looks calmly at Daniel and says, "You wanna beat my ass? You'll need to be able to do this first." The kid proceeds to leap off the ground and casually kick the tip of one of these extension cords, lands squarely on his feet, then just walks away. Now, every single person in that room knew instantly not to fuck with that kid. Period. Well, everyone except faking retard Daniel. What does Daniel do? Right after class in the hallway, Daniel punches this kid in the back of the head. The ass whipping that kid gave Daniel was glorious. Of course they were both suspended, and we never saw the martial artist again. We saw Daniel a few weeks later. He was different after that. As a crew scheduler, I called a pilot once who was off that day, but started his reserve shift the following day. We had a 4-day trip that we needed to assign. However, if we had waited until the next day to call him, he would not have been contractual obligated to accept that particular trip. I won't get into airline CBA specifics here. If he was willing to be notified a day prior, we could pay him a small incentive. He proceeds to say that the incentive wasn't enough and that he wanted the whole trip paid at premium pay or he wouldn't accept it. This pissed me off, since he was already working anyway and the legality in question was only for about 17 minutes. So I declined his offer. I then realized that I could modify the trip legally, only removing one flight, and it would fit his reserve shift. So I do that and assign it to him. Well, he calls back a few minutes later asking to speak with me, but I told the scheduler that took the call to tell him I was too busy and that if he wanted, we could go ahead and notify him of his assignment. He calls back again 2 minutes later and gets transferred to me. He proceeds to invent some story about how he misunderstood what I was asking. I had half a mind to leave the trip on his schedule just the way it was and give him no incentive pay at all, but I needed the other flight covered, so I gave it to him. I win this round. So my cousin won Miss Missouri back in the day and my whole family decides to go to Palm Springs to watch the Miss America pageant. We have a pretty big family and my dad and his 3 brothers grew up dairy farming and state finalists in wrestling in high school. Long story short, we get the show's doors open 4 hours before the start and block off 3 rows for our family. We were considerate and took 3 rows a decent ways back and off to the side of the stage where my cousin would stand most of the night. Saving seats is allowed, so we throw down some coats, station some cousins at the end of the rows and the rest sit in the 3rd row chatting point. So you have about 16 male uncles and cousins saving like 45 seats. Bunch of wrestlers, farmers, a cop, and some collegiate athletes. I'm 13 at the time and guarding the 1st row end. My father is guarding the middle row behind me and we sit there chatting. 2 hours after sitting there, 2 folks hop from the row in front of me into my row and promptly move some coats of ours and make themselves cozy. My dad tells me we should go ask them to move. So we walk over a few seats and tell them the seats are saved and they will have to keep looking. They promptly tell us that they are going to stay right there and that the seats can't be saved. My dad then tells them not gonna happen. Keep moving where they decide to stand up and size up a 13-year-old and my dad. No sooner did their as leave the seats when my 3 uncles and 4 cousins stand up a row or 2 behind us. These 2 then got that oh shit look in their eyes and my dad says, "I'm sure we can step outside and find you a seat," and these 2 proceeded to jump the seats and keep moving. I have a few stories involving myself. I was picked on as a kid for being overweight. My dad was a police officer and ex-marine and taught me how to fight. The bullies didn't know I could handle myself because I always avoided fighting them. I knew I would rage and just hurt them. Finally, my dad got tired of hearing me complain about the bullies. He said, "Don't start the fight, just end it." So about once a year, from 4th grade to 8th, that's what I did. Each year, it was like it was my responsibility to end the reign of terror that the bullies had on our class. And each year, after I did it, we never saw them again. 4th grade, some kid named Dave. It took one punch in the stomach, in the bathroom. He never came back to school. 5th grade, a punch to the nose of Gary, and then he asked to be my friend. I refused. He didn't come back to 6th grade. 6th grade, a tough fight with John, but I came out the hero. The school principal thanked me for beating him because she was looking for a reason to suspend him. 7th grade, don't remember his name, but I remember raging and slitting his hand open on the corner of a chalkboard, blood everywhere. I ended up going to another school after that one. 8th grade, Donnie on the school bus, such a putrid place. I got in kidney shots and he pissed blood for a week. He actually came back to school, still tried to mess with me, but I just had to give him friendly reminders of our previous encounters. After that, I joined the wrestling team, which was a much better outlet, and people stopped messing with me. This one involves me. I was the wrong person to fuck with in this situation. Point in high school, unless you were a senior, you weren't allowed to park on school property. I got a driver's license and bought my own car at 17. I started working at 15, in before most kids in first semester of my junior year, because of where my birthday fell. I would park across the street in a local business parking lot, where all of the other juniors would park. Let me also mention that I'm a pretty husky and tall guy who is built like a linebacker. First period of the day was gym. As I'm changing in my row with the other upperclassmen, I hear "Did you see you/infotechgod walking his fat ass up the hill," and proceeded to make fun of my size. My ears perked up, and I couldn't hear the rest. Now, I don't know about your school, but the first semester of high school at mine, we picked on freshmen we thought could hang, and if they could handle getting faked with, we faked with everyone, including each other. Then you would most likely be accepted and invited to after school events. That was a cool thing at my school. The jocks were friends with the nerds and freshmen were friends with seniors. I walked over to the row of lockers, where I heard this coming from, and spotted the culprit, a faking freshman. I've never seen this kid before, heard his name, or even knew who he was, and had the body type of an Olsen twin. He was about 110 pounds of skin and bone. I picked him up by his neck, like how Bane picks up Batman, and slammed him into a wall so hard his head bounced. As I held his neck between my clenched hands, I thought about how easily I could send this kid to the hospital. Then I threw him on the ground and said, "You're lucky that you're a freshman," and walked away to turn myself into our gym teacher before this little idiot had the opportunity to say I bullied him. Gym teacher, though it was hilarious, and didn't even send me to the office, but actually went over to lecture the freshmen as whole. The kid was faking petrified of me throughout all of high school, and whenever we ran laps, he had a gang of upperclassmen chasing him. I'm late, but oh well. This was actually a fight I was involved in a few months ago during this school year. Currently a HS senior. Also, for reference, I'm 6 feet weighing 130 soaking wet. Anyways, I have a friend named Tommy whom is a bit of a flirt, and some other guy I don't know sent over an approximately 225 pounds black dude to tell Tommy not to talk to so and so girl. Tommy, like myself, is a smartass. Big guy is trying to get him to stand up and fight him instead of talking shit. Tommy starts trying to defuse the situation by not cooperating when big guy tells him to get up and fight him, embarrassingly refusing to stand up for himself. But oh well, at this point it's all his fight. I wasn't going to get into it. So as big guy starts walking around the table, after realizing Tommy isn't going to fight, but as he's walking away, Tommy spouts some smartass remark calling the kid fat or something. At this point big guy starts leaning over my left shoulder cussing Tommy out from my side of the table. I calmly pushed my elbow into him, told him he needs to back out of my space, to which he replies, "Oh, and who do you think you are?" And I looked him in the eye and said, "I'm Litter Stokes." I said my first/last name, Motherfucker, and he got flustered and told me to stand up. I did so promptly, and he stared at me. I to eye for a few moments trying to bow up and act tough, and I said throw the first punch and that's all I said. He stared for about 7 more seconds, decided to push me, and then start swinging. His push actually pushed me out of the way of his first punch, and I hit him with a perfectly executed left haymaker that knocked out a few teeth, and later found out everyone around could hear, in a loud-as cafeteria mind you, when my fist hit his face on that first punch. Then I kinda blacked out, and kept swinging relentlessly. Cop pulled me off in about 30 seconds after the first swing was thrown. Big guy ended up in the hospital, but since he started it the cop didn't charge me with a shootout, despite being the one to pull me off the guy. My app got me out of the charge by exclaiming that I'm a great student, ECT point to the cop, and since I didn't start it, he decided to file the fight report as not requiring a ticket, despite me being 18. I think I was hit a few times during the swinging, but I remember walking to the app/police office immediately after and feeling 2 light hits on either side of my upper head. Big guy and I had to go to alternative school for 2 weeks and sit in the same class. He was all busted up still, and I didn't have a scratch. After a few days of animosity, he came up to me and shook my hand and said I wasn't expecting you to hit that hard. Truce. And I shook his hand and we went on to pretty much never talk to each other again, despite when he's opened the door for me a few times during passing bell back in the HS point TLDR. 225 lb 5 minutes and 11 seconds black guy sent to fight my friend over HS girl drama, ends up in a fight with 130 pounds me. I blacked out, went into fight mode and hit him so hard it could be heard over the loud cafeteria, and knocked a few teeth out, and continued wailing on him until cop pulled me off. Didn't get a ticket. Well, around my place all that you can see is small forests and farmlands. So since early ages you learn how to use an assorted trove of knives, shovels, hammers, and whatnot, and you learn that being tough is not an option, but a necessity. The gov open a high school, because logical reasons, and the place has a small flight of stairs at the front door. There were a bunch of kids on the HS that came from a suburb. They were enrolled on this HS because they were problematic and 2 other HSs had negated their enrollment. One day I was having a very bad day, my bicycle was punctured, so I had to walk to my house, around 3 miles away. I forgot to bring a paper and yada, yada. Then one of those problematic kids tried to tackle me down on the hallway. Back then I was a scrawny kid, but due hard work and whatnot I was very well built at core level, and usually the suburb kids picked on me because I looked weak. The kid who tried to tackle me yelled make way, pile of trash, and hit me from behind. I stumbled but was able to keep stand, and then I snapped. On a swift movement I turned around and grabbed the bully from the collar. I raised him up above me with one hand and proceed to walk to the top stair on the entrance. The other kid went pale as he was hanging there unable to put his feet on solid ground while I was holding him like a rag. I told him this is the last time you try something against me. Next time you gonna need crutches when I'm done with you. Understood? The kid whimpered a yes, and I proceed to put him down to add salt to the wound. It was end of the day so everybody was vacating the HS premises and saw the whole thing happening. I remember watching the bully run for it down the sidewalk while a lot of students cheered on me. A close mate of mine was at a bar after he closed down his shop to flirt with the bartender slash soon to be girlfriend. He's short and somewhat unassuming, but hands down the toughest person I have ever met. There are only 3 other people in the bar who happen to be ex-Marines. Well, this guy comes in with a pistol to rob the bar and has the gun pointed at the bartender while she is emptying the register standing next to my buddy. Then the stick-up kid accidentally pulls the trigger and nothing happens. Quickly my buddy and the Marines look at each other and realize that the gun isn't loaded. Buddy grabs the guy and disarms him. He and the Marines start to brutalize him, and the bartender locks the door and turns off the lights, while my friend and the ex-Marines drag him in the back and smash every liquor bottle behind the bar over the guy's face. Then they call the cops, who let my friend and everybody else go home, because he is a local shop owner and this asshole tried to rob them. Well, my buddy shows me the pictures on his phone, and it was probably the most violent scene I have ever seen. The EMTs were surprised the perp was alive. The last picture was of the perp being taken away on a stretcher in a neck brace, body limp, Face is completely indistinguishable from ground beef, trashed, and blood everywhere in the bar. My friend smiles with relief. Like, he's just sheet after being constipated for a year. Well, I've got 2 moments from back in my high school days. I'll premise this by saying that I was always the nice guy who didn't want to get into fights or really confront others. That said, I was always the biggest guy in the room. Bit of an odd contrast in hindsight. The first one happened during gym class. We were supposed to make our own game for an assignment. At the time we were playing this version of soccer, where we had 3 massive soccer balls with 3 goalies per team. It actually ended up being a lot of fun. During the course of the game though, the cool kids were going around picking on my friends in the class by kicking them hard in the shins. The teacher couldn't see because of how chaotic the game was, but in short order I had 3 friends on the sidelines in tears from getting kicked so much. Now I knew what was going on and that I was their next target, so when they went to kick me, I raised my foot just high enough that my foot would hit their shins instead of the other way around. They ended up very angry with me for that, so after the game a couple of them came up to me alone. Ironically, the shortest one of the group starts pushing and hitting me. At that point I was out of patience, so I grabbed the kid by the neck and helped him up in the air against the wall. Don't think I could have done it without leaning on the wall, but him and his friends got the message to leave me alone. The worst part though was that the teacher completely missed my friends getting kicked and me getting pushed and hit by these kids. He did however manage to see me holding the kid against the wall. So because of the lovely school system I got in trouble and the bullies got off. The second one was a few weeks later when we were playing hockey on a nearby sports arena. One of the kids from before was on the other team and looking for some payback. While I was trying to shoot the puck, he decided to step in front of me and try to kick me with the blade of his skate. Fortunately for me, he missed and ended up with my stick hitting him hard in the shins. He fell over in tears and I apologized for hurting him. He immediately swings his stick around, hitting me as hard as he can in the skins. I know he wanted me to fall over in pain as well, so I sucked up the pain and tried to ignore it. I gave him a blank stare and then he skated off. 5 minutes later, while I was sitting on the bench with a friend, I see him coming over. I knew he was planning something, and so did my friend. Now my friend had taken a lot of martial arts, so I asked him if he wanted this one. I assume wanting payback before he agreed. From my perspective I ended up feeling like some mob boss during the next bit. The bully comes off the ice and immediately moves to confront me. My friend steps forwards and tells him to leave us alone, to which this kid decides to try to punch him square in the face. My friend catches the punch and puts him in an arm lock while I sit there calmly watching the whole thing. He held him there for a minute or so and then let him go. I'm happy to say that those bullies didn't pick on us for the rest of the year. I kept reading these stories wishing I had something that awesome happen to me. Then I realized how cool 4th grade me was. So, it was lunchtime at school, and I was hanging out with my group of friends who weren't the athletes, even though I was one of the athletes that played basketball, soccer, football, and baseball with the cool kids on the weekends. And one of these cool kids who was like me, wannabe alpha male / dickwad bully, approached me from behind and shoved a piece of bread that he spit into my face. Me being the youngest of 5 brothers knew my way around physical altercations was not going to let this slide. So immediately I chased him around the lunchroom, but young fat me didn't catch him, and the anger inside me just boiled. After lunch came recess, the second best time of the day after lunch, and this kid then approached me, and the soundtrack of Eye of a Tiger came on in my head, and even though this kid was bigger than me, I threw him to the ground and punched him in the face 3 times before I got up and walked away. Couple days later, while I enjoyed detention, he apologized, and that was that. Just kidding. Fast forward to 7th grade, I start dating a really nice girl that I liked talking to and am good friends with to this day. Well, she wasn't the skinniest girl, and let's call him Ron. Ron was being a douchebag in study hall and starts tearing into me and calling my girlfriend fat and gross. After school we got into a fight and no punches were thrown, but he won. But wait, it's not over. Now fast forward to our senior year. Though me and Ron were always struggling to who the alpha male was, we became best friends, and in 10th grade Ron's only brother killed himself, and this helped us come together. So back to my senior year, a new girl came to school, and we started dating. About 2 months into our relationship, she cheats on me with Ron. Which absolutely sucked. Not only did I just lose a girl I liked, because the set was bomb, but I just lost one of my best friends. But I didn't take it that well. I found out from rumors, but confirmed it through internet talk with Ron. Well, school came the next day, and I had a lot of anger and Ron's face didn't help. He walked down the hall, and I whacked him with a cheap shot and I walked away. Was that right of me? Absolutely not, but it felt great. He would later go on to break the bro code again and again with multiple of our mutual friends. Was I a piece of shit? Yay I was a little bit, but damn I don't compare to him. Probably sounds like boasting, but I've been the wrong person a few times. I'm average height and underweight, but way stronger than I look. I also don't act like a total psycho, but I can turn straight into one when I'm pissed off. Point in high school, after the first couple of years I started hanging out with a geek crowd. Every now and then people would decide to pick on us. The following incidents happened before I got a reputation for being fucking insane and people stopped. A guy was being a dick in a science class. Kept pushing my arm when I was writing, whispering, being an annoying dick basically. He starts pushing harder, then kind of punching my arm. On the third punch I grab his arm, pull him off his seat and smash his face into the edge of the table. Took out a tooth. Point another time I just stopped a couple of my friends from fighting. Some asshole really wanted to see that apparently, because when I was bending down to pick up my very heavy, full of big textbooks, a couple of full cans of Coke, stuff like that, backpack, he hit me in the back of the head. I grabbed the strap and swung it round, straight into his stomach. He bent over, and I kicked him in the head. Point last incident I actually remember, there was this really annoying guy. You know those guys who act like they're the baddest guy around, and turn out to be total pussies? He was necking. I borrowed a pencil from his desk, and he started threatening me, and for some reason waving his fist in my face, and saying I'll faking deck you ECT. Point etc. I stood up, took his arm, and pushed it down. He literally shoves his face into mine and says something. I hate people touching or being near my face more than just about anything. Stepped back, hit him, knocked him back over a table. I was at a gas station on a super foggy night getting some smokes, and as I walk back to my car, I see these two guys in some grey car pull diagonally across the gas station next to my car. I reach for the knife in my pocket, thinking they were about to rob me, but what they did instead pissed me off into a psycho rage. Point they faking egged my car. Now I had just gotten off my 12-hour work day at 2 different jobs, so I'm a little on edge. So they egged my car and drive off, yelling some shit out their window. I instantly hop in my car and give chase down the block. I can barely make out their lights in the fog, but at the end of the block I see them take a right. I drive down the block going like 40 to 50 and turn hard, and as I turn I can see them making another right turn to try and loop me. I basically drifted around the second turn to catch up. So the street they turned on leads to a main road that's fairly busy at all times, and has a stop sign. They were trying to make a left turn, so I crept behind them, and looked to make sure it was them. After I confirmed that they were indeed the assholes that egged me, I paused for a second, because I didn't know what I was actually gonna do. 1 vs 2 to these guys. 2 I am skinny as fuck. 3 it's a rough area, so they literally might just rob me if I step out the car. So I look around my car, and see I have a 3/4 full bottle of car oil. I pull next to their car and I guess they really didn't expect me to chase them, because he looked kinda shocked. But I'll never forget his face. I roll my window down and start shouting funny shit right over and over, and the passenger rolls down his window to talk shit and I immediately threw the bottle in their car without the cap. The look on his faking face when the bottle smacked him, the look on the driver's face when he realized it was oil. Oh man, I literally busted justice nut. I pulled off on them taking a right turn down the road and they chased me going around 70 through traffic and fog. They saw police lights ahead from someone getting pulled over and got spooked, so they turned around. Point TLDR fax egged my car, chased and threw a bottle of oil in this. My weightlifting class would have to play dodgeball on Fridays and the jerky wrestling class would get in on the action. They thought they were tough guys and didn't follow any of the rules. wouldn't get out if they got hit, would insist they hit someone, even though no ball was thrown, and would throw balls at kids that were out for no reason. The coaches were deriding them too hard to ever make a decent call, so our cries of pain fell in deaf ears. One kid in our class decides to fight back by playing by the same rules. The wrestlers get pissed, and their coach was too busy not paying attention to call anything. Fast forward to 5 minutes before the bell to let out class rings. My class is getting dressed out in our locker room. There were separate locker rooms for the various sports and classes. When the back door flies open, I turn around and see all of the wrestlers bare ass naked holding towels. I cringed and turned around, only to be greeted by the unholy sight of one of the wrestlers letting out a pash death cries while flailing his towel and angly bits running on a bench. The guy jumps off of the bench and starts absolutely beating the fuck out of the kid that cheated in our class. All of the wrestlers soon follow in a sweaty confused towel walloping. Everyone else noped the fuck out of the locker room and waited in the hallway until the bell rang. The kid in our class walks out sweaty and in tears. You guys are faking as holes. We all defended ourselves in saying we didn't want any of that point TLDR. Naked sweaty guys beating up a fat kid. Me. Seriously. I was about 13, and I was horribly teased at school because I was smart and mostly a loner outside a handful of friends. I was also neglected and abused at the same time. I had a lot of pent up rage as a kid, and before the instance I'm going to describe, I was in many fights. Kid teases me all year saying he can kick my ass. A year at lunch. He was a mutual friend and our friends just egged us on and wanted to see a fight. Well, young Eric agrees to fight me after school, and as it turns out, he never went to my high school. As a result, we meet in a wooded area with 3 of the other boys from our lunch table. He calls me a name and I immediately jump kick him in the stomach. He clutches his abdomen, and then I grab his head and violently uppercut him. Our friend stood by in shock. He then was on all fours in shock himself, and I kick him God knows how many times as hard as I could in the head and ribs until he rolled up in a ball, started going slightly limp, and 2 of our friends pulled me off of him. I find out the following Monday, fight was on a Friday, that he would not be coming to school for the last 2 weeks. I fractured his eye sockets and broke many of his ribs. His parents sent him to a private school as a result. I don't know how the hell I wasn't arrested or charged, but if anyone asked I would assume it was pretty clear he tormented me and threatened me physically for almost a year straight. He was a rich kid, and I swear his dad was either a broker / lawyer / doctor, and I never saw charges pressed. My girlfriend says that maybe I was known in my school and town for being crazy. I still don't know to this day. 1999 for the year before zero tolerance insanity. I'm not proud of this. In fact, it made me realize that I could have easily killed him. I held back in every fight since. I'm a pretty built 6 feet 2 inch guy now, and would never want to do that to someone in a fight again. It was brutal and it damaged my soul. I still feel awful about it. Bar fight the night my oldest was born. Steve V. Just V, 6 feet 3 minus 250 pounds, was a major douche nozzle in the area, always looking for a fight, and Steve B, maybe 5 feet 9 inches at 200 lbs, was generally an all-around nice guy, even if you were a sheet-talking drunk. V was a pretty big guy. B had been listening to V being extremely aggressive to anyone within earshot all night. I had minor interaction with V. While I was trying to put my coat on to leave, I accidentally brushed V with the sleeve of my coat and he started talking shit. I ignore him and start heading for the door. He then turns his attention to B, who was trying to get by him to simply go to the bathroom. V starts in with shit like, "You wanna geo, motherfucker? Let's step outside." B was having none of it and was immediately apologetic and saying it was an accident and to just calm down. V keeps talking shit and B eventually says, "I'd rather not step outside, but I will." We all follow them out and V takes a few swings at B which he just dodged and even offered V one last chance to back off and talk it out over a beer, but V wants blood. They tangled and V gets B in a headlock and gives a solid shot to B's mouth. Everyone cringed when we heard his tooth pop. Broke it in half. B had had enough. He jumped up and grabbed V by the ears and, in one swift motion, pulls V's head down while raising his own knee. Again and again. then pop, and a scream. B broke V's nose badly, and he was bleeding like a stuck pig, and screaming like a girl. The last thing I heard V say was along the lines of, "You didn't have to break my nose. What the fuck is wrong with you?" B's last words were, "I gave you every chance to back off and walk away, but you chose to fight. I don't fight to lose. I hope you remember this next time you start shit in a bar full of people you don't know." The cops came to my place a few days later to get a statement because B was suing V for his dental bills. I saw in the paper a few months later that he won. Little town in Colorado. I was going to meet my brother in this little town at an intersection. I parked out on the edge of the road by a real estate office. A guy came out and told me I couldn't park there. I told him to fuck off. I was on the shoulder. My brother showed up about then. I was driving an old Dodge pickup. There was a gravel parking lot and I floored that old truck and headed straight for the office. I spun the wheel and sprayed gravel all across the front. I took off laughing and my brother asked what that was all about, and I told him. I got about 5 miles out of town and looked in the rearview mirror and there was this guy driving in south with California plates flipping me off. I slam on the brakes and the guy has to go into the other lane to miss me. There are no other cars on the road. I looked him straight in the eye as ran off the road to my left. As I looked in the eye, I saw a look of terror as it occurred to him what was happening. He was in the middle of faking with an armed and possibly crazy bearded mountain man, and not a car in sight. We were both stopped. He punched the SUV and crashed through the fence and took off cross country. All I could laugh, and I took off down the road. Many years later I can still see the look of absolute terror on that dude's face. Priceless.